2, 1. We live!
Hello.
Ooh.
Hello.
Hello. We weren't late.
We
We
weren't
weren't
late.
late.
We
We
weren't
weren't
late.
late. We
We weren't
definitely
late.
weren't bitching about Lupin the Third Part 4
No.
again.
No.
You
We
Don't
wouldn't do
worry
that.
about
We
it.
wouldn't do that. No, no, no. I wouldn't worry about it. Hi,
No. No,
everyone.
no, 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 no,
Hi,
no.
everyone. How goes?
Hello, people. Hello, SimSilica. Hello, Gavery. Hello, Bubbly Milk. Hello, Robot Rocker. Stranger Rocker. Thank you, Magic Cats, for subscribing. And thank you for following Soda Machines, Beetle Boy. And did we remember to do
No,
the
we did
followers
not.
last time? I feel like we might have forgotten.
We did not. Uh,
Okay. Let me see
hey,
if I can get
Solaris.
Discord to show me just the
I
follows.
can scroll back down
Hey,
on stream elements
Solaros.
and read them out Micro Machines style.
I can scroll back down on. I can scroll back down too. We just have to get past the war of trick or treats. I started the follows, so oh god, a lot of trick or treat. Okay, here we go. Thank you for following. All of the people coming next on this list: X Sonic 1221X, Fleshy Remains, Soloros, Cactus Dakes, Dwix, whatever. Good luck.
I can.
Eyes Angel, Pisodi, Viga Lustira. Oh no! The rest won't load! Help!
Thank you, Crisp UArt, and that's literally it. Wait, hang on. Uh, oh right.
Oh,
Also,
well then.
yeah, no, that's it. That's it. We're good. We're good. We're good. It works out.
That's it. Yay!
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hello, folks. Yeah, welcome back to Daylight Savings,
Yay.
the time of year where
Oh,
my brain
shit,
always
Fandom
makes
Hop.
up that it goes
Hi.
the other direction. Hey, Fandom Hop, what's good?
Damn. Hello, old head.
Oh no, Stormy Buckets! That's tough.
Oh.
Here's my advice if you're in a pain situation, especially around the head. Hearing things might be difficult to relax to, but music is one of the best things to focus on to kinda dial out of pain. Otherwise, good luck. Keep good care.
Godspeed.
Gotta keep yourself clean. Otherwise, they get at you with the clove oil. Ugh. I think, anyways. Maybe that's just for wisdom teeth.
God knows. These days, wisdom teeth is you wake up a blissful 10 hours later, mouthful of blood.
That's a no. That's how I got my wisdom teeth out. But if you mess up taking care of your wisdom teeth afterwards, they have to like pack it with clove oil because that's like a safe mouth antiseptic for it for whatever reason.
Huh.
Yeah, this is pretty half remembered information though. So no, it's raw clove oil. I took such good care of my teeth after my wisdom teeth because I knew that the clove oil thing would like be the worst thing ever. I never had it done. I just heard about it. Oh, it was wisdom teeth. Don't use a straw. Enjoy so many smoothies.
Hey, thanks Columbo
Thank
Smoking
you for subscribing,
Weed.
Columbo Smoking Weed.
Yay.
Fucking real one.
He
does though.
Under his
like...
own personal mushroom.
You're a sly little elf. You ought to be sitting under your own little personal toadstool. If you ever want, like, an excuse to do, like, monologue practice, just watch Columbo and, like, find an episode villain.
You know?
Who you really want to, like, just repeat.
Something that really interests me about that episode of Columbo, because Peter Falk, he couldn't get a lot of work due to his glass eye. So he ended up doing a lot of work in theater. He was the bartender waiting for Godot, and he would go around waking up people when it was their turn to do the monologues, things like that. That first episode of Columbo was a play. And I am just so curious about...
Yes!
Yeah! Just, it's so interesting to see, like, you know, I mean, theater, plays, movies, TV, they're all easily connected, but it's, like, it's so fascinating to see an adaptation like that work so well.
They're easily connected, but they're not, like... Yeah. Yeah. You know, we should see, like, speaking of, like, adaptations of theater scripts to plays, oh, hell yes! Yeah, sincerely, people taking any like direct action of this kind of thing, I really appreciate. And
Mm-hmm.
just because, to clarify real quick, we're both aggressively pro-Palestine, just
Yeah,
to be hugely clear,
yeah.
because
Just to
being
be
too
clear.
like cutesy in the name of not talking about shit is how you lead to libertarian centrist nightmare spaces, and we don't hang with that.
Yeah.
Uh, if you disagree, out. But anyway, seriously, what I was going, if you're doing stuff with the energy and time you got, thank you so much. This shit
Yeah.
matters. What was I going to say? Oh, we should watch Arsenic and Old Lace. I finally got to watch that recently. Friends in the Mad Sci Wars group, we took like one of our Halloween movie watchings for that, and that's an adaptation from a play, and it's really fascinating because you can actually kind of see what like the play's layout would be, because so much of it takes place in like the front entry room of a house, with like the stairs go up and there's a landing up at the top of the stairs that like a character can charge in and out of the rooms of, and there's like the back rooms that people like go to and kind of like peek into, and you can kind of just imagine it. It's
Ooh.
very interesting, especially
Yeah.
since it's like a black and white movie, so it's like
Ooh.
still pretty early in that like making a movie out of something that wasn't a movie kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, we should absolutely watch that, and we should get back on the Columbo horse. I miss my man.
Hmm.
I miss my man.
Yes. Yes. Hey, Columbo's something I always have downloaded, so that's
Oh,
actually
shit.
something we can do, like, even if my connection's Garbo. I have all of Columbo just on my. I have two shows, the entirety of which I have downloaded:
Maybe when we
Columbo
finish,
and Fraggle Rock.
maybe when
It's
we
an interesting
finish
combination.
Omicron, we should watch that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Which, for those in chat who don't know what the goddamn hell that word means, we like to watch Super Great Friends stream things, and he has a playthrough of the fucking man in video games.
David
Is
Cage.
he who I would fight the most, or is he just the
Yes.
one? Yeah, but I'm pausing here, like, maybe. I think he might be my number one pick for video game man still working in the industry I would like to fight directly, like
Mm-hmm.
fisticuff style. I think he would run very fast. I think it would be
Yeah.
satisfying.
Yeah.
I think I could
He'd
hunt him for
cry.
sport. Anyways, his first video game, Omnicron, which is,
Omicron
oh
the
boy.
Nomad Soul. So named because every time you die, you swap player
It's
bodies.
David. Hmm. It is David Cage at his artiest and
Mm-hmm.
least, well, maybe not least reined in. Indigo Prophecy is pretty. Indigo Prophecy is like his first taste at auteur success. So there's a whole thing there.
Oh,
But we've been enjoying that because it's very fun to listen to someone else play a game.
oh, real quick, circling back around to Palestine, just as
Hmm. Yeah.
if you've been, if you play on the Minecraft server, Snail has been working
Hmm.
hard to find a solution. Overwolf, who hosts a big bunch of our mods, well, actually, it's a mod loader.
Yes.
Um, uh,
Hmm.
went really hard in support of Israel, so we are trying to find a solution for that right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
hey,
and for anyone
Bossy
watching who's
Robot.
been like wondering about that, Snail is. Hey.
Sorry, you're saying Frankie?
Oh, I was just saying Snail's like been working on finding a solution for that, and it'll take a while, but we expect y'all like know what's going on and that
Yeah.
it's just being worked on.
So please don't think that we're being like, that's okay. We are, and Snail's working their ass off on this. Thank you,
Yeah.
Snail. I wish we could pay you more, Snail.
Yeah, in this case it is literally just a like getting this unplugged and plugged into something else requires like figuring out different mod compatibility. There's a spreadsheet. Snail made a spreadsheet. I was
Snail
looking
made a
at the
fucking
spreadsheet. It's a really
spreadsheet.
good spreadsheet.
A color
This
coded
is
spreadsheet.
Snail made a color-coded spreadsheet. Which is all to say, it's a being worked on.
Yeah.
So, what'll Snail will keep y'all up to date with that in Minecraft. But we wanted to, talk about it on air a little bit, just for like, yeah, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, sometimes you at least gotta just make choices on like, well, I feel icky if I continue to have anything to do with this thing, which is the true basis of deciding where you stand on stuff.
Um,
Oh, yeah, Snail says in chat, it has unfortunately completely derailed our update plans because a bunch of our mods are not on Modrinth. Yeah.
Cloudy
So,
was
like we
cleaning
said,
my
hang
room.
in there.
Smile.
Hey,
Also,
Ploots!
it's my
oh, happy
GF's
birthday to
B-Day.
your
Smile.
GF. Happy birthday.
Yeah!
Related to that, one of the mods that is not moving over is Biomes of Plenty. So that is one of the big major hurdles that we are eyeballing. Snail in particular is the one eyeballing. I'm mostly getting told about this stuff and nodding because Snail's very smart, and a lot of this kind of goes over my head. But we're figuring things out.
Yes. And to anyone in chat, if you have advice, now's not necessarily the place. Well, unless Snail's like, yes, please tell me, but maybe not in a running chat. The pointing. Snail is in under the rest of our rules. Snail is working on things.
Yeah. Anyway, that's basically it on that end. So we just wanted to let you all know what was going on with that.
Yeah.
And what the plan is for the server going forward. Which is to say, we're working on it.
Yep. And you know, like we always maintain in the rules, like, we are a local access TV show for kids, but even fucking Bozo the Clown's gotta have places you stand, and we're also aggressively leftist motherfuckers who are genuinely against fucking active colonial nightmare situations.
Yeah.
Because what the fucking hell?
Yeah.
So, baseline. You gotta say these things because otherwise people don't know where you stand.
You know, Robo Roku, I haven't watched.
Have either of you watched Pluto on Netflix? Oh.
But I read Volume 1 and I loved it.
I want to watch it very badly. Pluto by Naoki Urasawa is one of my favorite comics. Period. It might be one of my favorite stories. Period. And I'm really, really excited about watching Pluto, but also, it's going to kill me. It's going to punch directly through my sternum.
Yeah.
I'm going to cry about the robots.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so fun, though.
Not to single out a chat member, Mr. Cooper 2001, you say you're not into politics? Keep in mind politics influences everything around you. It might be a
get
good
the fuck
idea
out of here. We're both trans queer people. You can literally get out of here. Get out of here. You're banned. The fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna single you out by killing you. We're a pair of, like, trans people who are queer, and I'm not white. You can't not be into politics. That's like saying, I don't know, I'm not into people getting to live nicely. I get being like, we literally spend so much time not talking about this shit. You can live. Alright, get out of here. Sorry, I don't want to go into, like, a big thing about it, but politics literally decides if I get to, like, live legally.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
On, like, every axis.
Consider writing something in the ban appeal. Smile.
We always have a ban appeal open, but we also read what you write.
But yeah, fucking Pluto.
Okay,
man.
so that I'm not mad, can I info dump about what the plot of Pluto is?
Please, hi Pochi.
Hey, Pochi.
I'm gonna eat
Okay,
Loco
so
Moco while you
Pluto is an adaptation. Yay! Pluto is one of the world's most. Okay. Pluto is an adaptation of a fucking Osamu Tezuka end of fucking Atom, end of, like, the comic plotline from what we know best in the West as Astro Boy.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to imagine someone is sitting down and, like, okay, Tezuka's role in manga is sometimes a little bit overstated for simplicity's sake. But at the end of the day, he is still a huge figure. He made these, like, amazing stories. He's, like, a legendary kind of artist. Worked himself into an early grave. Please sleep 8 hours a night, as much as you can. And if you're a comic artist, I'm making big sad eyes right at you to cherish yourself and rest when you need to. But the point is that, like, just the idea of adapting that is like how what a swing.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, Naoka Urasawa is just the motherfucker to do it, because he took it, and to be clear, it's not like a giant rewrite. Like, I haven't taken a look at the Tezuka plot it's from in a very, very long time. Like, maybe mostly just scanned through it, but it's very much the plot that Tezuka took, kind of shifted a little so that it's from the protagonist of this like robot who was made to look much more human than usual, who works like as a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
You might be thinking, "Uh-oh," and I look back at you and say, "Yeah, don't worry about it."
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
And I am such a big fan of Urasawa's work in general. I will be the first person to say he is a little bit of a boomer. Just a little bit, and by a little bit of a boomer, I mean he wrote a giant epic dramatic action series that asks, but what if Jimi Hendrix really was the best thing to ever happen in music ever? Like, ever.
Mm-hmm.
As kind of a major part of its plot. That's what I mean by that. But to be fair, he also spends a lot of that comic going, hey, what if your personal childhood nostalgia kinda ended the world? And you go, okay. Anyways.
Yeah.
Uh, Pluto is set in the world of Astro Boy, and it is a science fiction setting where robots are incredibly common, but like not quite the same legally as humans in a few strange ways. And there's also some things of like, well, okay, the actual plot I should pause and say is something mysterious is killing the strongest robots in the world. And uh this is an ongoing investigation to discover the possible cause of that, what's happening, try to stop it, and it's very good. Yes, he made 20th Century Boys.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one where maybe nostalgia accidentally ends the world, but not in the way you would expect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
20th Century Boys, I love, even though the end of 20th Century Boys, 21st Century Boys is the manga equivalent of a really good guitarist noodling around for like 5 fucking minutes, and God help me, I'm sitting there during that Grateful Dead solo,
Mm-hmm.
going, "Yay! Yay! I love it when he makes the guitar! Yay!"
Hi, Skill Elephant.
So,
Thank you so much.
hi, Skill Elephant. I'm glad you could make it. Uh, this is another way for me to say, when I talk about Urasawa manga, you need to know I'm kind of a mark.
Mm-hmm.
I can be honest about that. You gotta know. You gotta know for yourself when you're kind of a mark. That's okay.
No.
I sit here and I think really hard about characters and go, ooh.
And if you're not familiar with Urasawa's work, you should look it up. It's some fascinating caricature work.
And oh my god, his grasp of facial features.
Yes.
You know how there's like artists have like something that they draw where you just know that that's something they love to draw? Urasawa very clearly loves to draw European unique face profiles, because that's like his favorite fucking, not in a like, oh, not in like he likes to draw white people, not that kind of way. I mean, like, he's like, ooh, noses, and I go,
Yeah.
yes, noses.
Here, this is a poster I have above my desk. But the version I have is actually the fold-out flyer. Ooh, for an exhibit he did down here. So what's interesting is it's actually split.
Oh man.
Down the middle. God damn. This is not a real image. Hang on. I am being tricked.
Tricked.
It's split down the middle, so that there is on the first half on the left here. I'm putting it on screen is in color, and then it's a sketch, and then the last fourth on the right is his basic breakdown of shape work, so you can see how he draws.
Yes.
I'm just gonna take a picture of that.
Sue, hello.
Purple
Sue.
heart. Purple heart.
Sue, congratulations on that fucking great ghost work design on the Small Boo animation. That was cool.
Yeah.
That was fucking cool.
That was so fun to see.
Hang on, I'm gonna
Wonderful
send
work.
this to Club Chat. So you're saying?
Thank you. My ability to see what's on screen is intermittent at best tonight.
So you see how he breaks down the character work, how he breaks down the character drawing. Oopsie, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucking big. Why is it so fucking big? There we go.
Everyone really get into that line work. Oh, Jesus. You know what I'm seeing looking at it on my side? This motherfucker does... Wait, is he actually using whiteout to make highlights on black hair? Or is he doing it the bullshit way that you have to do it?
Yes, he does it like... We got to see some of his comics up close.
He does it the bullshit way.
It's really good.
If you're wondering what I'm talking about the bullshit way, there's a particular way of rendering black hair, which you see a lot in manga, especially older manga, where you achieve the white highlights not by adding white on top of the black, but by inking to leave white gaps of paper, which means you have to carefully use like one of your pens. You're insane, and you have to like whisk it past the white space. And for people who do it this way, it does look really good. Is the problem? Like, it does look good, but also,
I will say,
what's wrong with you people?
I do it only because it literally never occurred to me there was another way to do it.
And for this, you stand with the greats.
Exactly. Himbo pride, Himbo pride, baby. That's how we do it. That's how we do it.
It's really satisfying to leave little spots open in your black. I love inking. I like inking too. I worry. I look at hatch marks and I worry.
You might wonder what's going on with the bat at the top.
That's Billy Bat. He's my favorite.
What if Felix the cat caused the JFK assassination?
Yes. Yes. That is actually a perfect summary. People always go for Mickey Mouse, but they're wrong. It's actually much closer to Felix the cat.
Yes.
Don't worry about it. So here's the thing, like, that's Billy Bat, but I need you to know that, like, all of his stories kind of sound a little like this if you boil them down to the fastest, like, summary possible. Like, I was gushing earlier about 20th Century Boy, and the quickest summary of that is... A local man who is approaching middle age and is taking care of the abandoned baby that his sister left with him, and is, instead of being a rock star like he once dreamed, just working for his local, like, convenience store, discovers there may be a plot to end the world literally using the ideas for the concept of an end-of-the-world scenario he came up with when he was a fucking child. Caused by a cult whose leader wears a blank mask with a pointing hand over an eye on it sometimes.
Yes.
Psychic powers are introduced later in this series. It rules. And then, of course, there's, like, Monster, which I think doesn't sound that nuts. It's just, like, a very good, like, tense thriller concept. But I can talk for a while about Monster, so...
Who here is familiar with Osamatsu-san?
Me...
You?
I believe 37 is a prime number, which is kinda cool.
The Louvre commissioned, Urasawa to
Oh my
make a
god,
manga.
that's right!
And do you know who was
Why
in
is
that
he
manga?
like this? It's a
Do you
portrait
know
of
who was
the
in that
character
manga?
past of Iyabi! It's about Iyabi! Oh... King shit. King shit. This is like if you... This is like deciding you want to do a character study on Waluigi.
Yeah.
Also, look at the work done to make that face look like it could belong on a human.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like... I love him. He's insane. He's a fucking artist. He's an artist. Creator of all time. No, by the way, Mystery Elf is saying, man, those are some stunning hands. His work with hands. His work with faces. His inking work. His paneling work. I'm kind of a soft touch for edge break maneuvers, especially. Oh.
Thank you, too. Load fucker. Thank you, too. Raven Bonifoy said Waluigi Mona Lisa portrait when who donated tipped $15. Thank you. You're right.
Thank you very much. Let me get you your honks. And then because I found where the bell had gone, you get a little bell on top too. It's a little extra thing there. Also, Mossy Rome said, I can feel the texture of that jacket looking at it. Legitimately, Urasawa is one of those manga, like, authors who you should just read to oogle the artwork. There's, like, a very specific panel of his that I could, like, you know me, I don't got a great visual brain. I could sit down and, like, roughly doodle out the composition of that panel because it just stuck with me so hard. He also did, well, I guess we're just talking about Urasawa for a bit. We'll get to Discord later. It's fine. We got time. What I would recommend with Urasawa is just, like, go and see, like, the types of manga he did, and pick the one that interests you the most, because, like, Pluto is a science fiction, like, mixtery action kind of thing that'll make you cry about robots.
Yeah.
20th Century Boys is, like, calling it zany is a little bit weird when it touches on, like, cult mass terrorism attacks, but it's more of, like, a comedic action, like a seinen take on, like, a shonen, like, end of the world story.
I'm sorry, but for those of you who aren't familiar with Pluto, if you've seen a page of Pluto, it's this one. This is a story where the detective has to break to a wife that her husband has died, and it is often studied as, like, holy shit, this is how, using framing of panels alone, you can get across emotional, like,
because
delivery.
This is specifically him telling he is an AI, and he is talking to an AI that her husband, I think even a police robot, or maybe even just like a construction robot who was a bystander to something, has died. And neither of them emote, which is what I love, because she's like this cartoony, like, older, like, idea. Well, I do love how much it preserves, like, the Tezuka style of drawing robots. Like, it doesn't make it all, like, modern concepts, but they're both, she's abstracted, he looks exactly like a human, there's no emotion on either of their faces, their gestures even are, like, fairly muted to what, like, a human would do, but you feel this incredible sadness and loss.
Yeah.
And the exchange of, like, I'm not even looking at the image, but I know it's something like, would you like me to erase your memory? No. When the people I work for, their son, he had a dog. He loved that dog very much. He grew up with that dog. And when the dog died, he cried and cried and cried, and I could not console him, and I did not understand. I think I understand now. I wish to keep the memories of my husband, please. Is Pluto pre or post Blade Runner? Oh, I think post, but it's like from, well, I would actually, no, hold on. I was gonna say, like, it comes from it. Yes, and I was going to say, like, well, maybe it's from a different sci-fi tradition. No, Urasawa specifically has almost certainly seen Blade Runner, like, 100%. Yes, absolutely, yes.
If you've seen
But it's one of my favorite... Yeah, if you... Go ahead.
If you've seen the panel of the man being dragged to his desk, being told, draw, damn it, no, I don't want to, that is from Billy Bat.
That's from Billy Bat. I need to go back and finish Billy Bat. I had to, like, wander off.
It's,
I think it was, like, it stopped being translated, and I had it... I love Urasawa a lot, but Billy Bat is great because it does to American history what American things set in Japan do to Japanese history. And I think it's good, and I think we deserve to have it done. But it's a little bit intense when you get to the moon landing was real, but they showed the faked footage because they found a drawing of Felix the Cat on the moon, and what that revealed would be too much for America to know the truth of.
Yeah. It's,
It's good. It's good. It's bracing.
It really makes you think?
Good! I think if I go back for it now, I'll be ready for it, but, okay, and that is the thing, is that, did you show them a picture of what Billy Bat looks like? Yeah, the detective thing where he's hot is the thing. The problem is that, so what's really fun is this is the in-story original version of Billy Bat made by his creator, which is, like, a hard-boiled detective, and then later, like, someone steals the authorial rights and turns it into Mickey Mouse, which is deeply, it's, there, I gotta go back for it. I think I'm ready now. I think if I finish House of Leaves, I can go back in with, like, my sleeves rolled up against Billy Bat. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll live.
Yeah.
He looks like a Columbo. Okay, Urasawa has to have drawn Columbo before, right? There has to be some personal drawing he did of Peter Falk. Like, surely. Surely. I refuse to believe.
It's gotta be somewhere, but nothing's coming up.
That's like art that's just in one of his sketchbooks. Like, you know,
Hey, Cosmo.
he just has that. Hey, Cosmion!
Happy 26 months.
Oh my god, I forgot about Walt Disney.
Oh, you forgot about the Walt Disney analog that
I
just straight up is
forgot
in
about
Billy
that.
Bat? That's just
Yeah.
pretty much like the man Walt Disney, not like the brand Walt Disney, like the man, like the actual man Walt Disney. That's just Walt. If you've ever seen a photo of Walt, that's just Walt. That's just him. That's just... Yeah, Bugs, you wanna... No, we can't... We can't explain to them about Lee Harvey Oswald being here. We can't explain. We can't explain.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. Why is Hitler there? Well, you see. You know, I could be talking about Monster right now, which is like a really tight, well put together action, psychological. Put it away! I have the stream open now.
Why? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Walt Disney and Lee Harvey Oswald's infamous manga characters. That's the thing that I'm saying, though. This is just what American history
By the way,
deserves.
Mr.
Is for
Jesus
someone
is
to make a
there.
plot where someone thinks that they're being set up to stop the JFK assassination. We can't get into why Jesus is there. Where someone thinks that they're being set up to stop the JFK assassination, but actually they are being set up to save one single child who is going to be the next person who draws Billy Bat, which is really important to Billy Bat.
Yeah.
No, Billy Bat did not kill Jesus Christ. It is weirder than that.
Yeah.
I get to talk about Monster for like 20 uninterrupted minutes once we load into Runecraft.
Oh, I love Eustace's smile in the bottom left corner here.
20
It's like a
months.
grimace
What
smile.
have I come in on?
What are you gonna do? It's Billy Bat. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, huh? It's Billy goddamn Bat. It's not my problem.
Okay, so you have to understand that you're all losing your minds over Jesus being one of the carriers of the thought. You have to remember, I didn't finish this comic. If this comic ever stops to explain itself, I did not get that far. But one of the people who it is implied Billy Bat has told his secret to. But Frankie, are you talking about the cartoon character? Like they're an active character with like speech and drive and a person? Yes.
And that's
Keep
right.
up.
Einstein's
Get in the
on
car.
it.
Yes, yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say. How did you know, Bugs, that what I was going to say next was that that is shown explicitly to include Albert Einstein, who is not a character in this manga, but shows up briefly, and it's great because it's in a scene where Billy Bat Keep Up is going, don't you want to know my secret? And his original creator's like, no, I'm finally like in the mood to draw again. I'm just gonna draw. I'm literally ignoring you, which is the most realistic portrayal
Yeah.
of an artist.
Yeah.
Mr. fucking Mixelpix from Superman is treating your left going like, but Bugs, don't you want to know my interdimensional secrets? And you're sitting there with like energy and paper and the will to draw, just like, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, get out of here, get out of here.
We're not going to talk about it, but Hitler was in this one too.
We're not going to talk about Hitler being in Billy Bat.
And having a conversation.
It's a minor
with
plot
Einstein.
element. To be fair, that probably actually did happen historically. Einstein got out pretty goddamn fast, though. I don't know that for sure. Don't quote me on that. I know Einstein literally got out of there so that he didn't work for the Nazis for a lot of really important reasons. This is TED Talk to me. Please look forward to the Lupin the Third slideshow that I am putting together. If
Are you learning? Are you listening and learning? Are you sitting down and listening to POC? Frankie is speaking.
Bugs accidentally timed that while I was mid taking a drink and could say nothing. This is good. You're getting good.
Don't listen to me. I'm white. Listen to him.
I mean, yeah, pretty whitish gray, I'd say, from here.
Hey.
I'm learning something, I don't know what. Accidentally? Yes, accidentally! Bugs can't see me! Bugs has no way of knowing what I'm doing! You're all... Bugs is taking on faith that I have a shirt on. I do have a shirt on.
Well, one of us has
Just
to.
saying.
Hooray!
Now, what we don't know is that the bug model could have a pair of jorts on at any time, and we just wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like Muppets. You don't know what kind of pants Ernie's wearing. Not really. You take it on faith what pants Ernie's wearing.
Exactly.
Ernie would wear jorts, though, right? Like 100%
no,
is the guy who'd like
he's a
tank
fellow
top
breezy,
that
breezy boy.
Mhm. Exactly. He's out there. It's spring. He's got to be jortsin. It's midnight where I am. I feel like I just got flattened by a train. Why? What could possibly cause that?
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong? Oh, I don't like that I can do that. No, I can't be able to do that. No, this is the bad power. I can't be able to do a Bubsy.
Well, on that note, I'll play some RuneScape.
On that note, it's time to start the game. And while we do that, I will introduce the channel. Hello and welcome to Frankenbugs Plays. That's not really what we're called. We're just called Frankenbugs. I guess we're Frankenbugs Plays now.
Great.
I am Frankie Frankenstein. I am the co-host. I am the person who is talking a lot but not actually playing the game. I'm the person who's keeping a close look over chat and maintaining the rules. And with me as always, oh yeah, also I'm a voice actor. I do Iwali and Ifrank in Welcome Home. And I can't do those voices here, legally. And I discovered recently the precise age of how many people on Tumblr watch both Welcome Home and Columbo. It's about 35. So we know that for sure now. Yay. Anyways, with me as always, the person who is running the stream and playing the game and talking with me and my best friend and makes cool art is Bugs.
Hi.
AKA Face Full of Bugs. Got singular hiccup.
Yeah. It's
also, you can check out Bugs' work at Booster Bold, and you can get commissions.
You can shoot me a Ko-fi. That's so much easier for me.
Shoot Bugs Ko-fi for art, okay? Okay. Good to do this. Good to do this. Thank you all for the wasps.
We have one item to do at the top.
Oh, let me do the donos and rules real quick first, or do we want to do the candy before there to make it more okay? Real quick run through. If you'd like to donate to the stream, please do so. This is our main job. God help us. This is what we're easiest able to do. But every $5 donation gets you honk, as you were able to hear earlier. Every $20 gets you one of the jingles. That's one of this. Every now and then, this is like a little like your baker's dozen, you get one of these. Whenever I feel like it, basically, like a small change. If we make it to $30 cumulative, every dollar donated goes towards the total amount. You'll get the Flexatone. And if I make it a $69, I will play the Slide Whistle, which I'm not going to play to demonstrate. And at $100, I will bring out the worst kazoo you've ever heard. And at $120, Bugs will play the Beast.
The Beast.
Don't worry about it. And although it's highly unlikely to happen, but should we reach the point, for whatever reason, the $200 dungeon manning has just solidified in the donation structure in there somewhere.
Yippee!
And I will play it on my side on YouTube so that I am not left out if we ever hit it while my connection is still bad. But let's do the rules real quick. I'll make this fast. Rules. There's the full ones in chat. You can read them at your leisure, whatever platform you're on. But of course, I will do a little bit of a talk along when I find where the notes are. There we go. Alright, Frankie's gonna read off a couple of the rules, not all of them. And then you will say, yes, boss. Oh, no, boss. I am on a delay, so I'm assuming that people are going, yes, yes. Yes, boss.
Yeah, they're
yes,
saying
boss.
yes. They're all saying yes.
Mm-hmm.
Looking
I
at
can
chat.
see-
You're
I
all
can
saying yes.
I trust.
Okay.
I can trust. There we go. Bugs, why do you have that gun?
Huh? What? No. This is my bookmark.
Okay. Do I want anybody telling Bugs, unless they ask, oh, Bugs, you're not playing RuneScape right. You shouldn't be hitting crabs. You should be talking to Aglar Bloikely, the evil Englishman, and trading with him. That's right. No boss. Let Bugs play how they want. Don't tell us what to fucking do. I was being a little bit more specific this time, because I watch Holly play RuneScape, and I see a couple of you RuneScape people out there, shaking in your seats, vibrating. Let them be. That's how you play. Do I want people to more or less stay on topic with us, even though this is a more relaxed podcasty type of stream? Listener? Do I want people having weird repeating side conversations? That's right. Yes, boss, then no, boss. I kind of asked you two questions. That seems confusing. That's unfair.
You tricked them. That's fun.
This isn't on the official list of rules, but I'm throwing this one as a funny bonus. What's my name?
Dunkachino.
What's my name? No, not without that Dunk's money. We're open to Dunk's money. But you got it right. It's Frankie. Frankie. The E is really important there these days. And it's definitely nothing. It's definitely not any name that don't got Frankie in it anywhere whatsoever sideways. And also, Bugs is Bugs.
I'm Bugs.
And we're both here. You have to respect us. That's Bugs.
And just to clarify,
see,
because
what
we've been
else?
getting some comments on the VODs lately. I'm a them. I'm a them. Please.
Them.
Please.
Them.
Please.
You gotta respect them. Else you get the trident will appear mysteriously in your fridge and you won't have any room for pickles is the curse I'm putting upon you, very specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll eat all your pickles. Fuck it. I don't mind pooping for a week. Let's do it.
That's not the curse I laid out, but that's also a curse, so... Alright, final rule, other than all the other ones are still there. Let's see. If you get muted, do we want you to apologize? Do we want you to say how sorry you are? Do you want to say you didn't mean to do the bad thing? And if you get blocked, do we want you to come back with an unblock message that goes, why did I get blocked? That's right. No boss, take it on the chin. And if you get blocked, reflect. Think. Consider.
Oh, that's my favorite unban request
right.
to get.
It's really good, especially because it's like, easy decision. If you write a sincere message, I promise we do, review it. And sometimes we go fair enough. Alright. That's enough for today. We're gonna play RuneScape and talk about Discord. But first, okay. Just on Urasawa. Monster's really good. And if you like action thriller kind of things, you'll enjoy it. And even if you think that's not usually your thing, you might wind up liking it, because I do. Because it's a fun, terse mystery. It's good.
So
Obsessed with the way these crabs look. Uncooked uncooked loaf of bread ass animal. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a viewer named Mistheart. And Mistheart is
Yes.
a goddamn godsend. Miss Tart timestamps every
Oh, yes.
single VOD. Every single VOD. What
Yes.
the fuck? For free,
Every
even.
single VOD.
It's
And, like,
amazing. Sergeant Miss
watched
Tart.
back through... If you've ever, like, watched back through any of our series and had a moment of, like, what do you mean Pikmin starts with the end of Pikachu channel?
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip that. You probably have Missed Heart to thank for being able to do so, and this
Yeah.
includes, like, going back through, like, Kingdom Hearts VODs. I think Missed Heart probably knows some of our streams better than I do.
Yes.
Almost certainly.
Miss Tart was
I
not
don't
able
remember
to
anything we
attend in
say.
Trick or Treat. Ergo, let's see what Miss Tart
Yes.
gets. Oopsie, that's the wrong window.
Yay! We
that.
get one
We've seen
singular
that.
last dip into the reserves for
We've
uh-huh.
seen that. We've seen that.
This is great. It's gonna take Bugs so long.
We've
I
seen
know
that.
which images specifically didn't get triggered. It's
We've
like
seen
5.
that.
Y'all missed 5. Bugs has really bad odds. You
We've
got
seen
5
that.
and 108 odds. What's that round down to?
We've seen Mulk. 5 and 108 is
We've
like
seen that.
2 point something. 4 point
Probably.
something. Probably like 4.8. We've seen that.
Oh, I'm having such a good time. I've literally
seen that.
already been, like, stacking away ideas for next time, you should all know.
Elf Fudge Blasted! No!
No, we did that one. You did that one.
We did?
We
Okay.
did that one.
Okay, then I'll let it roll.
We did.
That's right. And then we started blasting.
I
We did okay.
remember people in chat reacting to the blasted.
We did Zots.
We definitely did
mustard
Zots.
Skittles.
We did mustard
We
Skittles.
did Chicken Little Gummy Snack.
We did. I was really
Did
proud
we
of Chicken
do
Little's gummy snacks.
3 pounds of Smarties American? I don't think we did.
We might not have done 3 pounds of Smarties American.
Congratulations.
We might not have done
to
3
our
pounds of
Smartie.
Smarties American.
You get Smarties. Trick or treat.
3 pounds.
Happy November Ween.
Happy November 7th.
Happy November 7th. One and all.
I think one of my favorites was when the Hershey's bar came up and you sounded so relieved and I got to lean in and go, that's 5 pounds of Hershey bar. And he just went, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like so sincerely, so plaintively.
Yeah. It was an eye-opening moment for me, I think. Edible seaweed? God damn it.
I think I think it's really good whenever we do streams where I just hand Bugs a big sack of props.
Yeah.
Go, good luck!
So, here's what I'm doing in RuneScape right now. The Fairy Queen is sick. I have been given 3 randomly assigned items from a list of items to get for her to help her make her better. One of them, an unopened oyster, I already have. These sand crabs drop a lot of those. The other one of those, there's the unopened oyster, there's a cave eel. I can go into a cave and fish that up. That's easy. I have high fishing. The other one is edible seaweed. Now, for edible seaweed, we need to either go to Fossil Island or the island of Mostly Harmless. Mostly Harmless I can't get to. I am blocked off by a series of quests I haven't done yet. That's how it goes. Fossil Island. Fossil Island, I've completed the museum quest, so you were able to get to it. However, currently I need to build up enough favor in Hosidius to get into the woodcutting guild. To get in and ask them about wood for the sawmill. I may not even have to get into the guild to do that, but, I want to get into the woodcutting guild anyway. I got high enough woodcutting.
Yeah, you also want to do that, so...
So why am I fighting crabs? Well, these crabs have a 1 in 64 odd of dropping what we're looking for. What are we looking for? You see how this beach is covered in seaweed?
Yeah.
So, there is an identical item called edible seaweed. 1 in 64 battles
I see.
against these sand crabs drops it. The first time I fought a sand crab, I got something that drops 1 in 128 times. A casket. Which has treasure in it. It had like
casket.
10 gold coins. That was nice, I guess. That's literally nothing, but that's okay. I have been killing sand crabs for, I would say, roughly 3 hours. I'm going to give it a little bit more, and then we're going to start carrying buckets in farming country so I can get into the fucking guild so I can sail to the goddamn island and grab some off the fucking beach.
Yay! Yay!
So that's what...
Truly love that it's like, there's a way you can do this that doesn't rely on random chance.
Yeah.
It just relies on you, like, gritting your teeth through it.
But Bugs...
Oh, these crabs are beautiful.
But Bugs... Why don't you just open up the Grand Exchange and search for edible seaweed? That's not fun. That's not fun. This is fun to me. No. I'm a pervert. This is fun.
Bugs isn't playing on, like, an Iron Man account.
No.
But Bugs is functionally playing Iron Man through choice.
So please continue talking about Monster.
It's fun to have fun. Yay! Okay, so we've already shown you some of Urasawa's more like big, I guess what you would call genre type beats. His sci-fi is his. Oh, jeez. I guess Billy Bat's supernatural, right? Like, I don't know what else you'd call it. Like, House of Leaves is supernatural, right? None of you should feel worried about me comparing House of Leaves to Billy Bat.
No, it's good.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's good.
Monster, I feel like... I don't know if it's like the... Monster is the first thing I remember hearing people talking about Urasawa's work and talking about, like, this is one of the great mangas. And mostly because Urasawa's work is always really good, I can agree with that. It is a... Oh, geez. How do you start summarizing this one? How do you summarize this one without sounding like a pretentious asshole? Okay. Give me a few seconds.
What if there was a gangster who had the most horrible accent you could ever read?
There's also... That's not a part of the plot.
Yes,
it's not a part of the plot.
He's important.
He's a little important. Oh, you're talking about the baby guy.
Yes, I'm talking about the baby guy.
We don't...
I hate that guy, man.
We don't gotta talk about baby. We don't gotta talk about... He's supposed to be hateful. He literally... If Urasawa says, I want to make a character who you just fucking hate, you're gonna sit there like, I need Monkey D. Luffy to escape into this fucking manga and kill you with his bare hands. Anyways. Monster is a story. I think the only way you can describe this one without sounding terrible is by describing its plot. Okay, sorry. The problem is that if you try to summarize Monster without actually explaining what its plot is, you start saying stuff like a meditation on the concept of good and evil, and that doesn't sound enticing. I like stories that's about that, but that sounds like a New York Times article. That's nothing. What the story's about is a surgeon who is genuinely a very good man. He is working really hard. He is engaged to the daughter of the director of the hospital that he's a surgeon at. He's really talented, and if he just keeps writing reports for his boss to sign and keeps dating his daughter, his future's basically assured. But he comes into conflict with this when a very young boy is brought in for surgery, and he's told, no, we can have someone else work on this. We need you to do this surgery on an opera singer who, if he recovers, this hospital will get a lot of really good press about this. It's fine, the other surgeon's good. And he goes, no, I'm gonna save this kid. And it detonates his career, but he's done the right thing.
Yeah.
Then one of the men who decided to, downgrade him after that, after visiting the little boy's room, suddenly and mysteriously dies. which frees him up to become an important member of the hospital again. And it's very tragic, but these things just happen, except 10 years later, he starts to hear about a weird chain of murders that are all being done by someone, a number of people, weirdly enough, and it's always against middle-aged, childless couples who live kind of isolated. And one of his patients, who is a thief, is having nightmares about something he just calls the monster, and he's trying so hard to rehabilitate this man. And at one point, he finds he's escaped the hospital and is being cornered by someone. And he goes, "You can't come closer. That's the monster. That's the guy who set me up to open up that little old lady's house." But he looks, and it's the little boy whose life he saved as an adult. And he did the right thing, right? By saving a kid? The rest of the story is just about him tracking down this man.
Yeah.
And figuring out where he comes from. And feeling that he has to correct what he's caused. And it is one of my favorite stories.
Yeah.
And that is literally just like the plot of the first volume.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if you try to explain it more abstractly, you don't get how, like, thrilling and fucked up it is. Like, I can literally remember sitting and watching things like, oh my god, he's getting a clock for the lockpick who's like one of his patients because he heard him talking about wanting one when it was little. No, oh, like, it's very good at that.
Yeah.
It has some really endearing characters. It has a really good example of like a protagonist who's like genuinely such a good person. And you're watching him like decide he has to hunt down this criminal, and you buy that, and you want things to be okay for him. And there's a lot of other characters who are all really lovable and come from this, like, it's almost like it's a story that takes place like wherever James Bond isn't. So there's just people who have to live in this like super intense, like weird, like spy crime like estuary. Which, to be clear, by the way, a lot of the story literally takes place in fucking East Germany, just after, or even like before the reunification. I forget. It's either like shortly before or shortly after.
Yeah, I forget too, actually.
Yeah, like the protagonist is Japanese, but he explicitly like moved to Germany. So, speaking of which, by the way, my favorite character in this manga is Agent Lunge.
Of course.
And I'm not even gonna listen. I can't this isn't even like Zenigata or Columbo where I can be like, oh, but they're lovable. Oh, no. Lunge is not lovable. Lunge is a flat-faced, absolute son of a bitch who is fairly classically like the police officer who assumes the protagonist actually committed the murder that he was found near in suspicious circumstances and doggedly pursues him. I love him. He's such a bitch. He's great. He's wonderful. Him and Grimmer are like some of my favorite characters in fiction. I can't even explain Grimmer. You have to read the manga. You'll find out who the cheerful man who likes to eat and smiles a lot is, and then you'll cry at some point. It's fine. It's good. It's good to do this.
It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
It's good. Yeah, Urasawa, I don't know. He's so good at like characters, and they might be like, you know, archetypal kind of characters. Like I kind of think 20th Century Boy is secretly his swing at a Here's my pitch.
No,
it's a Stephen King story.
You're absolutely right.
It's straight up. Yeah, it's like it right down to the like. Go on.
It's definitely that, you know, the cultural impact that Stand By Me had in Japan.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. And when I say that, I mean it's like you are following a group of adults, and the things they did when they were children really, really matter in some ways, like almost cosmically so. Even though it was also just a bunch of shit kids being shit kids. And like Stephen King, it's very clearly based a lot on like the childhood of the author in some like very distinct ways where like you kind of suspect like if I asked around, would he have like childhood friends where it's like that's clearly who that is.
Yeah, it's you know, 21st Century Boys is very much what if it was one of the fellow kids in the group of the It kids in It.
Yes. And it's also a little bit like, oh man. I will say this though, if you hear me say that and you're like, that I don't like Stephen King, I actually think he tackles the topic better than Stephen King does, because, well, for one thing, he doesn't try and take any wild swings about racial ideas.
Yeah.
And second of all, something I like is okay, so in this story, the main characters and their like immediate friends are like this small little friend group. What I kind of love is that there's even characters where it's like, yeah, the neighborhood bullies who you've only been seeing in the childhood flashbacks are also now part of the story, but not as like, and they're evil and taken over by evil. It's like, nah, they're adults, and the worst part is that they roll up and they're like, wow, it's so great to see you. Remember when we used to play? And it's like, oh my god,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
That type of adult when they were a bully, where there's like, man, remember when we all used to play? And oh, that was fun. I missed you guys. And you're like, you broke my nose. Well, that never happened to me. I was really tall. You escape some things if you're the child in the 8th grade class, like, Mungo, do quiet reading. That was kind of my impression I gave, but in a story sense, you understand.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
the jack-o'-lantern's still there. Where's Jack? Oh, he's covering up your bank. Okay, good. No, that's a good use for jack-o'-lantern. That's our censorship jack-o'-lantern.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Also, Mossy and Robot says, it feels like this guy had ideas bouncing around his brain like goddamn neutrinos. That's a lot what it reads like,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, and it's great. Like, it feels like he takes every idea he has, like, about a subject, almost, and goes, like, I'm gonna put that all in this story about that idea. Like,
Yeah.
for Pluto, a lot of that is clearly him thinking about robots, and robots and humans living in one society, and, building off of Tezuka's ideas about, like, people would behave bigoted towards robots. What would robots want? Would some robots have kids? What happens if you were a robot built for war and the war is over? What do you do with yourself?
Mm-hmm.
It's really wonderful.
Oh god.
I remember I got to middle school and it turned out the girl who punched me in the face in Girl Scouts was there and she adored me and was so happy to see me. Childhood is complicated.
Yeah. Oy. Nightmare. Nightmare.
Shout out to the really gentle-tempered, weird wilderness children I made friends with when I was a kid, who just read ElfQuest comics and hid in a corner of the playground with me. You're a real one, Ryan.
Shoutouts to all Ryans.
I shoutouts to all Ryans. Yeah, there was a couple, I should be fair, but yeah. You have your weird childhood homies that you remember sometimes.
I was friends with a lot of Ryans that are like that. That's interesting.
It's a type somehow, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be something about like the type of parents who like name a Ryan, because like Ryan's parents were great. It's like his teacher was like the weird 6th grade teacher, weird in a good way, where like he taught a lot about like Roman myths for some reason.
Oh wow.
And his mom was just like one of those generally involved in the community kind of people. They're great.
Well, dang.
Ryan's, man. Those fairy treehouse books. Oh man, that rings a bell.
Falador, not Draenor.
Something about Ryan's.
The classic mistake.
I've come for my daily feeding of info dump. You've come to the correct, specific stream concept, which thank you all for being down for. We're more podcasts than ever before. Good news, we have a date on the hopefully better internet
Yay.
equipment getting here. Hopefully by the middle of the month-ish. Fingers crossed.
Yay.
Thank you all for your patience. What else? Is there anything else but Urasawa that I want to talk about? I guess just like... oh, right, we were talking about 20th Century Boys. Yeah. It's very fun. It bounces back and forth between, like, flashbacks to the present, and... I really do like it, because it's such, like... I don't know. Yeah, it's indulgent in some ways, in a lot of ways, but it's, like, almost an example of, like, hey, just make stories about stuff that really interests you.
Yeah,
Because...
exactly.
literally, literally, I enjoy that story so much, even though it's like, man, remember summer of like 1975 in a really specific part of Japan? I'm sitting there going like, not at all. Keep talking.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't the manga open with that really great bit of like, I was 14 and I'd snuck into the intercom system, and instead of playing the classical music during school, I put on an album of rock and roll, and I thought there'd be riots and everything would change, and nothing did.
Yeah.
Everyone just ate their lunch, and I got in a lot of trouble. But for that moment, I felt so free. And then it just smash cuts to him working at the convenience store, like as an adult, that his like parents own, and it's like, that's an opening that could lead to the world's most insufferable autobiographical comic
Yeah.
ever published on the internet. But instead, it's the lead into one of my favorite stories.
Let's see.
I love the chorus in chat of yippee, yay, yay, yippee, and then also podcast streams are always nice. I appreciate that. We
Fuck
appreciate
me running. It's by the entrance. Return to the entrance.
You'll get there.
You know, my dad did that once. The break into the principal's office to play a record thing. He was telling me all about.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah, he was like, yeah, Penny Lane had just come out, and I was like, oh.
That's so charming.
Yeah.
I don't know. I especially love that because that's such a like. I love when something is like so specifically of its time in just like a practical sense where like I think you could swap out a record easier than you could like a CD, even if you had like the same kind of intercom setup. And also, school security used to be a very different thing in this world.
Yeah.
Also, BlueEBO3 says, I like podcast streams more than actual podcasts because I always find it hard to focus when there's no visuals. I can kind of understand that. I listen to podcasts and like audiobooks like explicitly like while I'm doing something else. I listened to a lot of audiobook this afternoon while I was raking. So I definitely can't just like listen to a podcast as the act. That's wrong. You don't. No. Should one absorb Astro Boy before they can check out Pluto? No.
Nah.
Like, you could, but you super don't have to. Like, I would consider it, like, a good exercise to, if you ever want to, go back and check out, like, Astro Boy.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, no, you won't miss any context. I think if you're even, like, for one thing, Pluto actually does a good job, like, telling you what Astro Boy's main story thrust is in its own story. It's not as much about him as a character so much. And Tezuka's work was really good, but it's, you know, when like we talk about Earthbound and we talk about like, we love this game, it's so important, we love it a lot. It sure is a game invented before key item inventories existed and there's no run button. That's kind of how I feel about Tezuka. His work is really important and wonderful, and it's absolutely worth checking out. I specifically am a big fan of Blackjack, his like medical drama series, which as soon as you look up a picture of Dr. Blackjack, you're going to go, oh yes, obviously, why would Frankie have some thoughts and opinions about the handsome doctor with a big stitched together patchwork face? You did it! Yay!
I got some kind of armor. Oh, what's this?
Huh.
Black
Sick.
plate body, H2. I look stupid.
Yay!
Let's go.
Yay! Yay! But oh, that's really good. I love your sad RuneScape,
I do
lad.
too.
Non-binary. Lad, parentheses, non-binary.
Yeah, exactly. My non-binary lad. Very, very... Whenever I get into a conversation in particular, Um,
The problem is that he looks like his pronouns are him, him, him.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you. See, look at this poor little bastard in the corner here.
Ah, beautiful. So as a child, I would do nothing but watch old Astro Boy? That's good! When you're a child is when you want to absorb that. By the way, this to say, like I said, you should read Tezuka. Don't go back and read Astro Boy, all of Astro Boy to watch Pluto. You should watch Pluto. And then read around and read some Tezuka. And then stop and go, Jesus, fuck, what was wrong with you, Tezuka?
Yeah, more or less.
Don't start with Phoenix. Don't grabbing your shoulders. Don't start with Phoenix. Read the story summary before you pick a Tezuka to start reading.
What's wrong?
I recommend, sincerely, I think Dr. Blackjack's a pretty fun place to start, and even that, if you have any trouble with graphic surgical illustrations. Hey, hold on, isn't Tezuka the guy with that, like, really soft, cartoony style? Yes, for everything but the surgery. He trained to be a doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, you will see guts and lumps that you will think about.
Literally, do I even want to explain where his assistant came from, or is that, like, too gnarly?
You want to explain.
I do? Okay, so if you've ever seen any imagery from Dr. Blackjack, you know he has an assistant who looks like a cute little girl.
Uh-huh.
In one of the early Blackjack stories, he's called upon by a woman who seems to be having an impossible pregnancy and also a lot of, like, disturbances around her being caused by telekinesis. That was a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
He discovers that actually what's happening is that is her twin that she absorbed in the womb who survived and is psychic and is still, like, in her body growing and wants to take over and be the alive person. And Tezuka successfully performs the surgery to remove that and installs it into a functionally robot body that looks like a child and goes like, I did it, I recovered them. They're a whole complete person, you're fine, you won't be scandalized. And the woman does not rush to embrace this beautiful new life that exists that is a whole extant person. And that's how he gets his assistant.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that happened in Venture Bros too? I have good news for you about a series that literally, much like before, I will take a wild shot and say the creators of Venture Bros definitely read Blackjack specifically. Like,
Yeah,
if they have read any Tezuka. You know, right? Like, the love of gore, the kind of, like, even the comedy tone, because, like, the weird thing about Tezuka is that he's always, like, he puts in more gags than you would expect for everything else he's doing. Oh, jeez. Venture Bros takes a lot of good inspiration. Yeah, exactly. Like, even though I haven't seen a lot of later Venture Bros, I do know, like, nobody would make a show like that without a lot of love for the subject material and, like, a wide appreciation of cartoons and comics, you know?
Exactly.
But yeah, Tezuka is a good time. Really intense. I love seeing someone, I think, back there went like, okay, Blackjack it is. Like, yes, no, listen, I love Blackjack. I've read a lot of it. I'm that exact person. I should just, like, sit down and read all of Astro Boy someday, though. I think that'd be good for me.
No, I think it'd be good for you, too.
Couldn't be any worse than Gumby Watch.
Bugs, what are you doing? Well, what Bugs is doing is this.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I turn in a bucket of mixed compost, I get 0.1 favor. Under Frankie, there's a favor meter. You can just barely see it says 60.4%. I need to get that to 75.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Bugs is doing. Enjoy digging stream.
So how do you make the compost, Bugs? Do you just pick it out of a big pile of compost and carry it somewhere?
I buy it.
Or
I buy
how does
it.
that work?
I buy the fucking compost. I buy it.
Is there any mixing stages that you have to do to get this compost going?
Yeah. Manually mix it with the bucket.
So the reason I'm laughing is because you need to know that Bugs was doing this like while we were just on call, like shooting the shit.
Yeah.
So I have heard the litany of the buckets.
Did you know that if you just click the one bucket and click the compost, it auto mixes the rest, and you don't have to mix them one by one like I had been doing for the first 80 buckets?
Look, bugs need compost to keep themselves fed in the winter. Bugs
true.
likes a leaf litter.
That's true. I do
More
like
than a
good
compost.
Leaf litter. Good for staying warm. Good for snacks. It's easy.
Man, when I've been raking out there, I keeping like worms. You will not do good out here. Come on.
Aww.
Get on the leaf train, and then I just kind of, what I try to do is I like cushion behind them with leaves, and then I kind of rake them in the pile back to the big pile because, dummies, you're on asphalt.
There's another task you can do at low level to gain favor. You can manually push plows. Notice how it stopped after 2? That's because the handle broke. I have to bring a hammer and click repair plow, and then I can resume pushing the plow. And every so often, randomly, I will get a point of favor. Well, 0.1 point of a favor.
So this is just like an enrichment activity you can do when you're tired of carrying buckets?
I was doing this for a while before I literally went to a forestry place where a lot of people were, and I was like, what's the smart way to do this? I'm tired of this. And they went, you have to do saltpeter. And I went, okay.
Oh, that's the goods. Really especially good if the RuneScape chunk unloading abyss sky.
Yeah.
Where sometimes the end of the field is just kind of behind the sky chunk.
This is kind of like if Molasses was a game. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Listen,
you're not wrong.
It's daylight savings. We're all doing our best out here.
Romeo, what is it? I know.
Romeo.
Buddy, I know. Come here. Buddy, I'm doing a show. I can't come play. I'm sorry. Romeo, I put a duvet on my blanket, and now Romeo's scared of it, and he's also scared of my cardigan that I wear when I'm cold. When I take it off, he thinks it's some kind of horrible beast, and he's so scared of it.
Romeo. Hold up, there's a good comment up here. Bugs, tenant farmer in the Edwardian era.
Awesome. Let's go. I'm
not sure if Edwardian is the word you were looking for there, but... Romeo gets so scared sometimes.
So
My
scared.
favorite is when he gets... Jesus Christ. My favorite is when Romeo wants to be up somewhere high, but then Romeo, like, forgets. I think is the way you put it, that, like, he's why he's up high, or, like, why he's up high.
Yes.
So he goes from, I'm tall, to why am I up here? Ah!
Oh, God, I'm tall. Help. 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 And I gotta go. I know, buddy.
Help.
Alright, we're gonna talk you down. By the way, where the saltpeter is changes to 5 different locations once this runs out, and that NPC is supposed to point you to where it is.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah?
We're at 62.2
I don't think this is
favor.
ethical.
Let's fucking go!
We gotta test the Stardew Valley multiplayer situation on Connection soon.
Yeah.
I suspect if it does work, it's gonna involve a lot of Frankie ghost walking around the map on stream, but that's not new, so that's fine.
That's fine. That's fine.
You'll just see me teleporting around to water plants. Romeo has the same problems as my birds, BTW. Pet birds seem like they're just mysterious creatures to watch do things.
Yeah. Just you
Like,
and me.
I always love, like, when people post pictures of, like, well, okay, the budgie has flipped over the little Tupperware and is running around under it upside down.
Ooh.
And it's gone off the table.
Ooh. That's cute.
It's having a tremendous time. It is cute, but it's so like, what are you doing? What are your thoughts? What are your intentions? Do you know you're alive? Sir, are you aware?
Sir, are you aware that you're alive? Huh?
I'm not sure Romeo knows.
Yeah.
I think sometimes he forgets.
I think he does forget.
I think sometimes he just sits there. And he just is.
Mm-hmm.
I have so little experience with RuneScape. I love hearing all the farming methods. I find it really fascinating. RuneScape is like a beautiful elderly pug of a game, and I love hearing about it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
RuneScape is like, that's Nathaniel, he has his ways. You're like, alright. It's wonderful.
He looks very healthy, I think. Oh, that's a good way to describe
all the peeping and cheeping he does is just air passing through his ear holes. Ollie doesn't know he's alive. Yeah. See, that's what I feel. Okay, of our cats in the household, Nunu is paradoxically the animal where I look in her eyes and I don't really see, like, cohesive ideas happening in there. She's just also the cat voted most likely to figure out doorknobs, which leads to really funny situations like Nunu shoves the bathroom door open, looks through the door, looks perplexed about it being open.
What a queen.
She has the facial expression of a plush owl at all times.
Ooh.
It's a fascinating combination. We're pretty sure she could be trained to steal money, like a ferret.
Christ.
She's also capable of leaping like 6 feet into the air to catch a fly, which we all appreciate.
Yeah, that's the good stuff. When you got a cat that does that, thank God. Yes, Romeo.
Both the gray cats love hunting insects. It's great. They will lose all focus for anything in their life if they know there's a fly.
Can I please have more buckets of compost? Thank you.
Oh, I see Compost Boy is back. Look, everyone, it's Compost.
Shut up. I'm a valued customer. Shut up.
We're all really grateful for all the compost. You know that you're
like
good.
10,000 coins worth of compost from you. You need to shut up. I think
I like you 0.5% more.
Fuck you. I could be a landowner in this town with how much fucking poop I've got. But no.
Yeah, you do think that, like, I can see why it doesn't work this way for game balance, but, like, I think buying all of that would endear you to the local merchant somewhat.
No, they don't like me. They just like my money. It's fine.
Oh, Pebbles is the equal opposite of Ollie. She's aware she's alive, she's full of hate, she knows where her seeds are.
Really good.
Watching the compost lab.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I have a nice cape, you know. It's made out of pheasant feathers. Do you know how many pheasant nests I had to steal eggs from to get this? I should be respected in this town.
Wait. Well, hold up. Now I need to know what the crafting chain... I need to know what the crafting chain is between pheasant eggs and a cape.
Well, first of all, as you know, when you cut down a bunch of trees, sometimes nesting pheasants will just appear with their nests.
Sure.
And there will be a man named the forestry freak who will appear too. And,
Sure.
you will go from each individual nest the moment the pheasant flies off and steal an egg, and sometimes you'll get a feather. But if they return, they will knock you down and break all the eggs you've stolen. But if you can smuggle the eggs back to the forestry freak, then you can get anima bark. And anima bark can be used to buy outfits and extensions for your forestry bag. Now, your forestry bag, if you equip that while you're chopping logs, will give you anima bark and leaves, and you can tuck away the leaves to build things like lumberjack outfit.
Sure. I see. And to carry this home, you get the pheasant cloak by buying it with anima bark?
I get the pheasant cloak by stealing 10 pheasant feathers from pheasant nests at randomized odds to get the feathers when you collect the eggs.
Okay.
And then I manually sew it with a needle and thread. I also have a hat. The shoes for the pheasant set are just pheasant feet, and I fucking hate it.
I don't think that's good. No, do you just have bird's feet when you wear them?
Yes.
So, like, an option for playing RuneScape, to be clear, is to just be a man who has bird feet, if you want to.
There are multiple
woman,
outfits where you can have bird feet. There's the evil chicken outfit, which is apparently very rare, which you can only access if you go into the woodcutting guild and offer them an egg that you get from forestry. And I have 3 of those goddamn eggs, and I can't offer them because I need to sell these fucking buckets to the fucking people in this fucking town. I'm sorry to say this.
And then you can get the chicken outfit, which is the point of all of this.
The point is so I can talk to the sawmill operator, so I can get to Fossil Island, so I can get a piece of seaweed off the beach, so I can cure the fairy queen, so I can use the fairy rings, so I can teleport.
Are you gonna buy your compost or not?
I'm sorry. Thank you for the compost. This is some court
really
wizard
good from
bullshit.
Chat. Bugs, I really hate to say this. This is some court wizard bullshit.
I'm just doing my fucking job. I'm just doing my fucking job.
I think you could play RuneScape as Rincewind the Wizard, and it would actually be like a pretty smooth roleplay concept to work with. This game has to have like star wizard robes.
Oh, I wonder. Hi, Romeo. Hang on.
There has to be. Hey, Romeo.
What are you doing, bud? Come here. He wants to be held, but he doesn't want to be picked up. You square that goddamn circle. Yeah, bud. Come on. Come on. Come on. I will not trick you. Come here. Come here. I will not trick you. You will not be tricked. Hi!
He's a mysterious child.
He is. So I finished Carpe Jugulum, and then I finished the 5th Elephant, and it was really...
Yes.
The 5th Elephant was really good.
You'll have to know that, like... We had to take a little bit of extra time between streams because I wasn't doing good. But before we had to take that extra day, we were talking about, like, well, maybe we'll go back to Pokemon, even though it's not, like, very easy to do with my net being this bad, because Bugs was like, I just started 5th Element, and I think it's got some meat on it. That was 2 days ago.
Oh, 5th Elephant.
The 5th Elephant.
Elephant. You see, the Discworld is held up by 4
the 5th elephant
that stand on the back of Atuin, the turtle.
Atuin, the great sea turtle.
And the 5th one was the one that kind of missed and crashed in the middle of the disc and died and became a mountain.
Yeah. And to be clear, this was like millions of years ago in the early geological development of the disk, and is technically a folklore that is somewhat supported by geological, you can see that there is an impact, you can see that there's these strata. Dwarf legends talk about it because of this being the idea of where a lot of veins of gold come from, because obviously the elephants of the disc are made out of living rock. Not like dead rock, but like rock and iron, because otherwise how would an elephant hold up a whole world? Think about it.
Obviously.
But also part of why it's believed that the fifth element legend may be true is because of the fat mining regions.
Yes.
Schmaltzberg.
Yes. Full of fat mines.
You might have noticed that this is a lead up for a pun. Yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
Yes, it is. But also, like, then you're gonna read a whole book with a surprising amount going on in it about, like, the geopolitical importance of being able to get the especially good fat deposits from Schmaltzberg for candles because it makes, like, really good candles and there's no advanced electricity-based lighting technique yet.
But there is,
We're carrying that pun all the way home, baby.
There is, Morse code / texting.
Yes! Oh, yes, it's the book that first has the clacks,
Mm-hmm.
which is, like, semaphore tower system actually becoming a permanent part of the disk infrastructure, which is really, really fun. Yeah, fat mines.
Yeah.
From Schmaltzberg. That's where they mine the really good fat, the underground deposits of fat. Like, well, okay, so it's not the same thing as, but, like, you know, in Ankh-Morpork, they had the mine's been closed for, like,
Yeah.
ages. But they still call it Treacle Mine Road, even though they're no longer mining the ancient sugar deposits that form the various forms of raw, mine sugar,
Well,
which
what's interesting,
some of it gets refined. But the treacle is the runoff, of course, obviously.
What's interesting is, the Treacle Street mines are closed, but it is noted that it was discovered following more mining opening up over in Uberwald, that there were cane crystal deposits found. So there are hardcore sugar deposits.
Yes,
over
much
there.
higher quality.
Yes, much higher quality. Which doesn't surprise you because it is on more pork. Of course, it would be lower quality.
Well, you know how it is there. Plus, they were probably mining through like 2 layers of Ankh-Morpork.
Ugh.
Question, teachers? I missed a little bit of lecture earlier. I'm confused. Are we talking about Discworld or Hellworld Candyland? Discworld
It can be two things.
A fantasy world. And here's the thing, is that you hear that and you think a little bit like, oh, well, it started as like a parody and like a pastiche, so it's going on like Conan the Barbarian, it's going on like Lord of the Rings, it's going on these traditions. That's correct. But I think there's a little Wizard of Oz in there, because it's like a fantasy world that's like...
I didn't buy more
it's
compost.
It's not a fairy tale world.
God damn it, go back to the lady. Oh
my god, you fucking... I full thought Discworld was a science space novel? No, that's what's so goddamn funny about it. It is a fantasy setting, but it's a fantasy setting where, like, the guy doing it is having very developmental society tech progressing thoughts sometimes. Does Discworld have the meat horse? No, thank god, no.
The what? Oh. Yeah, no. Hey, it's 10.
No. I honestly, it's 10 o'clock, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, before we go on break, what I'll just say real quick is, Discworld is like a fantasy story, but the fairy tale story world is just one dimension over, and sometimes it knocks, and that's never good.
Mm-hmm.
Merry 10 o'clock, Holly. Merry 10 o'clock to
one
everyone
and all.
celebrating.
What time
Okay,
is
we
it,
take a
boy?
break.
Why, it's 10 o'clock,
This is a
sir.
powerful
Bring
combination.
me the biggest goose you have.
Yeah? Alright. Get up, take a break, drink some water. Bugs, stop playing RuneScape.
Okay.
We will be back in 10 minutes. Good night, Fandom Hop. Ay.
Let me put on some tunes. These tunes. Okay, BRB. Good night, Holly.
Hello. Hey, Strawberry Lemonade Gay. Good night, Buzz. Good night, Bubble Beans.
Good night, Buzz. Hello. Oopsie. Anyway.
Hello.
A ghost friend.
Goes good. Ate a little bit of my leftovers from dinner. Went downstairs. So because the front rooms that we needed to paint got painted, the cats have been given like actual ability to wander the house. And first of all, it's good once again to just see cats running about, but also the tuxedo cats specifically are having like running around. Harley is very small, and she acts like she's terrifiedly skittering, but she's also been exploring the most, which is very funny. Skulking.
Skulking. The beast. The beast.
The beast.
The beast.
Pardon?
Well, back to compost.
Bugs is having fun. Bugs wanted to do this stream.
I wanted to do this.
Bugs plays
I wanted to do
RuneScapes by
this.
choice.
Frankie's not holding a gun on me and making me play RuneScape.
Presumably there's other things Bugs could do in RuneScape. Bugs is doing this because this is the things Bugs wants to do.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. It is, sadly.
It is.
Oh,
No,
it's
it's good. It's good. I've been playing that phase of Stardew Valley where like I'm on year 2 and I make a lot of money, but also I'm having fun spending too much money on seeds all the time.
Oh, that's the goods.
It's good. And okay, I finally figured out. I never do much with the quarry because like just leaving it and then checking on it sometimes, and oh, you gotta leave it totally empty or else you won't get. No, fuck that. Plant it entirely full of trees in a grid, wood trees,
Ooh.
and then you forget about it,
Ooh.
and then you come back and you get like 2,000 goddamn pieces of wood all at once. It's great. It's beautiful. That's what you do, baby. That's the quarry purpose.
That's
the quarry is my logging camp. It is.
67.8
But also
favor,
that does
baby.
involve me. Oh, can we reach 69% favor tonight? We have to. We must.
We will.
Surely. Surely you can do that
We will
tonight.
probably
Yes.
hit 69 favor in the next cycle of chores, which will be fun.
Yeah. We'll celebrate. We'll celebrate.
Yay.
So in Discworld, I'm slightly behind Bugs because I'm listening to audiobooks and also just doing the watch books. But I just finished up Jingo, which is really fun, especially because it has, along with a really fun plot, Vimes does something to some guys, man. Can't be lighting a man's cigar with an ember under the open starry sky, sitting in the ruined village of the man that was destroyed like thousands of years ago. Like, what's going on? Come on now.
Oh yeah, what is that? The King of Kings. It's an analog to that one. Look upon all I've created.
Ozymandias, yes.
Yeah.
It's very fun, especially since like Tacticus is one of those reoccurring characters. But I wanted to say, like, I just started The Fifth Elephant, the book that Bugs just like ended. Yeah, well, especially okay. So I found it's been done on the Penguin audiobook, so I got to start it. But I have to say, like, it's really like all the Discworld books are really fun. But like, I feel like Fifth Elephant is like one of the first books that feels like very beautifully written sometimes.
Yeah,
like,
it's
that sounds
tight.
bad.
It's tight.
Like, that sounds bad because if I say it's beautifully written, you go like, oh, so the other Discworld books aren't? No, the other Discworld books are really funny and really thrilling and have really fun characters.
But this one is
Fifth Elephant is where you get, like, some fun prose and a really good balance, and
oh man,
it makes me remember like, oh yeah, right, like the later like books like this like have like a bigger, I don't know, he's cooking something else. It's all good, but he starts like really drilling down on some stuff over time.
The way that it opens with the werewolf chase. Oh man, and the moment you realize what was
Yes.
happening in the intro, when you finally get the concept explained to you
Yeah.
by another characters, just ugh.
Yeah, which, like, to be clear, like, Fifth Elephant opens with, like, first, the usual description of how the Discworld is put together, which is the... I can see now where someone could get mixed up and assume it's a sci-fi thing, because I always stress, like, the Great Atuan, the turtle swimming through space, but to be clear, that's just, like, their planet is a flat disc on elephants on a turtle.
Mm-hmm.
That's not, like, anything someone built. That's just how life is. I think, like, even in World, there's even a gag once or twice about, like, theoretical round globe planets. It's ridiculous. The ocean would fall off.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good. Oh, the world building for
Oh,
the
which, by the way, if you're wondering...
dwarves. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, if you ever wondered when we describe this, like, okay, it's a flat world, what about the ocean? It goes off over the edge.
Uh-huh.
It goes off over the edge. Endlessly.
Mhm.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
You
it.
can fall off. Don't worry about it.
Um,
Don't. I recommend not doing that. Oh, but the world buildings with, like, the dwarf culture stuff in Fifth Element.
69.4 favor.
Elephant. Yeah! Yay! You're so close. You're so close. Don't do the math.
So, the dwarves, in particular, learning about the Low King, which is very funny immediately. But,
Yes.
you know, the Knockermen. Oh my god, what a concept to put into that. So, you know how in caves, there will be explosive gas in some places? The Knockermen
Yeah,
are...
infamously, you get, like, pockets of the bad glass.
could you explain to chat what the Knockermen are?
Okay, so, in Discworld, dwarves mine, obviously, because that's what, in all fantasy things, dwarves do. They mine. And in Discworld, that's, like, the starting point, which then becomes, like, Pratchett really thinking hard about, like, what would it mean if the main thing that most of your people did was mining? It would be important to you. And the things that are important in a mine become important to the miners. The Knockermen are a special class of mining dwarves who don't mine rock. Instead, they're the ones who get trained to move in completely dark tunnels, moving and slowly exploring any place that might have this bad gas, using, like, a lantern that doesn't have any raw flame, if any light at all. And their job is to find where the bad gas is, stand back hopefully far enough, and throw a lit piece of material to set the gas off to disperse it. And because that's such an incredibly dangerous job, and surviving at it is hard, and also you're the dwarf who's spending the most time in the dark, in the heavy, listening to this core place to your, like, entire people. And as a result, it kind of became, like, they're not religious in the way where if I say, like, they became, like, holy men, it's not, like, because they commune with their god. They have a god. They don't really have that relationship with their gods. They're, like, specifically men who understand the dark and the deep and the digging and the holes, and become, like, important, influential figures, and also get tied up in this idea of dwarves who are, like, never see the light because that's unclean, because that's, like, it's beneath you, it's above you. It's, yeah, profoundly spiritual is a fun way to put that. But that's what the Knockermen
Holy
are,
man,
is that
shut
the
up.
people who did
Pratchett
that.
himself in chat. Fuck off.
I'm gonna pin that. I gotta pin that. I have to pin that. You have to pin. Was that why? Is that what he was doing? This Pratchett! You son of a bitch!
So because
there's two very different authors, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Pratchett gets the more ireful one.
So, due to the nature of the job and how dangerous it is, people usually don't go looking for this job, and in fact are asked to become knockermen. And when it has happened, when it
Yeah.
happens, it is a great honor to your family, and your family basically acts
Yes.
from then
They assume
on.
you're going to die.
The family acts from then on like you have died.
Well, until you start coming back. And if you come back enough times, then you're not only lucky, but if you survive to be old, you will become someone with a profound amount of importance to other dwarves because you are a dwarf who knows the right ways and has that connection. And there's a bit at the beginning of the book that I really like where they talk about, like, why. Okay, so Ankh Morpork, we've explained to you guys before, is like, it's fantasy London. It's this big, sprawling, filthy, crime riddled metropolis. And also, there's poor people there besides the rich people who steal from everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And a thieves' guild, too. They're nice.
Yeah.
But a lot of dwarves live there because it's a place you can go and you can get a job, and there's food. Dwarves infamously in the series eat rats like as their main staple food,
Mm-hmm.
which I actually enjoy because there's a reoccurring gag about like rats. That's 4p. Rats with ketchup 7p. What? Why does the ketchup cost almost as much as the rat? You ever had a rat without ketchup? Uh, I enjoy.
Christ.
But like literally, it's like come to the city. There's lots of food. There's lots of place to live. You can make money here. You can send it back. But like for those dwarves, it's explicitly talked about. Like, well, if you're a dwarf living in the city, you know you're not living like the right way. You're not living the way that your parents did. So you kind of like having people around who are doing it right, because then you can think to yourself, well, someone's doing it right. And if you're paying attention, you might notice Pratchett's talking about dysphoria type feelings.
Yeah.
Pratchett's talking about like, you know, literally like the immigrant experience, and he's not talking about it in a like, and in this Pixar movie, this is an allegory for. It's just he's talking about dwarves, and he winds up talking about this cultural thing we all understand as well. That's
Yeah.
kind of part of it.
Cheery
And it's very
Littlebottom,
fun.
who is a character who more or less
Yes.
introduces the concept that dwarves are kind of trans. Um,
Yes. Which oh man, that's actually I wanted to talk about Cheery because she's like a big part of Feet of Clay too. But please
yeah.
go on.
Kind of introduces. She's explaining to Vimes, who's the captain of the guard. That like, well, yeah. I mean, we all move here, we all live here, we love here, but there is another king who is contesting for the crown, who believes that all of those who left the dwarven city should be declared not dwarven, which means they could not return
Not
home.
dwarf enough.
Yeah. And she
Right.
explains, like, yeah, you move out here, but, like, in your heart, almost every dwarf dreams of going home and opening a little mine of their own,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and something that Vimes catches, which I really enjoy, is that when he's talking to both Cheery and Carrot Iron Foundation, who I really like this book kind of taking care to reiterate, like, we've talked about him before last time, he's a human by birth, but he was adopted by dwarves. And as he puts it very firmly, like, near the beginning of the book, like, no, I am a dwarf. It doesn't matter that I'm 6 foot tall. I'm tall for a dwarf. But I have undergone the rites of a dwarf. I was adopted and raised by dwarfs. I know how to do very specific, like, rites. I follow specific things to a dwarf. I am a dwarf. And something that Vimes catches about him and Cheery and the way they talk is he goes, back home. They don't notice it, but they keep saying back home. Carrot's lived here a while now. He loves this city. But it's always the dwarf's back home.
Yeah.
It's still home.
Yeah. It's really fascinating.
Are y'all reading them in order? Bugs is.
I am.
Please don't tell us about anything from books later than The Fifth Elephant. I have read the whole series. I didn't read it in order or by any of the sensible orders that people recommend online. I read the book series like I was lost on a subway system. It's more or less what I did.
I started reading The Truth last night, and now I'm halfway through it.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, I want to talk about Moist.
It's good. Moist.
Oh, sorry, different one. William DeWord.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry what you talked about. I also love William DeWord.
Okay.
But more importantly, Otto von Schreck isn't that one. He's my favorite.
Is that the one from Going Postal?
Yes,
I
don't worry
see.
about it.
Okay.
I did genuinely mix them up, though.
I think
That
William
that
and
was me
Otto have something
misspeaking
going
entirely, not
on.
me mixing up the plots. William and Otto von Schreck. Okay, we'll circle back to Cheery in a second. I promise.
Otto is so fucking
Shelving.
funny.
So vampires in Discworld are really good because they are vampires. Also, Chenibus Forge says, "Where am I? Who are you people? Is that a rat eating a pizza?" That's what Ankh Morpork is like.
Yeah.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
The Ankh Morpork, like, I call it London, but you have to understand. I'm going to get shot for this. London is the New York of England.
It is, though. Literally, in Ankh-Morpork,
It
it's
is
referred to as the Big Wahooey, which is basically the equivalent of an eggplant slash pear.
No, it's worse. A wahoonie is specifically noted as being a really big fruit that smells really bad. It's a durian. I think it's a durian.
Sorry,
It
in the truth
specifically
they
says
just
it smells
recently
really
referred
bad.
to it as an evil vegetable, but I think no, you're right. That's a durian.
It might be a vegetable, but I always imagined
No,
a
it's gotta
durian.
be a
Does New
durian.
York also smell like sewage?
Yes.
So
Yes.
New York's garbage
Yes.
is piled up on the curb
Okay,
and
let me
gets
describe
taken
a
like
scent to
once
you.
a week.
Here's my experience of visiting a friend in New York in 2015. I would say.
Don't mind me.
The garbage collection crew was on strike. Good for them. It was
Good for them.
a hot New York summer. In New York, there isn't exactly recycling bins to be pushed out. You just kind of pile trash in the bags on the street. Now, because the garbage crew had been on strike for a while, and because it was a very hot summer, and even when you stand in New York, normally, on a normal day, the scent coming off the sewers is, shall we say, ripe. In fact, if you go to New York in winter, you will witness fog coming off of those sewers, and it is magical. The scent was very unique, and it stays with me. So I would say that New York does have a certain smell.
It does, and I've never been to New York. The best I've ever done is that if you're ever unfortunate enough to be in San Francisco, when it's like been sunshiny and there's no wind up.
Oh man, the dog
smells like
smell.
France, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
Just raw pee, just human pee, just oh, you guys shut down how many public bathrooms? Great. No, good, yeah, this was a good idea. Thanks. Ankh Morpork is like a cousin to Gotham, is my belief, but only if it took itself too seriously and had an Art Deco tilt. Gotham is it? I forget. Is it that Superman City is New York
Superman
and
City is
Batman's
the West Coast
is supposed to be Chicago?
The Daily Planet is actually modeled off of the City Hall out here.
Right. Okay, Gotham is New York, and Superman's city is kind of Los Angeles.
Kind of LA.
Get shot.
And Ted Cord City, Central City,
streets.
is Seattle, baby. Let's go. We love the Space Needle.
Oh, God. Do we?
Or, wait, no, the one with the arch. Is that Seattle? Anyway. And Green Lantern
That's not Seattle.
And Green Lantern has his own thing. We all forget whatever it is.
We don't listen. There's a lot of superheroes in some tertiary locations. We're not going to worry about it. It's
St. Louis. Thank you.
The Great Lakes Avengers, that kind of thing.
Oh, we love the Great Lakes Avengers.
Do we?
Squirrel Girl's on there. We fucking love them.
That's true. The Joker's based off the clowns that harass New Yorkers on a near daily basis. If they made a Joker who wore an offbeat, like an off-brand Elmo full bodysuit, I would be happy again.
Shit.
But that's not. Can you imagine?
Put money in my sock, Batman.
Be beautiful. You can't fight me now, Batman! You'll traumatize the children!
Naked cowboy...
What will you tell them?
Naked cowboy-themed Joker? I was just about to say naked cowboy-themed Riddler. God damn you.
What's going on in New York?
There's a performer there who is famous for being nude or semi-nude who plays guitar, and he has competitors.
Okay.
One of them is a woman because you can be topless in New York legally. And
Good.
it's interesting. It's an interesting scene in Times Square.
That makes me think of a group of professional clowns beat up the Joker. I have more in-depth opinions about that Tumblr post than are ever going to be explored on air. I cannot possibly show my ass on how much actual thought I have given to the character of the Joker. I think it's like a bar below me actually liking Komeda. Anyways, where were we talking about in Discworld? We're gonna play Danganronpa someday. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good time. Frankie Info Dump, go on now!
Well...
This is so evil!
Well, go on then.
That's 30K! One son of a bitch had 30K to hand!
You'd best get
okay. Talking. So... The problem with the Joker is that, obviously, we can't talk about clown eggs. No, you hold your point. I don't need two of you telling me to talk about that. I got the first one. Hold your point. Hold your points.
Let me refund that one. I
don't
know how to
gotta pay me twice. Honest. Oh, I think you just say, like, I don't know. There's gotta be a button back here for that. I'm checking. You play your game. I'm back here in the... No? Huh. Okay. Don't worry about it. We'll figure out a way to give you that back, probably, when Bugs isn't playing the game. Anyways. Well, the problem is it's not in the rewards for request queue. It's all wasps in there. Oh, no. This is because it's, like, backdated. Okay, hold on. Page of wasps. Page of wasps. Page of wasps. At the end of the page of wasps, trick or treats. Here we go. Mark is complete. Reject and refund points back to user. There you go. There you go. Okay, sorry about that. No, the clown eggs are the clown face museum, y'all.
One time...
It's you paint... Okay.
One time on Mira's stream, she was really high, and her mods were refunding everyone doing, like, bonks and head pats and setting off Grandpa.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize what was happening. I was like, oh my god, I think something's broken. It's not refunding right. And one of the mods immediately went, you fucking narc. I'm like, what? I didn't even know you could do that. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not a narc, I'm just stupid.
So real quick... No, you didn't know. Also, deeply funny bit for mods to do, to be honest. Okay,
it was great.
So, first of all, quick sidetrack. The clown eggs thing is that clowns have very specific face paint, and each specific clown more or less has, like, a copyright on their face. You're not supposed to use someone else's face pattern. That would be weird. That's like... Oh, let me put it this way. Clowns have solved the, hey, it's cool to do stylistic things, and people can do studies, but it is... kind of weird to, like, specifically trace someone else's artwork entirely. That's wearing someone else's face paint. You gotta be your own person. So to get those things clear, there's the Clown Face Museum, and you just paint out, like, the specific clown face pattern onto a egg that's been blown out and, like, cleaned out. Like, you know, people how they do that, and then you have that, and that's your copyright, okay? My problem is I've heard about this since I was a kid, so I'm always like, yeah, the clown face eggs. What people...
We all know about the face museum.
We all know this. Every time Grandpa appears and voices the voice, I think it's the alien. Okay, so. Obviously, everyone knows that the Joker becoming super hyper-violent sucks. It's dumb. I hate everything about the entire march of Batman into, like... Batman using a gun sucks, and the problem is at the end of the day, when a character is one that can be, like, tossed from between people with entirely different things, and as the reader base or watching base of any given media, like, it's older,
you're going to get
you run the risk of getting, like...
enough to get into the guild this time.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yay! You can do it, you can do it. You get... How to put it? Once you have 40-year-old dudes who liked something when they were kids, sometimes what you get is those guys going, well, I liked this when I was a kid, so I want it to be really serious and important now.
Mm-hmm.
And the way you make something really serious and important is to have people shoot guns, and
Mm-hmm.
people die because they get hit by a gun.
Mm-hmm.
That's a gross simplification. I ain't Linkara. I don't got all this small history stuff nailed down. I wish I was. He's the last man still making a fedora work for him. It's powerful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I say that sincerely, by the way. Nobody narc on me to Linkara. I'm a fan. Anyways.
Is there a bank in here?
By the way, if you're interested in hearing me discuss why it's really grim when a once, more fun series becomes something made for middle-aged dudes who have opinions about guns, please look forward to the Lupin the Third slideshow eventually.
Please, look
Help.
forward to it. Oh, hello, brother.
Please look forward to it.
Thank you. It's a beer and a kebab from my drunken elf friend. I mean, dwarf friend.
Yay! But here's the thing. I think, obviously, the Joker, he's always gonna be, he's never gonna, abide by the clown code. Because the clown code says, hey, maybe don't be a violent doofus. And, the usual kind of if you're a clown who works with kids, you're not supposed to drink in front of kids, all the, the clown rules, clown law. Pointing around the audience. You all know clown law.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think the Joker's so much more fun, the sillier he is, and I think nothing he's doing should cause, actual threat of harm, except for, by accident or negligence. It should never be, I released a toxin that makes people die, and they're grinning. Also, that's, what is that even? That's not a joke. That's not a coherent thought. That's just, someone thought really hard about messed up ideas. No, the Joker should be I'm going to launch a gigantic pie that's going to hit Gotham City's mayor, and Batman's there a pie's the size of a meteorite, and I think people are going to drown. It should be someone with a cartoon idea of concepts in a not quite cartoony enough setting.
Yeah.
That's what I think the Joker is the most fun. And also, he should a little bit be a petty shitheel criminal. He should just be robbing banks sometimes.
No, you're right. You're right.
I always think it's the most fun when you can kind of tell that whoever the Joker was, he was a shitheel crook. That he should know Plastic Man's original identity.
Fuck,
They should have
Eel
drunk
O'Brien.
together.
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
right,
exact
You're right.
Eel O'Brien, baby. Which, just slowly looking towards chat, did you know that Elastic Man's original identity was named Eel O'Brien, and he was a shitheel mobster?
Yeah, Plastic.
He's the best one they ever did.
Yeah, Plastic Man fucking owns. We love Plastic Man.
Plastic Man fucking owns. And I saw someone make a really wonderful, mixed media fan comic about, the interplay of him working for the feds with, hey, sometimes he dresses up like a girl, just to do his mission.
Mm-hmm.
Which involved him running away on a train with a bunch of people who were being monitored by the feds with his best friend, who's a clown, by the way. Did you guys know that Elastic Man's, best friend and sidekick is a clown who used to be protected by Mother Nature?
You know how it is.
Comics can be so wonderful. I had to take a drink there. I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, Phantasmagoria Glitch. That's another one of those things I wish I, had a link saved to somewhere. Yeah, Woozy Winks.
Yeah.
When Woozy Winks was introduced, he was the man who was protected by Mother Nature, and anytime someone tried to hurt him, an earthquake or a storm or something would, stop them magically.
Oh my god, it is Redwoods.
It is Redwoods!
What the fuck?
Wow! Actually looking like Redwoods do!
Damn.
You never see that in video games.
That's amazing.
And you have to get up on scaffolding to even cut them. That's great.
That's really cool. What the hell?
Also earlier, Steve-O Citrus says, Joker releases thousands of bats wearing clown noses. Bruce Wayne funds rabies shots for the entire city. Exactly. You get it. You get it. Batman's the most fun when he's around, arguably very ridiculous figures, but either what they're doing has genuine consequences, their motives are genuinely bad,
Mm-hmm.
or no matter how silly they are, there's something inherently tragic about who they are and why they're there in this constant cycle they're stuck in.
Yeah.
That's, like, I really loved I'm divisive. I like Batman the Animated Series. I don't think you should make... Pulls up a chair. Why did you make the Joker a wife beater? Why did you make the Joker, like, an abusive boyfriend explicitly? Why did you, in your children's show, decide to make your funny clown character a domestic abuser? Because that's done some permanent damage to the Joker. And I hate it, and it's the worst to me. But anyways, I really like the episodes that were about the actress who had, like, I forget what her name was, but it was like she played a child on television in a sitcom.
Yes, Baby Doll. Oh man.
Yeah. Baby Doll. Her
I don't know
episodes
if
were
that
my
was her
favorite,
actual
and to
name.
me, that's like. I think that was her name on the TV
Baby
show.
Doll,
Or it's
Batman.
something close like that.
Yeah, Baby Doll. Mary Doll. Oh man.
Yeah.
That episode's a heartbreaker.
Those to me are like, that's. Yes. That to me is like, that's what I want Batman villains to be like. But the Joker should be that villain where, like, you never get that payoff of vulnerability
Mm-hmm.
ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be, like, the interesting tension of the Joker, is that there is no, like, why are you doing this? What is your revenge? What is your motivation? The Joker should be a black hole of motivations.
Yeah.
And he should be, like, a little dangerous because you don't really know what he's gonna get mad about or decide is a problem. Like, another episode I really love is, like, the episode where the Joker just gets really mad at a totally normal dude for, like, almost no reason. That I like a lot, where it's like, yeah, he shouldn't be, I'm gonna track people down and carve their faces off and give them a frowny face, Batman. Isn't that a joke? No, it's not. You have no structure, sir. You have no punchline. You have no coherent narrative. Good day, sir. Anyways. But it should be like, hey, someone rear-ended the Joker's getaway car on accident, and now their life has been replaced with rubber duckies. What? Yeah, listen,
Yeah. You know how it is.
he's trapped in his house. But that's what's fun, because, like, you should have, like, Joker as a foil to Batman should represent everything that Batman is doing that isn't existing in society as Bruce Wayne is. It is being the person who is just like a name, who just exists in this weird world of, like, cat and mouse. The Joker has no, like, taking it off and going and pretending to be something else. He is like the you can just do this forever person with no connection back to mundane reality. You can stop being the person who does this for any tragic reason. What if you just didn't have a reason? What if you just did this forever and it was just fun? That's the fun. Because Batman, at the end of the day, always has to be the person who's always motivated by what he's lost and some tie back to being a normal goddamn human, even if that's not really him being Bruce Wayne. It's the people who know him, like his adopted kids or his butler. So, I think that was 12 minutes ago that someone gave that info dump request.
Yay. I'm just going to have a little peek
I wish Batman was fun.
Into what this area looks like on a forestry world, because I'm curious. Not a lot of people doing forestry today. Oh, hang on.
Just take a look at it. Joker should be more inscrutable. Exactly.
Exactly.
You should never be able to tie Joker back to a normal goddamn human being.
Yeah.
Like, I still think Harley should exist, but she should be there like, listen, I just want to study him under a magnifying glass like he was a bug. Is that so wrong? He's my wet little scrumbler boy. He's my sop and wet blowbo Batman. Like, that should be their relationship. It should just be like, nah, listen, I'm gonna keep doing this crime thing for 30 years and I'm gonna publish a book.
My god, it's actually near empty. That's crazy.
Wow, none of the anthill type behavior.
I know, I'm surprised. I thought it would be full of it.
Well, Tuesday night, 10:43 p.m. on the West Coast,
I can't
admittedly.
imagine why it isn't full of people. I can't imagine.
Who can say? Maybe they heard me talking about the Joker somehow.
Yeah, maybe. Sad.
I'm so tired of is Batman being a bad dad and the like, and which one is the true face, Batman or Bruce? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
If anyone is doing that shit, we are going. Okay, how does Lupin the Third have so many of the same goddamn problems
crazy.
as Batman? They're not like the same genre in any. Well, they kind of are. Like, you feel like Lupin could exist in the same world as like DC Batman somehow. Like, just he doesn't go there because why would you go there? Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, here's some activity, but I assume those are mostly monsters.
Huh, oh yeah, those are goblins. Actually, if you go on a free world, this is where people hang out, back at the goblins, and just shoot the shit all day. That's where I was hearing about, like, well, he's actually dating. He doesn't know that actually that's her alt that he's dating. He doesn't know that that's not her. He doesn't know it's someone else.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That type
the
of
goss,
gossip. Yeah.
The goods.
I was just sitting and listening on that, like, what the fuck is going on in RuneScape?
But to real quick finish my thought earlier, with both Lupin and Batman, if you're watching a story and it starts getting onto some, like, but what is your true, actual identity? They don't have any ideas. It's not ending anywhere coherent. They don't actually understand the character. The whole point of Batman, to me, Batman is exactly who he is.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever he's doing is all just part of his weird deal. And I'm I'm somewhat on the side of, like, Batman is kind of who he is, Bruce Wayne is a little bit who he plays. But also, it's really funny to imagine that they're both pretty sincere.
Yeah.
He just lives like this.
Yeah. I think Bruce Wayne is a very sincere man. As Batman.
I think so. I think it's funnier to imagine, like, no, he really is just like this, just now and then he gets the unquenchable desire to go and keep the city safe in a really weird, inefficient way, and that's alright. He's doing good if the Wayne Foundation, like, you know, in a lot of continuities, he is actively doing a lot for the city with his foundations and everything, just, he's also like this.
Mm-hmm.
And with Lupin, oh my god, we'll get into this eventually. Not tonight. We're gonna circle back to Discworld in a minute here, but...
So tell the people about Otto.
Why do people... Okay. Otto von Schreck is a vampire in Discworld, and vampires in Discworld are my favorite because they are vampire-ass vampires. They are vampires. They wear capes. They are weak to sunlight and holy water and blood. The whole 9 yards. It's my favorite. I have a pet peeve about people who want to use vampires but decide they gotta make them special boys that don't wear capes because that would be lame. No. Any vampire, even if they don't wear a cape, here's my rubric, should feel like they could wear a big dumb cape.
Yes.
And rock it.
Yes.
If you're a vampire, if you feel like if you put a cape on that vampire, it would look bad, you did bad. Mm-hmm. Redo it. Yeah. Otto von Schreck is the capiest goddamn vampire in the world, and I love him.
So fucking funny. It's established in The Fifth Elephant that there's a class of vampires who are attempting to wean themselves off of human blood and have become the equivalent of teetotalers. Teetotalers? Teetotalers?
Teetotalers.
Teetotalers.
Teetotalers. Teetotaler. T as in T-E-E, total, as in, like, total. Totalers. Teetotalers. How is this a word that you've never heard? No, I shouldn't make fun. Everyone has their
I've
things.
never heard it, like, out loud before. Teetotaler?
That's actually fair. I've got weird parents. Teetotaler.
Teetotaler.
No, it's not toddler. Everyone telling her toddler is wrong. It's like this. Total.
Uh-huh.
This would... That was me not knowing how to spell total. Don't make fun of me.
Oh, wait. Why don't I have... Hang on. What's going on with this quest? I got everything checked off. What do you mean? Hang on. Hang on. I have to figure out what's going on here.
Should I
I
keep
should head
talking? Or
back to
do
the
you need a moment
rock
to think?
sawmill. Okay. Um. So
Uh-huh.
Otto is obsessed with light instead of getting blood.
Yes. Yeah, which to back up slightly, the way that being a teetotaling vampire works is that vampires have figured out they kind of just need something to fixate on. It's literally like
Autism.
a literal survival-based form of addiction, like uh what's the term, like they're replacing an addiction with something else.
Oh,
And
yeah.
for a lot of them, they get obsessed with, like, you know, Lady Margolotta, who is a politician, who is like kind of the face of this movement, is pretty much implied to be able to not need to drink blood because of politics, because she so enjoys politics and like it keeps her so busy, she can just focus her obsession on that instead. Which I kind of enjoy, because there's even some talk of like, well, sure, what it's really about is power. That's what really mattered to you. Blood is just like a way of keeping score.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but you're saying, like, Otto's thing, he's obsessed with photography.
Oh, yeah. He talks about, like, I even dream about light when I'm not thinking about it. Here's the thing. Light burns vampires. So what happens
Yes.
every time the flash
And
of
that-
Otto's camera goes off?
Which, to be clear, you might say to yourself, oh, but that's like artificial light. No, Terry Pratchett's the realest one in the whole goddamn world. Camera flashes also affect a vampire if it's strong enough, and the one position where you're most likely to be hit by it directly is a vampire holding a goddamn camera, because the flash goes off directly against him.
The flash...
And it kills him, and it ashes him.
The flash is operated by Salamander. No, wait, that's Darklight. No, it is Salamander for that. The eels are the Darklight.
No, it's Salamanders. Which in Discworld, it should be mentioned really quickly. They do have cameras. You may be thinking, wow, that's a lot of technology. Cameras work by having a little teeny tiny imp who sits at a little teeny tiny easel and sits in the camera and paints a picture really, really fast. And it's really good, because you get moments where, in the book I'm reading, very early on, Colin is setting up an automatic traffic camera and telling the imp, like, alright now, what did I tell you to do? Look and see if the carts go through faster than 9 miles per hour. And if they do, paint a picture. And what do I want in the picture? The driver's face of the license. Alright, good on you then. It's really, really, really good.
Cute! The nano
I
imps.
imagine every imp... I imagine imps as just, like, teensy-tiny little, like, cigar-chomping, overall-wearing little men is kind of what I picture. Just... the Andy Cap-looking ass.
Yeah, I always picture the you know that artist who does those really good, like, you are sorting the moss wrong. How that artist draws the vampire's assistants. That's how the imps look in my brain.
Oh, yes. No, I feel that. That makes a lot of sense to me. Union workers, Teamsters is kind of what I picture. I have a lingering affection for the concept of Teamster-looking demons. One of my old tabletop OCs was one. Well, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if I'm in someone's game, I start making NPCs in the background, and they can't stop me. It's really sad.
It's
Anyways.
good. It's good to do this.
I wish I liked DMing more. I just like coming up with the setting stuff. Anyways.
You could always build a world. Build a TTRPG guide.
But I could be writing fan fiction.
Alright, fair enough. Can I get a writer's Stephen?
There's boys I can make have weird tension. Maybe someday. I would have fun doing that. But, okay, so the reason Otto being a photographer, by the way, is relevant, is The Truth is a really fun book, because it is about the founding of not just Ankh-Morpork's first ever, like, successful printing press. It's literally made clear in a book before this. I forgot that they bring it up so directly that before that book, printing presses are kind of sort of illegal, or just like frowned upon.
Yes.
Partially because the wizards don't want people being able to automatically print books about magic, because if you use the type that typed like a magic book up, then had it print other books, you would have problems. And also, for totally normal reason, the Etching and Engraving Guild is also against it because they have artisans who can give you totally good rates, and don't worry about the fact that the man who was trying to build a printing press before was found mysteriously dead and his suicide note was made via engraving print.
Wasn't it?
No, wait, it was engraved on the head of a needle.
It was
on the head of a
engraved
pen.
on the head of a pin. Yes.
Yes. So the truth is fun because it's both about, like, the first printing press, but also the first ever newspaper, and the adorable layabout who kind of accidentally winds up founding that first ever newspaper, William D. Word.
Mm-hmm.
I love him very much. He is, like, a wastrel, but
Yeah.
he's good.
Yeah. He lives off of figs and selling figs because he gets paid
Well,
in figs by some people.
No, he... That's a terrible way to introduce what he does. What he does is he makes a newsletter of local events that he sells to people in other cities who want news from Ankh-Morpork, and sometimes one of those royals pays him with a shipment of figs as well as money. What is wrong? This is our great format where Bugs just wildly asserts something.
What's wrong?
Which is true,
What's wrong?
to be fair. But you're like, oh yeah, William Day Word, the fig merchant, when the book starts.
I'm right.
It's incredible how you
I'm right. I'm right.
He isn't. He doesn't sell
I'm right.
them. That's literally not
I'm right.
part of his story. The Truth is fantastic, great mystery story, and also responsible for making me irrevocably insane about Rufus Drumknot for the past 15 years. Oh, that's what started it with you. Interesting.
Oh, you're the one who ships Veterinarian Drumknot. I literally, after the stream, had to turn to Frankie and go, which one's Drumknot?
Can't say. You can't.
Godspeed to you. You are God's bravest warrior.
Well, there is that. To be fair, Drumknot actually gets a lot of good moments just because
yeah.
he shows up in so many books.
Oh, yeah.
I understand Truck's anima. I understand. Speaking of which, Otto von Schreck is actually kind of one of those. He's one of my favorite Discworld characters, even though, you know, he's not a major player. But he's great, because we talked about, like, Bugs... We've talked about, like, his obsession is the camera, and he gets hired to be the newspaper's, like, photographer. What you need to know is that he is the most vampire-type vampire. He is a vest-wearing, accent-having, widow's peak-having, suave-ass, cartoon Dracula man. And I love him very much because over time, all he really does is he gets, like, the world's first, like, photographer's vest, but it's made out of, like, his nice vest, and he's got, like, camera equipment in his cape. It's like the funniest thing in the world.
And every time he dies, a little card that he has printed on him drops down with him, and it says, "Please do not despair. I am not dead. Please get a drop of animal's blood and reanimate me." And so William has to keep scooping him into a bag.
Because to be clear, vampires in this setting, yeah, and finding, like, steak from a kitchen to squeeze out over the bag.
And every time he comes out, like, how'd the picture come out? Oh.
We love him for this.
We love him for this.
He has a very good moment that's near the end of the book, so I don't think I can talk about it yet, but when we do, oh,
that's exciting.
Oh, I love him very much. Bugs hasn't finished this book yet.
Hehe, I glanced away. Thank you for making noises.
Sorry, this one Bugs hasn't actually finished yet, so that's why I'm being a little bit circumspect. You're fine now. I mostly just did that to delete your messages real quick, sorry. But the book that you have just finished, Fifth Elephant. Oh, man, that's... I feel like Fifth Elephant. I'm gonna say element a few times. That's because of speech impediment problems, not because I'm forgetting what I'm talking about. Trust me, trust me, trust me, trust me. Pointing around, pointing around. But I've only gotten a little ways into the Fifth Elephant, but I already really love just, like... there's something very fun about the way that, like, dwarf culture stuff. I know that Carrot, oddly enough, isn't a big part of that plot through the whole book. He kind of winds up being a different part of the plot. But I really love it's like, okay, you know Carrot. This is innocent, happy, good boy Carrot, who's so loyal to Vimes. When Vimes starts asking him, like, hey, why is there so much trouble in the dwarf areas? Carrot goes, I'm sure I couldn't say, sir.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to lie.
Yeah.
But...
He's very careful about choosing his words.
And I like that. I like that a lot because, like, it doesn't... this is actually something that, like, we can even turn back a little bit towards, like, Feet of Clay and the introduction of Cherry. Because something I like about Carrot is, like, he's a good lad. But he actually has some, like, very specific cultural hallmarks that he carries with him. Like, so about Cherry... you mind if I, like, go take us back to talk about that for a bit?
Oh, please, go ahead. I'm walking back to the museum because
so
I have
Cherry...
to go and tell a man
Yay.
that I heard from a man that another man has an option. So I have to go to the navigators and I have to go,
Yay.
we have 2 options to sail this voyage. Here are your 2 options where I have to walk across the map either way. What do you think? And I'm probably going to have to do both.
Yay! Yeah, that sounds right.
Please continue. My apologies. Wait, it's 11.
Oh, I drank
it's
a
11.
sip of juice. Also, it's 11 now. How does this keep happening?
It's fucked up, but talking is fun.
This is fucked up. Talking is fun, especially when you're talking about an interesting subject with your friend. Alright, we're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. Now's a good time to get up, have a little walk around, have a little stretch. If you gotta go to bed, go to bed. Good night, moss-eating robot.
Good night.
We will be back soon. BRB.
Oh, I did not mute on this end. Teehee.
Hello. Return. I'm going to re-up my pain medication. You gotta do that before the pain meds wear off. Well, depending on what kind of pain med you're taking. This type I've been using recently, I'm not gonna lie, it says on the label it tastes like cherry pie. And I can't say it doesn't, like, approximate that taste, but it kind of tastes like... Imagine if they made, like, Little Debbie fruit pie Smirnoff. Ah! Woo! Pardon? It's right in the back of the nose. Typically this is an alcohol. This is a THC tincture, which is legal in my state, and I am a approved medical... Meds always taste like a distant memory filtered through the idea of someone who hates what it is. See, usually that's true, but I'll be honest, one of the last brands I was using was just like a sugar syrup suspension, and that did kind of just taste like a fruit syrup. Admittedly, it tasted like watermelon fruit syrup, which is a weird experience, but whatever works. Oh, El Capitani, you out? Might be wandering around. Ooh. Stretching my back a little bit. Worked well for my impending major headache too, thanks so well. Yes, it's part of why that's like my solution for pain, along with like a couple of other factors, is it does work very well on nerve pain, and that's most of what fibro is like straight up just weird nerve signals. Probably.
Grabbed a
It's not very well understood.
Out of my candy pumpkin, only 2 balls inside. World is a fuck.
Ooh. World is a fuck.
World
Can't
is
believe
a
this.
fuck.
Messed up. I should have gotten some Halloween bulk candy just for like the decorational aspect. Maybe I still could. Probably still some in Safeway.
Look, you can always... My dad lives at the end of a driveway that is very, very long. One time, in the middle of the woods, also. One time had trick-or-treaters show up at his door. So, just in case of emergency...
I mean, it's past Halloween now. This is just me wanting like a decorative...
There could be a very lost child.
A ghost.
Mm-hmm. Like a Beauty and the Beast situation.
Lisa, it's still Halloween, isn't it? Jeez. I never believe in I don't, like, literally believe in fairies, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and then when I see someone post, like, look at this beautiful mushroom ring, I'm taking selfies of myself, and I go, no, 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 no. You just don't. Did you ever see that, like, goofy fake post as, like, fairy rings being thought of as being evil is because that's where a body was buried?
Oh, yeah.
It's tree stumps.
It's
It's where a
tree
tree stump
stumps.
was. It's where a tree stump
It's a tree
was.
stump.
It's where a tree stump.
It's a strump.
Bodies usually aren't like buried in a circular position. It's
My very round aunt was buried here.
exactly. You don't have to
Very
believe it to
sad.
decide not to fuck with it, that's for sure. Yeah, that's how I feel about a lot of, like, superstition or spiritualism stuff that I was raised with. I don't literally believe in it, but also, there's
Jump.
worse ways to live your life.
No! Fucker. I fell off the
What happened?
rocks. This is so sad.
You can fall off the rocks while you're trying to get across this goddamn river?
You can fail agility, things like that. Yeah.
That's so fucking funny. And
Yeah.
then you just swim to the other side and you're fine?
Yeah. It mostly just does a little ding to your health.
Landscape is a magical place.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good.
Oh,
Okay,
Skiba
so
citrus. That's great.
we were. I have an Irish friend. Apparently, they completely changed the plan for a highway, so they didn't go through a fairy ring. They, as in government. Yes, that's actually been like noteworthily like considered a few times. Partially, it's because in Ireland, like, there's also laws about like, you know, not destroying ancient pieces of building or important places. But there has been stories, yeah. You get some. Okay, this isn't the stream for it, but I'm always very interested in the amount of parallels you get between like stories about kitsune and stories about in Japan versus stories about fairies in Ireland.
Oh, yeah.
Which, pointing firmly, I'm not one of those people who's like, what kind of Wicca rituals do they have in Shinto? I promise, I'm just a folklore nerd.
Well, yeah, because I
It's
mean,
a thing. It's a problem. It's a recurring issue.
so much
Sorry,
of the fae thing and so much of the I married a foxwife thing are like, oh, you don't know how to handle mental illness. Got it. You know?
Well, there's a little of that in both, for sure. And also just, like, the amount of, like, people running into certain mysterious happenings because of, you know, you're in the woods and it's dark. Fuck off. Bad times now. Good luck.
Good luck.
But... Cherry. Cheery Littlebottom, aka Sherry Littlebottom later. She is a character who gets introduced in Discworld in the book Feet of Clay, which is really fun because that's the book after, like, okay, in the last book, we had the first dwarf and troll wind up on the watch, and that was successful. Now in this new one, like, if the watch is already much bigger, they're kind of doing more with it. It's becoming like a working thing again. Vimes needs someone who can take a look at crime scenes, and basically he needs, like, medieval CSI, which I really enjoy.
Yeah.
So they hire a dwarf who is a ex-alchemist. Specifically, he is an ex-alchemist because he blew up the alchemy guild in an unprecedented way, which technically means he's a really good alchemist, but also he's looking for work.
Yeah.
I think specifically, like, the joke is like, no, sir, I blew up the alchemy guild. Most of them are still in the hospital. But it's alright, I think I know what I did. And that's Cheery Littlebottom, who has a very good bit when he's first meeting Vimes, and has that moment of like, okay, brace yourself, you gotta tell the human your traditional normal dwarf name. No response. No laughter. Not a giggle. Sir, did you hear me? My name is Cheery Littlebottom. Ah, yeah, good. Nice to hear the traditional old dwarven names are still being kept. That's a very dwarven name. And I'm the son of, I don't remember what it is, but it's something like Happy Littlebottom and grandson to Jolly Littlebottom. Ah, it's a fine family line there. And he has this whole exchange and like leaves like the shoe never drops. And then Vimes puts his coat over his head with his office door locked. Just very quietly has a laugh, which I really love. I think that's such a fun way to like, yeah, her name is Cheery Littlebottom. But what I love about it is that then Cheery meets Angua, who is a werewolf and Carrot's girlfriend and a gigantic blonde woman.
Yeah.
Just
Hi.
like I don't know if she's supposed to be like shorter than Carrot, but in my brain she's not.
Taller.
In my heart,
in my heart, she's not.
in my kokoro, she's like a head taller than Carrot. Like she should be able to pick him up, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's what he deserves. I think that's what we deserve.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can all agree. Uh, and she's a really wonderful character because, like, she is a really thoughtful exploration of a werewolf character. She, like, genuinely has trouble with, like, having to try and be a human and come off like a human, and all of the time she has this whole other suite of, like, information, like wolf instincts, and it's not like a tortured, like, oh, whoa, me, a werewolf, because she's a born werewolf. She's not a turned werewolf, and she's always been like this her whole life,
Mm-hmm.
just, you know, she constantly has a back of her head thing of like, in any minute now, I'm gonna have to leave this town because I always have to leave town because boys don't actually put up with you being a wolf girl, even though they think they're cool with it. It's gonna go bad, and it just never happens because Kara has rights.
Yeah.
And does not, in fact, have any problems with having a cool werewolf girlfriend, except for kind of being more sensitive than she is about people being weird about her being a werewolf, which is kind of cute.
And it's interesting too because in Reaper Man, this is when they first touch on the werewolf. I believe it was another character, right, that had the werewolfism. It wasn't.
Yeah,
Angua.
it's. Oh yeah, actually. Oh, who isn't Angua? It's actually the daughter of the woman who runs the boarding
That's
house that Angua
right.
stays at.
Yes.
Is the one in Reaper Man, and she's like interesting because she's only like a little bit of werewolf, really.
Yeah.
She's just enough werewolf that she's hairy all the time and always a little bit wolfy and can't really turn it off quite. And it's canonical in Discworld that there's different gradients of werewolves.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you get a perfectly normal seeming human. Sometimes you get a perfectly normal seeming wolf who has the brain of a human.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Who is now a champion sheep herder.
Yes, to be specific, those are both examples that are like Angua's siblings include a like someone who's just permanently in one form and someone who's permanently in another, and her asshole brother, who is like her a perfect shapeshifter and is a really no holds barred young Nazi type fascist character.
A werewolf Nazi.
Whew. Yeah, pretty much, which I kind of like because you do get the shitheads who kind of co-op that kind of thing. It's Nazis are out here co-opting stuff, and it's the worst, man.
Cutting in very quickly, someone says,
which,
like
by
Elder Scrolls. Terry Pratchett was a fan of Elder Scrolls.
Yes, very much. Explicitly. He wrote mod dialogue for, I want to say, Skyrim?
Oblivion and Skyrim.
God, yeah. But yeah, like, this is just kind of a sidetrack about Angua, but it's worth noting, like, she has all of these complex kinds of feelings. She has this thing where, like, you know, she prefers to be read out as a human most of the time, so she has to present herself a certain way and worry about all of these things and try to keep her life together, and, like, when she's not a werewolf, she's a vegetarian. I think that says a lot about her as a person, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or, well, when she's not wolf-shaped. When she's wolf-shaped, she's wolf-shaped, and sometimes she kills a chicken and has to come back and leave money under their door the next day. So, there's that. Pretty fair, though.
Vodka. Where do I buy vodka?
You might notice she lives in Ankh-Morpork and not with her family. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
But
and in fact,
she meets Cherry. When Cheery... Go on.
One of the strongest moments of that book is Vimes furiously, insisting to her family, by the way, Angu as well, noticing, like, they're not asking about her. They're not asking about their own daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Just seething about it.
Who works for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Vimes and Angua have, like, he's not really a father figure to anyone on his, like, watch. It's not that kind of writing. He's an adult man. They're all adults. Carrot, like, holds him in high regard, but it's not, he's his boss. But him and Angua are very similar as people, and they have a very sweet, like, I don't know. You feel like they get each other when they talk.
Yeah.
And I feel like he does look after Angua a little bit.
Agreed.
In his own kind of way. We were discussing before that we think Carrot and Sybil are also very much alike. Sybil is Vimes' wife. Not in a weird way. Just we think they might be so alike that we're not sure they'd have anything to say to each other.
Yeah.
They just kind of smile politely at each other, I think. Try to keep Vimes from working himself to death. But, okay, so all of that backstory on Angua just... I feel it kind of matters to say, like, that is who Chiri meets, aka Shuri, and she is a dwarf who used to live in the mountains, and when she moved to Ankh-Morpork, first lived among just other dwarves, and has just been in dwarf society. Dwarves don't have the concept of anyone presenting as a woman. That's not a part of their culture. You are a dwarf. You are assumed masculine. It is literally only important to be identified in any way as a woman in, like, private. Because, you know, if you want to have, like, kids, it's... But, like, it's even considered, like, embarrassing almost to, like, admit which one of your parents is your mom in a weird way.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, it's to that level.
The great romantic operas
It's
are
personal.
between two male dwarves. In the world
Yeah,
of Yuri, it is very brave to be straight.
Shut up. No. Why would you say that when it's the opposite of that? The point is... terrible. Just poking at... putting you in the corner over here.
Yay.
You get to explain what Knobs is doing with his gender later as punishment for that. No, I take it back. Okay. The outside of... the clown fighting.
Uh-huh.
That we have to do on the side over there.
By
By the way, I should mention real quick, Ankh-Morpork also has a Fool's Guild, and it's just, every time Pratchett writes about clowns, it's my favorite thing. I don't think he likes clowns.
Who's to say?
Anyway.
The clowns and men-at-arms
Cherry
were great.
is... I do love them so much. But the point is, Cherry, like, meets her and is like, what? Hi? Okay. Hello? Because you have to understand, we don't mean, like, dwarves are like, oh, silly humans with their two genders. We are all men doing little kick dances. It's like, no, if you're a dwarf, you, like, run into humans and you're like, what the fuck are those people doing?
Yeah.
What? Huh? What are they wearing? What's that dress thing? Oh, it twirls. Oh, it flurls out when you spin, does it? Oh, it's obviously bad, and I would never want that. Is that eyeshadow? Literally,
sequins.
like, it... Yeah, literally, it is very much like some dwarves, and Cherry is kind of just like the first one in Ankh-Morpork to follow this. They come to the city, and they learn about other genders, and they go, and they want that, and they didn't realize, like, all the stuff they disliked about being a dwarf is, like what happens is literally, like, Angua takes Cherry aside and kind of gives her, like, a nudge of, like, hey, you're... And Cherry just goes, oh, how did you know? Well, I have a certain intuition. You're a woman, huh? Is it that obvious? Like, it's heartbreaking, and it is very much the, like, hey, kind of moment that you would have between two trans people.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
To be clear, Cherry is explicitly in the world of Discworld trans. Like, that is the definition, is someone who is raised as a man, who wants to live as a woman, and wants to openly and visibly be identified as a woman. That's trans. Yeah. I don't care what other kinds of things you want to try and put to it. Like, I've seen people be like, well, obviously she's a cis woman, so it's... We don't know that, actually. We do not know that, and it doesn't matter, and also, shut the fuck up and get out of my fandom. Anyways, they won't actually do that. You just block them on Twitter. Yeah, no, I think a lot about the fact that Angua gives her that talk and gives her that, like, hey, I'm noticing something about you kind of thing. Angua canonically is not, like, canonical trans. I'm just saying,
well, and
it's
also,
a lot.
You find out in the Fifth Elephant that Angua isn't her name. Her name is Delphine back home.
Delphine, yeah.
So, hey.
Angua's got some gender going.
Yeah. By the way, Steve-O Citrus says, hey, sorry, Bugs, was that a bunny spider? I think you'll find that this is cute creature. Ah, isn't it cute? Says the description. This is cute creature. Perhaps it will turn around so we can see it. Perhaps I will turn the camera around so we can see it.
Oh!
That's cute creature, I think you'll find.
I would rather it was a giant spider.
Why?
I wish it was a giant spider instead of whatever's happening. Oh,
it's cute.
no.
It's cute. I think you'll find it's quite cute. Look, there's another one.
Does it have a visible mouth?
Why would it need that? No one has one of those. I don't even have one of those. Look. I got a beard. I got a nose.
You do have a beard. Your beard only occasionally looks like you're wearing a bandana across the bottom part of your face.
It does look like I was eating charcoal sloppy style a little bit, yeah.
It does look like you got into some licorice and had like an accident somehow, yes.
Where am I?
Oh god. I'm banned from Finland.
And everything's coming into focus slowly.
It's on a pile of licorice.
Oh, the salted kind too. Ugh.
I said Finland for a reason.
Dude, that's the only food that ever made my
telling
mouth
on y'all,
start
bugs?
foaming.
Yes.
As it rejected it.
You all, okay, look, you all know that bugs will occasionally decide, I'm just gonna keep eating something until I like it, because I can do that. I'm bugs. I decided
bugs.
I'm just gonna... Salted licorice is the only thing I've ever heard bugs give up on.
I'll go back someday. I just need to build up my fortitude.
How are you gonna do that? Microdosing bouillon cubes?
You know, I literally used to beg as a child for my mom to make me meat tea.
No, that's just sipping broth. That's fine.
That's meat tea.
That's just sipping broth. There's nothing wrong with sipping broth. You...
I think you'll find it's called meat tea, and you drink it out of a mug.
I think it's sipping broth. Yeah, obviously you drink sipping broth out of a mug. It's sipping broth. By the way, turning to the camera, I'm sure sipping broth also sounds a little bit insane. I only have like an inch of moral high ground here in this one. It has a name, actually. Yes, sipping broth.
There's another name for it. My mom always says it whenever I ask for meat tea.
Oh, so this isn't like something she's encouraging.
Well, when I was a kid, she thought it was funny, and now she's...
Bovril is like beef, specifically.
Bouillon.
Oh yeah, bouillon.
I have the potion ingredients.
I'm from the hills. You say it bullion. Bullion.
Bullion. Examine.
Bullion.
Alright, I got my charm. I got my potion of sea legs where the guy was like, alright, listen to me. There's no such potion. Here's what you're going to get from me. You are going to make an unfinished potion with this herb in it, and you are going to bring me 2 bottles of vodka. And I went, okay. And that's why I was in the gnome village. I was buying vodka off of gnomes.
Really good that you have to make a liquor run to the gnome village. I do think that's incredibly correct on some kind of general level. Like, obviously, yes.
Yeah.
You mentioned at some point like a gnome club with drinks, and I admit, picturing a gnome strip club, and we're all just gonna not worry too much about what exactly that would entail.
Bar that I was buying things at.
No. You can't make me have seen things. I can just pretend in my mind.
Keep it in your mind like Jim Henson's plan for the nightclub.
What, there's a go-go dancer?
Yeah, well, there should be. A gnome go dancer.
Is it a gnome? Gnome go-go dancer? Okay, good.
No,
good.
Dancer. But GNO.
Oh, yeah, Jim Henson wanted to start a nightclub for a while. Like, he was gonna have, like, a high-concept nightclub where images would be projected onto, like, all of the walls and ceilings, and also the dancers that would, like, change to like exactly what the song was. Not like an image per song, but like as the songs progressed.
Mm-hmm.
Because you might not have noticed this about Jim Henson, but he thought really big and never let something being insane ever stop him. And the only reason he never like managed to do that is because he found there was a lot of trouble buying property for it. Go figure.
Go figure. Yeah, the plans for
Go figure.
the restaurant that never made it into Disney in particular are fascinating. It involved animatronics of the rats rowing in little boats outside of the restaurant.
He loved gadgets is the thing. He
He
really
did
loved
love
gadgets. Is that red shape over there like an animal or a landscape feature?
That is a Craig that this lady went, please go in there and get my husband and son. And I went, of course. And that was, I would say 80 hours ago. And I haven't done that yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I just keep walking by her like, hey, coming to the museum with the redwood lumber options. All right, see ya.
Goodbye forever.
Goodbye forever. I'll get around to that. Promise. What's the XP you're giving out for that, by the way? Just curious. Do you think you could give anything to farming? It takes a lot of time to farm is the thing.
See, what I love is that I feel like I know just enough about RuneScape that I'm also very sure that if you had gone in that Craig when you discovered it, you would have been, like, immediately turned into a fine paste.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There would be some, like, level 126 regular demon down there. They'll just fucking kill you.
Defeat this level 90 cow.
Yeah.
Hold up. The Shamehole says, by some definitions, Jim Henson was the first VTuber. You're incorrect.
It's
the
Punch
correct
and Judy.
definition is, all VTubers are puppeteers.
Mm-hmm.
All VTubers are puppeteers. You are watching Sexy Puppet Show. You're watching Titty Puppet.
We finally go to fucking
and I think that's
Fossil
good.
Island.
And yay! You did it! And to be clear, the minute I have VTuber money, I'm gonna have cleavage on that bad boy. Let's be clear here. Fuck it, Bugs will have cleavage. It'll be good, it'll be great. It'll be good and not bad to see.
I have to pilot the fucking
No other
ship.
changes to the design.
Sorry.
You have to pilot the ship?
I'm learning controls. You can increase or decrease our speed by adjusting the sails. You might find keeping the bearing north easier at slower speeds. It will take you longer to reach the island.
What?
If we're headed the wrong direction
You
for
have
too
to
long...
hand sail?
Okay.
You can sail the wrong direction?
I guess.
On the boat? That you had to unlock
What do I
access
do?
to get onto?
What do I do? Oh my god. Oh, this. Okay. I'm going. Operate barge controls. Operate barge controls.
I'm very well aware that Jim Henson created the first digital puppet. He made the Waldo. You're breaking the rule of assume I know what the goddamn hell I'm talking about.
Also, that wasn't Jim Henson. That was, fucking Tony Baxter.
Yeah, Jim Henson wasn't the person who made the Waldo. Yeah, people worked under Jim Henson, and he wasn't the first person to, like, operate one either. Ergo, I'm correct. Jim Henson wasn't the first VTuber. VTubers are puppeteers.
What do you mean I'm headed the wrong
VTubers
way?
don't work via Waldo. Okay.
You're headed the wrong way.
Oh, you know, the ocean gods. You know.
Okay, we're going north. We're going north.
Hey, don't worry about it. A lot of stories about Jim Henson that you hear on the internet are kind of skip over someone on Jim Henson's technology crew that he worked with.
Oh, I did so badly took me back.
Like, Jim, did you guys know Jim isn't who invented the Kermit Stitch?
Bon voyage.
That was the guy who worked with him, who built all the puppets. He didn't build most of the puppets.
Wait, actually...
He built Kermit. He built all the Salmon Friends puppets. Well, some of them. A lot of them his wife built.
Tips to get there quickly. When the top arrow tilts to the left, click the right arrow a couple times to tilt the rudder. When the top arrow tilts to the right, click the left arrow. When the top arrow is mostly straight ahead, click on the arrows to center the rudder. Changing the height of the sails will alter how drastically the boat shifts side to side. Okay. Bueno mas.
This is great. Just as soon as you're getting, like, terribly bored, the game's thrown you into the deep end with, like, a completely new control scheme going on.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. No, you were right about the Waldo. I was thinking of, what is it? In the 3D Muppet Show at Disney.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, yes, Waldo C. Graphic is who
What,
I'm
the
thinking
character?
of. The Spirit of 3D. I am so
No, that's the
sorry.
character. He's named after the control.
I
No,
am
but to be
so
fair,
sorry.
Jim Henson did not invent the Waldo, and he was not the first person to perform with the Waldo. He didn't build any of the tech that went into the puppets. I'm sorry. I'm this person. This is part of why we have the rule to assume we know what we're talking about. I will get snitty and
Huh,
over-explain.
hey, listen to this. The term Waldo comes from a 1942
Hmm.
novella written by science fiction author Robert A. Heinlein. In the
Oh,
novella, a disabled
no shit.
scientist named Waldo builds a robot to amplify his limited abilities. As a tribute to Heinlein, NASA engineers adopted the
Huh.
name Waldo for many of their early robot control devices, a tradition which was carried on by the Muppets when they began using similar devices. That's crazy. I had no idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just to be clear, in case anyone in the audience doesn't know what we're talking about, if you've seen any like remote-controlled puppets, and you almost certainly have, in the Muppets alone, that includes things like they're used a lot on the Fraggles, especially in Fraggle Rock, with the Doozers is kind of the most obvious example because they are too small to be puppeteered normally, and also any distance shots of the Fraggles, and fascinatingly, the Gorgs, their heads are controlled this way while their bodies are performed by like trained dancers, so it's actually 2 puppeteer per Gorg. Uh, but what it is it's a remote radio control for a mouth aperture where you hold like a mechanism that you can like open and close the mouth on, and sometimes even make like other gestures to like cause emoting to happen that transmits via radio control. They're very, 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 very fun. I wish they were used more often for special effects more, because I think it looks fun and good, and also they can be used to make the lip sync happen for 3D characters, which is what Bugs was talking about with the character, who demonstrates it on the Disney ride, and is how uh uh what's that bitch's name? Wheatley.
Oh,
Wheatley
yeah.
and in Portal it was literally controlled that way by a puppeteer manipulating like a mechanical object to like make everything go. And the Vortigaunt who lives under the bridge in Alex, who we like to call Art because he makes art. Get it? Get it? Get it? Get it? Is also basically a puppeteered performance the same way. So it's a combination of work between 3D animators and puppeteers. Because, you know, obviously the 3D animators still have to make it all work in the program, and it's a collaborative effect. I like puppets. Did you guys guess I like puppets?
What? That doesn't sound like you. Ah!
Probably not.
I'm getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it.
Yay! Well, where was I with Cherry? Oh, right. Basically, there's just this very sweet moment when Cheery Littlebottom joins the watch where she, like, admits to Angua that not only is she a woman and she wants to live as a woman, she kind of hates. It's very sweet because Angua talks about, like, I kind of just assumed that if you lived as a dwarf, it was great because you get treated the same as the men. And Cheery says, like, well, yeah, so long as you do everything that a man's supposed to do. So you're supposed to quaff beer, and I don't like beer, and I don't like songs about gold, and it's very sweet because it is literally talking about like, yeah, in theory I could have this privilege, I could have this like role, but everything about having to perform as this gender makes me miserable. Like, and Cheery starts slowly kind of trying out eyeshadow and lipstick and eventually like a skirt, and it's very sweet because like Ango is very much on her side, but because Carrot was raised as a dwarf, he's a little unsure about it at first.
Yeah.
In a very like it's him being dumb, but you're not like, oh great, Carrot's a bigot now. It's more just Carrot being like, what? You can see that she has knees. I don't know. My mother never would have, like, that kind of like initial uncertainty about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh I think my favorite thing about it in the book as it's developing is that whenever Vimes has to like talk to Cheery again, uh he'll kind of notice like
Edible
some
seaweed.
things
It's
different.
right there. It's
Yay!
literally right here.
Yay! Yay!
It was all worth
You
it.
did it.
It was all
You
worth
did
it.
it. You did it.
Oh, man.
Yay!
Yay. Back to Lumbridge.
Where to? What? What's the next step?
What the fuck? Oh, it's Australia. Oh, this is supposed to be Australia. Got it. That's a hoop snake. That's literally a hoop snake. Watch it move. Watch it's moving in it. Holy shit. Holy shit.
He's
really
beautiful.
Good. Really good.
That's not the direction hoop snakes are supposed. That's not how hoop snakes are supposed to move. That's not the way hoop snakes are supposed to move.
Oh, why does it say inspect rock?
Look at it go. You have to lift up every rock, and sometimes the rock might have a shell under it, and you need that shell to open up a guild later.
I see. Okay. I see.
I see.
I see.
That limited render distance really makes this game a beautiful series of surprises sometimes.
Yeah, no, it really does. This is very pretty.
Like, oh, mushrooms. Okay. Mushrooms.
You, I've heard about you. The fossil crabs.
The fossil crabs?
The best way to train.
I see. Yeah.
Woo! These things have 1 attack and 1 defense, and lots of HP.
So you can just...
Woo!
So you really just go out here and bully these ambulatory boulders, and that's the best way to train. It was all worth it. It was all worth it to get here.
My hit points level just went up. I got 40 hit points now. It's all worth it. I'm sure there's a lot of beautiful things in RuneScape Australia. Look, even the crabs are different.
They'll still be there. Just really ramping up the excitement by changing camera viewpoints.
I'm looking. I'm enjoying this.
Gotta put that like Pirates
crab.
of the Caribbean track.
Yeah.
Under this.
Well, what do we get for defeating it? Fishing bait 10.
Nothing. Yay!
More edible seeds.
Oh, look at them scuttle around.
Yeah, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. What the hell is Numalite?
Majestic.
Pardon me. No, we're not fighting. I'm stealing this man's get because he doesn't want it. Excuse me. Pardon me. What the hell is Numalite?
Oh, they want to fight you so bad now.
A form of currency on this place has its own goddamn currency? Okay.
Yay! Oh, this is beautiful.
What's in the tunnel? Why does it say attack tunnel? Okay.
Attack tunnel?
Yeah, it said you kicked the tunnel to no effect. And look rather silly, it says.
Game, you're who let us do that. You're who said you could do that. RuneScape is a game that occasionally goes, hey, you got something on your shirt. When you look down, it flicks your nose. And you're like,
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
It's good. Okay. I will come back here, but for now I have to go cure the Fairy Queen so I can start another quest so I can eventually teleport.
Yay!
But first we have to get cave eels.
Oh, the buckets were worth it. We have to get cave eels.
Oh, like
so,
Teeth, why are
point
you
being about
crabs?
Cheery.
Please continue.
Fuck, I'm Australians and I haven't hit any giant crabs ever. I'm missing out on so much optimal grinding. Well, look, it's not like the old days. You don't need to grind that much these days. You know,
exactly.
you got everything figured out a little more. It's your grandparents maybe, but listen. So Cheery. The main point to Cheery is that she just kind of quietly decides to be a woman and live openly. And it's very cute because, like, you know, She still wears her helmet. That was her grandmother's helmet. She still has a beard. She's still a dwarf. She's not deciding to not be a dwarf. The skirt she wears is, like, made out of leather. And not, like, made out of leather. I mean, like, made out of leather.
Mm-hmm.
It's very modest. And the thing is like, there is a little bit of trouble. Like, some of the other dwarfs think it's, like, shocking. Because it's different. And again, like we said, disclosing your female to dwarves is, like, considered very personal. So along with it being a scandal, it's like something personal is being said in public, which I kind of like, because, like, that used to be what, like, you being gay was almost considered.
Yeah.
Like, outside of just, like, the abject homophobia going on, it would literally be like, well, if you're gay, that's your personal business. I don't see why you gotta make us all know you're gay. That's private. That's like a private thing for, like, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. So, along with it being something distinct to dwarves, I do think it still has, like, that queer kind of vibe to it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But something that I like about it is, like, as this spreads around, it's not just, like, things going bad. There's also some dwarves that are like, oh, lipstick.
Yeah.
Could I try that? And one I find really cute is when, like, she's sitting at the day desk and is wearing a skirt for the first time. Some of the dwarves are like, what? I can't believe this. We can see her ankles. We can tell she has legs. We're going to go talk to Carrot about this. And they stomp off. And one of them darts back and goes, the nice ankles, and then runs.
Doesn't
Which I really like.
Doesn't she also ask about, like, where did you get that lipstick? Or something like that?
Two different dwarves. It's even better. Like, one of them lingers back and goes like, oh, those are nice. Well, they're nice ankles. Not like in a creepy way, just kind of like a, you look nice. Run!
Yeah.
And the other one is like, where did you get that lipstick? And I love it because that's such a good, like, out of a group of 5, one of them doesn't mind, and the other one is also a woman. Like, yeah, that makes sense to me. And she comes back in the Fifth Elephant in a very big way because, like, she gets brought to, the country is Uberwald, is kind of where a lot of dwarves come from originally. Uberwald is also, like, where you get... Uberwald is... the Discworld's hammer horror, vaguely Eastern European country that's kind of Germany, Sylvania. You know, where the vampires are, where you get werewolves.
Exactly.
She's from there originally, and when Vimes gets sent there on a diplomatic mission, which is fun, because if he gets sent for diplomacy, that means Vetinari wants to point him at people. The best way to put that. But she gets sent with him, and there's more how to put it. It still would have been, like, a fun and good book series if you had, like, and here's the book where we talk about dwarves being women sometimes. And I could see a lot of other writers where that would get, like, established and then kind of be, like, fixed. Or something that's brought up a little bit. Discworld goes, like, no, this is an active conversation. This is, like, an active thing. This is, like, making more traditional dwarves think that Ankh-Morpork is, like, evil.
Yeah.
Because, like, people there are not just being women, but there's people who are okay with that. Like, there's actually a lot of story about, like, what the conservative reaction is, and the difference between, like, the people who get to live in their home, but hey... you get to live at your nice traditional home because other people from your culture went to these other cities and sent money back because you have these trade routes. It's very well thought about, like, and explored in a way I really love.
I am
Speaking of caves.
slowly moving things
Oh, well, you were on
around.
one.
Let me just double check this. Okay, raw cave eel, edible seaweed, unopened oyster. Okay. Now we have to go to the swamps.
Yay!
And not these swamps, other swamps.
Yay! Different swamps.
Different swamps. We have to cross the swamp to get to the nature spirit. In the swamp, are creatures called ghasts,
Hmm.
which I showed you a picture of, Frankie.
Mm-hmm.
They can rot your food. We have a piece of edible seaweed on us. That is part of the quest. So, I have filled my inventory with other foods, and we are just going to make a fucking break for it. And pray to God.
I see.
That if we get caught by a ghast...
So this is kind of...
it rots the other foods.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yippee, will there be leeches? Are there leeches?
I caught a leech. Ah, damn. I already got my
Like
leg.
fishing?
Yeah, I caught... well, actually, no, that's a slimy eel. Gosh, there's no leeches in that swamp. I think there's fishing that might have leeches somewhere. Sorry.
Well, sorry. You don't know the precise location of leech in game?
Yeah.
Tragedy, horror?
Sorry. My apologies.
I wasn't asking based on fishing tables. I was asking because if you said if you were like, oh well, yeah, in RuneScape, if you cross through like swamp water, you get the random event of leech bit you, and then you like lose a point of HP unless you go to the leech burn off woman.
God, they would do that. They would fucking do that. Don't say that again. They'll put that in the goddamn game.
And there's a rare boss that's like the big leech, and it's like a reference to the Mystery Science Theater 3000 movie.
There's literally a rare king crab that can spawn that is level 129.
Oh, that's so funny and mean.
There were rodents of unusual size back in the other swamp we were just in. You missed out.
There are.
You can get meat from them. You can eat. And
there were big old
meat.
rats. I mean, that's only sensible, I think.
But what's interesting about with Cheerian gender is, like, you know, you see the ripple effect of that out on, and that becomes kind of a point of contention in in the Fifth Elephant within the among the dwarves.
Yeah, I was saying about like the like what the conservative like pushback. If you have traditions and you have like breaking traditions, Pratchett actually like, sits down and thinks like, well, what's that mean for people who take those very seriously? And like we were saying earlier, it kind of touches on a lot of like, well, if people leave and they're less like being here, you will get people who start going like they're not us anymore.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm still at the beginning of Fifth Elephant, so I gotta like refresh through a lot of it, but I'm anticipatory because I still remember big amounts of it, and it's one of my favorites.
Hey,
Fulbies.
Do you mind if I talk a little bit about the ending of Fifth Elephant?
That's tough because so much of Fifth Elephant is like kind of a whodunit. I think
that's true.
I know it's more fun if we can. I think if you can talk about it like in broad strokes, because I think I know what you want to talk about, which is like the person who it's revealed set up a lot of stuff. Like it turns out a great deal of their motivation hinges on like there being dwarves who live the wrong way and who can do these things, and as they break down you kind of get the sense of like, oh, this isn't like you hate them because you live like this, which you might hear that and think like, oh, it's like a shitty like, and the bad guy is
Drunken
secretly
dwarf
a minor.
again?
No, it's
Fine.
Drunken dwarf.
Thank you.
It's a surprisingly beautiful moment of like, once things change, there are people who will kind of snap in a way about it. Good night, Ploots Boots.
Good night. Yeah, exactly.
I assume that's what you wanted to talk about, at least. Sorry for taking
No,
it
that's
and
exactly
talking
it. That's
about
exactly it. No, I'm glad.
Yeah.
You explain these things better than I can, Frankie. It's fine.
Well, mostly the thing is with Discworld is that a lot of the watch books are mystery books.
Yeah.
So even though I do think avoiding spoilers entirely just doesn't sound very interesting if someone doesn't tell you what the story is about, I'm trying to talk around the reveals of whodunits at least. That seems fair enough.
Partially related to that, there's a theme explored within the Fifth Elephant. Really interesting. It's kind
Mm-hmm.
of this ship of Theseus type exploration within something in the story.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really well done because you get in Carpe Jugulum, the Igors are introduced. Igors are
Mm-hmm.
literally.
Yes, and
Oh,
they're Igors. They're exactly what you think an Igor is when you hear the word Igor. Like the most cartoon concept of an Igor. It's great.
yeah. Um, and you know, you get like, oh, and he mentions that like the Igor within the story mentions that like, oh, he
Mm-hmm.
rebuilds himself out of other parts, and that they lend their parts among the Igors and things like that. And then
Mm-hmm.
the fifth elephant focuses on that a bit in aspects related to Igors and aspects
Mm-hmm.
related to things around it. And it's interesting because you can tell there's been some cooking on, like,
Mm-hmm.
well, what does that mean exactly? Are you the same man if you were made of so many other people's parts?
Right, which is contrasted with, I think the part that's, like, not a spoiler is, like,
Hey, Hummingbell,
this
thanks
is
for the
my
follow.
father's axe, but, and this is, like, my great-great-great-grandfather's axe, but the handle has been replaced, the
Mm-hmm.
head has been replaced,
Mm-hmm.
but it is still my family's axe that I got from my father, thanks to the follow, Hummingbell.
Yeah. And, you know, you go from that, and I was very surprised to see Igor show up in the watch, in the
Yes.
truth. Um, I was like, oh wow,
Yes!
you actually followed through with this character. That's crazy. That's great.
Yeah, yeah, Discworld's very fun because, like, it's something that takes a while to grow, but it's a series that's set all in, like, roughly the same location that doesn't always share characters, and it's really fun how often as time goes on, like, st- this sounds insane when I say it because you hear it and go like, yeah, obviously, but like,
Mm-hmm.
no, really. Stuff established in other books will continue to have happened in other books, even if the way that that book ended is like, there's the book we've talked about a little bit here and there, Moving Pictures. In Moving Pictures, an extra dimensional, out of world idea, which is kind of treated the same as like an Eldritch God incursion of the idea of Hollywood and the moving picture, like, movie boom kind of seeps out into Discworld and creates this, like, frenzy of, like, movies existing and the whole culture of movies spontaneously forming and, like, the idea rooting into Discworld and very nearly causing kind of an end of the world situation. But when the book is over, it's like that doesn't happen. That's gone. Movies don't exist anymore. But movies still existed. And people still remember, hey, a few years back, that whole moving picture thing. Remember that? Uh, have you gotten in the truth to the scene where William DeWord has to talk to Vetinari? I ask carefully.
Um, the real veterinary? Yes.
Yeah, very early on,
Yes.
the real
Yes.
Vetinari,
Yes.
where they just talk, and specifically the bit, like literally, there's a bit in the Truth, which is the book where like the first typing press happens, where Vetinari calls in William, who's involved in making the first newspaper, and goes like, "Did this come to anyone in a mad bolt of inspiration? Were they sleeping next to any like large stone slabs? Is Mr. Dibbler involved?" Because there's been several books where like big weird flashes of like our planet concepts happen, and Dibbler always seems to be involved for some reason because he
Yeah.
likes to make money and is very good at figuring out weird things, and I think is just like a little eldritch lightning rod for these kinds of things. Like if Discworld was still happening, God help us, CMOT Dibbler would be making
NFTs.
non-fungal tokens, but they're like mushrooms
Oh,
basically
and
that
you're
he's
selling
like,
them
this
to
is good as money.
fairies. Oh man.
It's a non-fungusable
And
token,
then you find,
sir.
oh, because it's Fey money, it's gone. When the NFT thing ends,
Yeah,
the Fey money's gone. That's what it would be.
yeah.
Oh man.
Pratchett would do this. He maybe not. He's a little bit broader subject, but if he was still making movies like moving picture type things, this would be how it would. Yeah, no mushroom the same as the other, all unique.
Christ.
But point being, uh, even though there are books where these big events happen and then stop, it's. I feel like when you start to look at a lot of series, you never mind if stuff isn't followed up on. But it makes it kind of bonkers how much Discord actually does have, like, no status quo that just gets returned to. Like, stuff happens and keeps changing. And suddenly there's a semaphore tower that people are using to get news all the way from another country.
Yes, it's so fucking cool. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
um, so at the time, it was, I believe, the year
Hmm.
2000. I'm just opening my book that I have right here. This was published, copyright 2000. E-commerce was taking off. And since it's commerce done through the
Mm-hmm.
clackers, Veterinary is excitedly talking about sea commerce.
Yeah, which, by the way, that's the wonderful thing about, like, Discworld, is that you hear us talking about, like, oh, there's semaphore towers, and you go, like, oh, okay, a fantasy story that's, like, starting to have a telegraph. And I turn to you quietly and say, like, well, yes, technically yes, but also think really early internet and emails,
Yes.
and Pratchett's doing that a
Yeah.
little bit.
It's good. It's
Just
good.
a little. I, I almost wonder if that makes more sense if you were around more for the idea of, like, turning on your internet to check your email, you
Yeah,
know?
huh. Or whipping out your PDA.
I wonder if that reads less. Mm-hmm. Some of that I feel like probably, like, I bet that still tracks even if you have, like, iPhones, because
Yeah.
it's close enough. Like, a PDA is like, it's, you'd probably think, like, oh, it's like a little demon Siri, that's cute.
Oh, it's 12.
Oh god, what do you mean it's 12? That can't be right. Alright, we're gonna take our break real quick though to Starcats. No, actually the Clax uniquely does not use demons at all. It actually just follows a fairly, like, I don't know if it has, like, a real life analog exactly, but it is a, like, mechanical shutter system that can send semaphore code, like, very fast with people, like, trained to watch it, which is actually pretty comparable to, like, actual technology, because humans have been working on long distance communication way longer than we think that they did. Samurais and fax machines existed at the same time.
The indigenous people of Australia often used a
Mm-hmm.
device to communicate over long distances that would make a noise similar to a bull roar.
Yeah, oh man, I love that stuff. The fucking communication tech you get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, at
We gotta
midnight.
take a break. Bugs has to stop playing for 5 minutes. It's midnight. I can see the stream.
No.
I'm sorry, you gotta rest your fingies, you gotta rest your voice, you gotta have a sip, you
Fuck.
gotta pet a Romeo.
Okay.
We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break now. And if you gotta go to bed, go to bed. See you in the VODs, Blue UBO3. We will be right back.
Alright, I need to mute.
I might be able to actually watch the side stream, at least with some music.
What?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Fucked up.
Hi.
I was reading on break and I just hit the introduction of Chrome Dough Bug Snacks into the truth.
Well,
Am I wrong?
I mean,
Am I wrong?
no, but could you give me a little bit more info on the character in question?
The King of the Golden River. The man who
Oh,
takes the piss.
oh, yes! Harry King!
Yes.
Yes, no, you won't be shocked to hear that he becomes a bit of a, like, background Ankh-Morpork mainstay. You might not be shocked to hear that.
No, really?
It's possible Sir Pratchett had some weaknesses in character writing. Not weaknesses, but shall we say fondnesses. Like, we talked about Tezuka earlier. That was a man who went, I made this character, I like him, I'm going to use him again. No, he's an actor. These are my actors.
It's a star
By the
system.
way, okay, Tezuka would literally write out what all of his characters were being paid as actors for different comics and movies. Like, in his mind, Tezuka, you can't diagnose people from history with various things, ethically, technically, but also...
Yeah.
I think we can all admit that animation certainly doesn't exist without the wonderful work done by the autistic community and ADHD.
What the hell is that? Shadow? A shadow is queuing up to fight me? No thank you. No thank you. No thank you.
Queuing up? Like getting in line?
Yeah. No thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, can you side stream me the game now that you're playing again?
Oh,
I
sure.
want to see if that works.
Okay.
Yay. Harry King, by the way, for some background, is, Ooh, it's actually working. That's exciting, before it just completely dropped out. We'll see if it holds, but I do like it to actually see and hear a little. So, Harry King is a great character because he is a business mogul in Ankh-Morpork who literally makes his money by being the man who collects everything that nobody wants. He is the man who runs the industry of people who collect the privy pots and people who clean the streets, and he turns it all into compost. He sells some of it to the alchemists. He is the king of the Golden River. Yeah.
Leave me be.
And he's great, because he's just like... He's like...
I'm just a cute little
He's a
explorer.
man who talks like this, and he's a big, broad-shouldered man who used to fight as good as he got, and is just... You have to imagine, like, a soft newsboy cap on a middle-aged man. And, yeah, waste management icon king. He's great. He's literally, like, the reason why Ankh-Morpork is less, like, disgusting, and he's great because he's, like, anything that they pay me to take it away, and then I sell it. And it's like, you're right. You're right, man. He's very fun.
I'm going to eat a triangle sandwich about this.
Sometimes you have to eat a triangle sandwich about things. Every now and then I get, like, not nostalgic. You know when you get, like, nostalgic, but, like, for food that wasn't actually good?
Yeah.
I feel that way sometimes about, like, gas station sandwiches.
Oh, yeah, I get that way about, in Hawaii, at the ABC, which was the corner store, they had egg sandwiches that were good. Like, that, like, creamy type of egg.
Ooh, yeah.
It was good.
With that, like, pre-cut triangle kind of shape.
Yeah, real good.
That's the goods. That's the goods. The triangle is the best one.
Mm-hmm.
On an aesthetic level. For me, sometimes I would be just, like, grabbing, like, the weird, like... The town where my school was in, you have to understand, when I say town, here is the exact composition of this area. One little road goes through it, and as you drive in, there's a post office, and next to the post office is one restaurant, and then one souvenir store. And on the other side of the street, after a while, oh, it had a drive-through coffee place eventually. That was a nice upgrade. Then on the other side is the gas station, which has a little mini market because there's a little hotel for tourists there. So it's the kind of like mini market where you can get classy wine.
Ooh.
And then there's the high school. You have now heard every notable feature of this town.
Awesome.
And everything it has to offer to you. And that's where I went to high school. And so what would happen is I would, like, kind of need food before I went to my after-school theater club thing that I was doing. Turns to camera. Of course I was. Turns back to you. And that's when you get... Sometimes you get the whole sandwich if you got money. Oh no! No, no, run, 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 run! I heard heist school and I got very excited. No, I was more of a clown, like, after-school curricular activities kind of kid, I'm afraid.
Not
Different
quite
guild,
clown
different
college.
guild. Technically, I was literally born into membership of a fool's guild, like, actually.
Really good.
So,
Really good. Really good.
listen. My parent did, and the Renaissance Fair, so there's the Fool's Guild, and so there's this fool. I grew up with a lot of background knowledge about the various times and, you know, the different queens and kings of the Fool's Guild, and that time someone might have set someone else on fire because for some reason the accordion players versus bagpipers thing is just... He was fine, but, like, it still happened, so...
Uh-huh.
It was the tassel on the bagpipe. It was the tassel on the bagpipe, but still pretty bad form altogether.
Yeah, I would say.
You have fooling in your blood? Yes! That's why I'm like this! There's a reason. It's the same reason why bugs can look at a manga depiction of Walt Disney and go like, oh, that's Walt.
Yeah. Trained. Trained. Whee.
You know what I always love about seeing actual pictures of, like, Walt Disney the human being?
Huh.
I know he wasn't actually short, but for some reason in a lot of photos he looks tiny, and I don't know why.
Oh yeah, he does. It's just kind of like how you looked in those days. Withdraw all cake.
I guess you're right. Maybe it's because of what he tended to stand in
Withdraw
front of. He was always around, like,
withdraw
miniatures. I don't
salmon,
know.
Deposit mackerel.
Short man
withdraw
energy.
salmon.
But, like,
Exactly.
short man, tall man energy.
Alright, let's go fight a living root system. With secateurs.
Did you deliver the things for the Fairy Queen?
So I did deliver what I needed to enchant the secateurs that I have, which are like shears but for plants. To go kill the root system that is hurting the Fairy Queen. Yes.
Wait, hold on. So you weren't collecting, like, 3 ingredients that go into a potion that cure her. You were collecting the ingredients to get the object to do the thing that will cure her.
That's RuneScape, baby.
I feel like
It's all about the
RuneScape
fun
is
you
kind of
don't
like...
have.
You can't use your jazz analogy here. You can't use your goddamn jazz line here. It doesn't parse.
Why? What's wrong?
I'm gonna punish you all by talking about Gumby for 10 minutes.
So, what I had to do...
I found maybe a fun episode. Go ahead.
Real quick, before we do that. I had to...
No. Yeah, go ahead.
See this staff I'm wielding?
Yeah, it looks bad.
Okay. So, I needed to get into the Fairy Kingdom. What I had to do was talk to these assholes, go cut down a random tree, talk to a leprechaun that that fell out, go to an island where I wasn't allowed to bring any armor or items, get a bunch of runes to bring to that island, go into a cave with all my clothes missing but wearing runes, kill a zombie, take an axe from that zombie, go in the cave, find a safe spot, kill a dryad, cut from the tree. I actually need to cut 3 stems from the tree because I need 2 more later. Carve this with a knife into the staff, go into a garden shed, and teleport to the Fairy Kingdom. So we're gonna do that again now.
I think all RuneScape quests might be an elaborate form of hazing.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of going through, like,
Why are you
different
attacking me? You're a
hazing
frog! I'm level
rituals.
50!
I don't know, that frog's really fucking mad at you. Did you do anything fucked up to frogs recently?
I don't think
He's
so.
already missing health, so...
Maybe
Are
I
you
hit
sure
him.
this wasn't, like, on you?
Yeah, that might have been on me.
I think you ran this frog over and he got mad at you.
That's his problem.
RuneScape Leprechaun was not something I knew existed till now, and I'm not sure what to do with this knowledge.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Big frog.
Every time you go to a gardening area in the game, there's a leprechaun there who holds your gardening tools for you.
Huh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
So there's in fact, like, a lot of leprechauns.
Yeah. Alright, let's go fight Tanglefoot.
I see.
Uh...
Tanglefoot?
Let's see. Tanglefeet is down this way next to Beware the Mushrooms. Alright.
That's like an insultingly on-the-nose name for a root monster.
Uh-huh. Oh, check this out.
Get it? Tanglefoot.
So they have farms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do they power their mills to grind the wheat that they have into bread in the Fairy Kingdom? Easy. Cow on a treadmill. It's just that simple.
Oh, that's the funniest way to get to reuse most of an asset that you use in, like, every town.
Yeah, it's good.
That's so good
it's
to
really
me.
Good.
Oh, these are modern solutions for modern problems.
Exactly. If I pluck any of the mushrooms in this area, there will
Really
be
enjoy the
issues.
RuneScape. Now that I have a higher definition look at what's going on, I must once again say the RuneScape sheep effervescent.
Yes.
But polygonal lads.
Yeah, they're cute. I like them. I like the music in this area a lot. What track
there's
is this? Fairy.
Yeah, it's nice.
Reminds me of the cave music in Undertale. Those guys are just clothes, by the way.
I feel that. Yeah. Just clothes? Oh,
Yeah.
you're right. They are just clothes.
Yeah.
They got like an invisible man thing going on
Yeah,
over there.
they're just clothes. So that's where Tanglefoot lives.
Like...
Baby Tanglefoot.
That makes sense.
Okay. Baby Tanglefoot.
Maybe it's friendly.
You're about to be orphan Tanglefoot. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I'm real sorry.
God forgive me.
God forgive me. Yay.
It's walking in with these fucking shears.
Hello. Hi, baby Tanglefoot. Don't mind me.
Don't mind me.
Oh, I get it. It's like Bigfoot.
I gotta go talk to your mama.
We're gonna have a discussion, is all.
Thank you for the wasp. Goes to Christmas future.
Theme of having a safe discussion. I have to fight them with gardening shears. My gardening level is not very high. So I have sandwiches and cake. I have an inventory you may notice full of beer and sandwiches and cake. I have stolen all of these
That
cakes.
just sounds like you're having... You're just having like that Powerpuff Girls like, Saturday is for dads! Or is that Dexter's Lab? That was Dexter's Lab.
That was Dexter's Lab. Saturdays for dads.
Saturday is for dads. That's like the kind of day you're having out here. You got cake, you got beer, you got sandwiches, you got pruning,
really
you're gonna die to this random... You're gonna die out here. Saturday is for dads.
Hit! Uh-oh. 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 We gotta go.
It's fine, just
we
eat,
gotta
eat
go.
lots of cake.
We gotta go. We gotta
Eat
go.
so much cake.
We gotta go.
Uh-oh.
We gotta go.
Still mad
this
at you.
Isn't working out.
Still a little bit mad at you.
Let's read some strategy on Tanglefoot.
They're gonna say you gotta raise your gardening. You know they're gonna say you gotta raise your gardening.
Tanglefoot. OSRS. The damage calculation takes into account both the player's farming level in addition to their strength to determine the max hit of the magic sucketeers. Okay.
I didn't parse any of that, boss.
Ahem.
Mm-hmm.
Any items left on the ground in this area will be lost. Really cool. The creature is unique in that can only be damaged with magic sucketeers. Protect from melee is highly recommended. Okay.
Is it good news?
You want to go hit some rock crabs for a while? You want to go hit some rock crabs? I should probably do farming. I should probably level my farming is what I should do. Maybe we go to the funny Sears village and spend
What do you
the
gotta
rest
do
of
to
the
level
stream.
farming?
I have to grow plants. I have to manually grow plants. I have to grow plants. I have to grow plants right now. I have to grow plants.
Play Stardew Valley, you fuck.
I like this. I like this. It's fun for me.
No, I mean in game, your character's being told you gotta go farm, fucker. You gotta go do plants.
Oh. Hey, I wonder if I have a funny. You can teleport to minigame areas. Let me just eyeball something. What's something near the Sears village?
Gonna use some. Which game of skee ball is closest to my ultimate destination?
Exactly. Catherby, Sears Village, I could go to Soul Wars and then just top a boat from Port Gazard. Yeah, that's fine, I'll do that. I'll do Castle Wars. Him.
Hooray!
Teleport!
We are leaving Fairyland immediately.
We have to go. My mom's calling me for dinner. Sorry. I gotta go. I said I gotta go.
It's kind of Roots Clues in there.
It's kind of... It's bad. I got so many sandwiches. That's true. I should have brought
enough.
Perhaps
I didn't
lobsters to eat.
I didn't see a single ding of damage on that creature Bugs was fighting. I'm gonna be honest. There's having a lot of sandwiches, but...
I should probably listen to some podcasts and garden for 10 hours, I think is what I should do.
Probably. I mean, that sounds like something you could do. But also, you can garden some here, on air, with wonderful podcast of Frankie Talks About Things.
Yay!
So in Gumby... The last 2 episodes I watched are really interesting because as near as I can understand, the first one, which is probably the only Gumby episode a lot of you have ever seen because it's the one where part of it was on Mystery Science Theater. So you've probably seen it.
Robot
Rumpus. A lot of Mystery Science Theater. Robot Rumpus, baby. Which weirdly enough, I found out is the back half of that episode because for some reason just the back half of that episode got released to the public domain.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know how that happens. I don't know why that happens, but that's why that is. So, it's an interesting episode because, like, it has some nightmarish moments. Not a big fan of when Gumby's dad, Gumbo, his name is Gumbo.
The Gumbo.
Gumby's parents are named Gumbo, and I think his mom is referred to only once by Pokey as Mrs. Gumba. Does that mean all of their surname is Gumba? Or is he on some, like, Mrs. Emily type beat here? Many questions. They will never be answered. Only I, a madman, cares.
Leave me alone.
But the robot one, it's like... It's a cartoon plot. It's coherent enough. They live in a little house in the suburb, and most of the episode takes place, like, around that house. And you think, this is a Gumby episode that takes place in a location. Sure, at one point they drive off into the toy abyss that they exist in and just kind of collect some robot toys in the back of a truck. And it should be noted one of the robots kind of actively resists being taken, and once they get set up doing Gumby's chores for them, because the plot is Gumby wants to go play with his friend Pokey, but has to do some chores. So Pokey asks, what if we got some robots? And they do! And then the robots make a real mess of things. That's the episode summary. That's the episode summary. That's the actual episode summary. The robots actively resist being moved, and later deliberately do their chores like as wrong as possible, suggesting that they are in some way sapient. But that's fine. That's like that. I rank it as like this could be an episode of Fairly Odd Parents, and I wouldn't blink about it. You know, right? Like
Yeah.
that's kind of my bar on like perfectly acceptable ish. And then later you look back at it and watch some Snapcube playthroughs and go like, why did Timmy turn into a girl so often? Huh. Good for her. Anyways.
Good for her.
The point being, that episode is like kind of normal. Kind of boring, but perfectly fun. I didn't like the bit where Gumby's dad had a hole punched clean through him and you can see the outline of the wrench hole in his torso. That's bad. But then I got to the next episode. The episode I watched this morning, before I went to bed, I don't know why that's when I do this, starts by showing the toy set of modeling clay that Gumby's family is from, which is just blocks of featureless clay, and the signage for it says it is Gumbasia.
Oh.
And it shows Gumby's parents and 5 different Gumbies in different hats.
Oh.
2 of the hats are racist.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's from 1956. It's the Gumby is only not racist so long as they do not acknowledge the idea of other races.
Back then they had a law that said you had to be racist every 10 minutes in a cartoon or they'd fine you. It's
Pretty
the same
much.
reason you can't show a toilet.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. But here's the thing, is that this episode opens with that, like, wild swing. So it's like, okay, they are a toy product, and this is a toy store that they live in. And then you look around at the fact that most Gumby sets are, like, imagine, like, a burnt orange sky and a flat, endless field of, like, gray-green surface that just has giant toys, like, not to us giant because Gumby's very small, but like just toys. Just set out on it. Like a toy store. Question mark? Point being, we then find out that when Gumby's asleep, he's a featureless clay block.
Oh.
Just a rectangle. And as his dad tries to wake him up, the like clay block wiggles sometimes. Like wriggles. And then he shapeshifts spontaneously into a bunch of musical instruments, and his dad goes, "Oh, he's still dreaming," which, you know what, that's cute enough for like a shapeshifter kind of character. That's like, you could see that being done cutely in a different application than this show is. And here's the thing, a lot of the rest of the episode is perfectly cute because it's like, it's Gumby's birthday, and his parents tell him he can go and pick out any toy he wants. And Pokey wants to come along too and trails after him a little, and eventually they find a little train that Gumby likes, and they take that home. And it's basically just a lot of footage of, like, pretty genuinely good claymation animation of, like, Gumby, a claymation figure, interacting with, like, larger objects, like a toy tricycle. We have to talk for just a quick second about the toy hobby horse. There's all these giant toys in the background, right? Like, just baby dolls, clown dolls, whatever. In a different episode, when they landed on a giant, like, plush of a dog, suddenly the dog had claymation eyes that opened and looked back at Gumby, suggesting it too is alive. It happens again this time with the giant hobby horse, which this time doesn't just open eyes, but, like, looks back at Gumby for a second in a really... It's the most Why are the big toys sapient? Why are the big toys in the background that never move just like slumbering giant titan things? What does this mean for the reoccurring clown dolls we keep seeing in the background? When Gumby walks by the baby doll in this episode and makes a cartoonish shush gesture to the audience, is he implying that it could be awoken? These are questions that normally you would give a cartoon like slack about. But Gumby is a nightmare land, and I'm in combat with it. So... Also, to be fair, I was also this child. I've always been like this, so...
Oh, here's my friend the leprechaun. Hang on, let's talk to a leprechaun.
Hooray!
I would like a rake, I would like a seed dibbler, I would like a watering can, and I would like compost.
Hooray!
Thank you.
Hey.
My cabbages.
Yay!
My cabbages.
Your cabbages. My cabbages. Anyways, we'll just go on like this for half an hour if we don't stop. My candy. Okay, so the rest of the episode of Gumby, by the way, is literally just like... Shut up. Okay, Gumby and Pokey drive around in a toy car, and the one moment from the episode... Here's the thing, this episode has some kind of cute moments. He runs into a mini train, and Pokey goes like, well, you don't want that for your birthday, it's too small. And Gumby shrinks down to ride around on a toy train, and that's the one time so far I've been like, no, Gumby's right for this.
Mm-hmm.
That is what you would do if you lived in a toy world. You would ride on the little toy train.
Exactly.
And there's some pretty cute animation where the toy train, like, instead of being on a fixed rail, it just kind of, like, has rail appear and disappear under it, like, ahead of where it's going, and disappear behind it from where it's been. So it's kind of just going... It's a good stop-motion trick. It looks nice.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is also, during this sequence, we see the shelves of the toy store, and Gumby climbs them for a moment. And I need to remind you again that most of the time on this show, you're in this abyss, and also, I might have forgotten to mention, earlier in the show, we just kind of go from the toy store abyss place right back to Gumby's mom in the kitchen. Because remember that episode I mentioned earlier, where they live in a house with walls that's like a little suburb and a neighborhood with like a yard and walls? Gumby's house had walls before. Now it's just a kitchen. And it's sometimes a house again.
Huh.
So what I'm saying is I might have found one of the first good Gumby episodes, and also it is driving me to madness. I don't know why Gumby is like this. I don't think there's an upward arc into coherence. I think it's just gonna be like this forever. Please join me, enjoy. Continue to enjoy my descent into figuring out what the fuck happened in Gumby. I haven't even seen, like, the professor character from the movie or nothing yet.
Oh, that's
The only
scary.
recurring character is Pokey. The blockheads have only showed up once. Humming Bell? Literally, you say, no, it's fine, the Toy Story is like when the sirens go off in Silent Hill. That is what I kind of assumed at first, is that there was, like, the normal house, and then the toy store, Toyland place, and then, like, the normal toy land. But at some point, we just see the kitchen next to it's... It's nebulous. If you want, you have to watch Gumby. Watch Gumby, and then you tell me a unified concept of how that world works. In one episode, Gumby just walks to the store, like a normal store, like he's in a suburb. He's in a suburb that's in a town, and then he walks to the store from there.
Yeah. You know how it is.
I really apologize in the future when we're back into Kingdom Hearts. Gumby is going to get brought up a few times. Gumby's world works the same as the darkness in Kingdom Hearts.
Well, of course.
The Dark World in Kingdom Hearts, to be clear.
Right.
Does that mean Gumby is in the Dark World in Kingdom Hearts? We don't know yet.
We just don't know.
We don't know yet.
We just don't know.
We don't know yet. We can't prove or disprove. What does Gumby go into? Storybooks. Connecting the dots.
Connecting the dots.
I'm watching Gumby because it's good sometimes. This
Mm-hmm.
is my version of Bugs going, maybe I'll try another sip of the tomato coffee, and arguably I'm doing something worse. I'm putting this all in my brain.
Yeah, you are. And I think it's good for you.
I don't think that's better.
I think it's
I
good
mean,
for
it's
you.
good for me. This is pumpkin full of meat to me.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then I have to get into, like, honorable combat with some kind of fiction. I never knew Gumby had so many layers. The thing about Gumby is I don't think it's, like... I don't know how much a child would enjoy... Maybe a kid would enjoy it. Like, the thing is, you have to step back and remember, like, well, when I was a kid, would I have been scared by this? Or would I just have been like, hell yeah, this is like in Fantasia when they just do fuck all for a while. Yeah. Hell yeah.
You know, that's a good way to think about it.
Right? Because, like, there's a whole part of a Gumby episode where it's like, and now Gumby just does some stuff with instruments. And, like, that is fun. I do enjoy these things.
Mm-hmm.
But also in 1956, I'm not sure they really had whimsy figured out yet.
No.
So they keep... Did I forget to mention in the episode I watched? Gumby, like, oh, he jumps into a pool, which is really good. The best thing they ever do on Gumby. It's not best as in, like, best animation. It's just really funny when they very clearly just threw a Gumby figurine and recorded it. So you just get Gumby, like, dropping, like, a fucking rock into a pool of water. It's really good.
Have you discussed how they start crying on Gumby? Or how they sweat?
Oh, yeah, every now and then they animate the Gumby characters crying by very clearly just using a teardropper full of, like, maybe not even water? I keep wondering, is it a more viscous? Is it like a syrup? Is it, like, something that's slower? But it's just real liquid. Yeah, Gumby does literally get ragdolled. That's a good way to put that, actually. He occasionally just does that Gmod, type throw.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, sometimes the characters sweat with fear and desperation. Or sometimes they just cry big, blobby... This is actually the first episode where at the end, I forgot to mention... Gumby puts the toy train in the back of a toy van that he drives to take it home. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to worry about cartoon physics. That's fine. That's fine. You can't get mad about stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But on the way home, it escapes because Gumby gets distracted by Pokey being briefly entombed by a giant pile of dirt in his car.
You know how
so
it is.
Gumby has to... You know how it is with Pokey, man. You know how it fucking is with Pokey. Always driving under construction equipment that can dump sand and dirt on you and gets trapped in a big pile of sand and dirt. He always is.
He's always in some kind of situation.
But the little train escapes, and so there is a bit at the end where he gets back home to his parents and realizes it escaped, and they have him cry with little... They must be plastic, but like little like tear-shaped objects being like stop motioned down his face instead of the horrible blobby like real water just being dripped on the plasticine.
Mm-hmm.
That's an improvement. That's an improvement.
Good, at least.
But the problem is that when he gets out of the pool earlier that he fell in, he's wet. Oh, haha, Gumby's wet. He wrings himself out like a towel.
I don't think
he
I like
wrings his clay body like a towel. It's bad.
It is bad.
It's really bad. I don't like that. I don't like the Gumby clay body horror that happens all the time. You should watch Gumby, I turn to the audience. It's all on YouTube. You should watch some Gumby. You should watch the first... It's 10 minutes of your time. The first episode of Gumby, nothing bad happened to Gumby.
You should let Gumby into your heart so he can be a part of you.
Yeah, at this point, I hardly recommend, like... I think it's good just to know what that is. A little.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, I feel like I'm a good ways in. I'm like 7 full episodes in, 13 those weird half episodes they were in at first in.
Mm-hmm.
They've gone into a book once, Bugs. Once.
Mm.
That's like kind of the whole thing later, right? It's like, oh, they go in and out of books. I don't know. I don't know.
It's probably fine.
Being infinitely malleable is horrific. I'm all for Gumby dealing with it. Gumby just has magic powers. Gumby can warp time and space. Gumby can be multiple Gumbies. Gumby can shapeshift into two people
Mm-hmm.
who don't have any same coloration as him. He
Mm-hmm.
can just perfectly mimic two people standing next to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Gumby can infinitely self-replicate, and he can teleport around with objects and generate infinite pianos. Gumby is not just Kirby, but scarier. Gumby is like a Kirby tertiary character.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. Gumby is like Kirby's friend
Mhm.
from one game. That maybe turns out to be the final boss. Oopsie.
And then he shows up in other games, and everyone's like, they're just cool with Gumby
Yeah.
still? Yeah, I don't know.
After everything, Gumby's
Fine.
still allowed to come play Robo Battle, huh? Alright.
Gumby is evangelical Jesus, I guess. No! Also, he hasn't been crucified
Yet.
I will keep an eye. I could say, I don't know. I don't. There could.
It could happen.
I can't
It could
rule
happen. You could
anything
never
out.
say it
really-
won't happen.
I can't confidently say it will never happen. I don't think it would.
Uh-huh.
I don't think it would. Like, this is a cartoon made in the 50s that was shown on Howdy Doody, not a cartoon made for children in the 70s in Japan that will absolutely
Oh yeah.
occasionally crucify someone.
A tradition carried on to One Piece.
Tradition Japan doesn't have as much. Look,
Usopp
it all
died
ties
for our
back to the
sins.
creator of Ultraman. The creator of Ultraman was Christian, and everyone really loved Ultraman, and this has caused some problems over time.
Yeah, because a
Or
lot of
some-
people
where
went, "Holy shit,
it's
that
just a
visual's
cool thing to-
cool."
Yeah, and they went like, it's really cool to have that done to one of our hero characters.
Yeah, man, super cool.
Who was it who got crucified on Lupin? Was that Goemon?
It
I
was.
feel like I'm remembering Goemon.
It was Goemon, but also Jigen was being tortured in a crucifixion machine once. In part 4.
I forgot about homophobic Jigen torture. I
Yeah.
forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot.
You forgot.
I forgot the bit in part 4 where Jigen also gets crucified and electrified and has to turn to the camera and go, by the way, I'm not gay.
Yeah.
I'm not gay.
Yeah.
I'm not gay.
Yeah.
He is gay. You need to know that Jigen is literally one of like the earliest animated
Yeah.
canonically turns to the camera and says, by the way, I'm gay characters.
I'm in the market as a
Remember what I
known
said
woman
earlier?
hater.
Which is just slang for I'm gay
Yeah.
in the theater tradition he was talking in. And my other favorite moment of just Jigen is gay, number one, that time he was just reading a gay pinup magazine on camera.
Playgirl.
Playboys.
No, it was Playgirl.
No, is it Playgirls?
It's Playgirl,
Right,
and it
because
has a hunk
Playgirl
on
was
the
the-
magazine.
right.
Yeah.
It has a shirtless hunk on the magazine, so there's that moment. That's
And then
really
he
good.
tried to
That's a
invite
good
an
one.
officer inside.
Yes, so this one's great because literally it's like, Jigen is in another country and not around the gang for this episode. It's a Jigen solo episode. This will be in the slideshow, but I'm going to talk about it here for a moment because he's the best. Because literally it's like, first of all, two things you need to know. When Jigen goes to sleep, and this is Jigen, who's like the cool dude in a hat from Lupin the Third, if you've seen anything about it, he's the world's greatest sharpshooter. He's just like a cool, like, mafia assassin dude that Monkey Punch went, I'll have one of these, thank you. Yes, thank you. One of these, yes. He will work with my thief and my samurai, because Monkey Punch was a very specific genius. What you need to know about Jigen is that when he sleeps, he looks like the Sleepy Time Bear.
Yeah, he wears the sleepy
for
time
some
cap
reason-
and everything.
For some reason, really
Oh.
consistently, our man is a hunk shoe type bitch who literally wears an ankle-length nightshirt and a soft sleeping cap, and I swear to God, I think we saw an episode where he's literally carrying a candle. Uh, it's the best thing in the world.
It's really
And
good.
it's great for this episode because he's like staying in a hotel and a girl comes in through the window and hides in his closet and is like, please, you can't let them get me. And the police knock on his door and he opens it and goes, hey, handsome. I'm looking for a girl. There's no girls in here. Hey, you want to come in and have a drink? Literally does like a Bugs Bunny style, like, hey, sailor. But he's in. Good night, Chuck's Anima. He's literally in his sleepy time cap, just straight up doing it like, hey. And that gets rid of the cops.
This man
and
is
it's great
skiing.
because he just. And I am going to. Alarm bells in your eyes. You found your people. Really appreciate everyone in chat just frothing over the sleepy time otter of a man flirting. He's great.
If you can send
side
me
note,
the image, I will put it on screen.
I don't think I have it to hand. I got it. This is why I gotta like start rewatching episodes so that I can like. Oh, it's gotta come up, surely.
Oh, hang on. We have options. I think I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
He can stay down here with me.
Yeah, it should be noted, we'll talk about this a lot someday when I get the thing done, but Jigen is like that's Bugs's man in this show. That's Bugs's man.
That's my boy. Hi, Jigen.
This is look at his fucking Mac Tonight profile. I'm obsessed with him. Which we should mention, one of my favorite small moments, which I think is a little bit something. Thank you for following alarm bells in your eyes.
We got him.
If anyone knows anything about, yeah, we got him. If anyone knows anything about Lupin the Third, you might know Hayao Miyazaki worked on Lupin the Third before he went and founded Ghibli, and like that was a big part of his early career. And one of the episodes he directed, which first of all, dear Mr. Miyazaki, obviously you've created such wonderful, like, works of art. I really appreciate you being a fucking old liberal cuss and being the worst for people to interview when they want you to be like Jolly Japan Santa. Thank you for that. I really enjoy every single time they try to interview you and you're like, the world ultimately runs towards death, and yet here I stand. It's great. It's good every time. Thank you for really liking broad men and always making Zenigata built like a fucking truck.
Thank you.
Thank you for whatever genius overcomes you in this series where technically everyone has the exact same body type, the exact same toast rack ass body type, and in your genius going, actually Zenigata should have that snatched waist, broad shoulders ass look.
Literally
actually is what it should look like.
Literally just how I picture Vimes. But with the head
See,
of that guy
Vimes
from
I actually
Final
picture
Fantasy
being
VI.
built like... I picture him as basically like if Jigen was a cop, is what I realized.
Really?
Like I'm picturing like scrawny little man. Scrawny little man.
I picture big Vimes because that means Sybil is bigger. My brain is
You're a genius for this, admittedly. Your brain is big, but like what I was going to say is in one of the Miyazaki directed episodes, there's a great moment where Jigen just grabs Zenigata's gun off of him to shoot with.
It's good.
Listen.
Listen. It's good.
Listen. It's 10 seconds, and I say this from the depths of a waking daydream, but it is one of the gayest things I've ever seen on media made before, like, 1999.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
And then...
Lupin the Third is fun because...
Actually, I'll save that for your slideshow.
Well, yeah, the slideshow is going to be fun because it's half me reading from notes, and then it's just going to be like a guided conversation between me and Bugs, and we might actually have... should we save our Coco Melon trick to be a surprise, or just talk about it here? I don't think it matters. A surprise?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay, we might literally have Bugs still be playing RuneScape in the lower corner while I deliver
We're gonna
my
steal a trick from Marcus Parks and go, and if you're not interested in that footage...
Down here's a music video.
It's Adam's song.
Literally, part of why
Ooh,
is
my
because like
rosemary's ready.
Bugs likes to have. Ooh, nice. Literally, part of why is like you might be shocked, but the reason our like format is like this is because Bugs likes to talk while they have their hands busy,
That's why I
and
draw.
I enjoy yeah, and that's why I'm over here. If I wasn't keeping track of chat, it would be us talking in private while I'm also kind of checking Twitter and also kind of checking Tumblr.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly. Like when I'm working on poster, I have like, a stream in the background that I'm listening to. One piece of rosemary. Okay.
One singular delicate sprig of rosemary.
I hear you. What are you doing?
Yes, yes, my 1 a.m. cocoa melon. You have come to the right place. You don't even know. Welcome.
Hello. Sorry, my cat is a Siamese,
Is
and
Romeo
thus he is
doing
very
things?
curious about many things. And I
Yes!
just hear the sound of fabric shifting on fabric, and I look around, and he has got a bag sideways, and he's rubbing his head on it. And that's fine. It's not dangerous, but I am like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the suspicion of cat will get head stuck on bag may be coming down the pipe. We don't know.
Hey, come here. What are you doing, brother? No, he's sitting on a scratch pad. He don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Romeo
He
no
don't care.
care.
He's all good. He's comfy. He's cozy.
Yeah.
Romeo no care. Just every now and then he has to like talk with you about how his day has gone. Which,
Yeah. Oh,
now that the cats are free to wander around, Bebo has like learned like I can flop down dramatically in front of you and go, please bend down and pet me while I'm on the floor.
I've been in a
Ooh.
terrible accident. You have to pick me up and carry me like a baby.
No, even worse, she really she likes being picked up and carried like a baby, but she always wants to be petted while she's on the floor.
Ooh.
And she doesn't know human knees have limited. Oh, hi Romeo.
Hi. 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 What are you
Mm-hmm.
doing? What are you doing?
How's he doing?
Oh, he's okay. He's just snooping. Come on. Come on. I know. Come on. Brother, if you want to pet, you have to let me pet you. You cannot. Brother, you are killing me.
No.
So, in our family, we have a giant spoon. A giant wooden spoon.
Mm-hmm.
And this morning, someone was walking through the hallway and the wooden spoon fell near Romeo. And ever since then,
Oh no.
the wooden spoon could jump out of anywhere and anything, and he is so scared. I know, it's terrible, Romeo. It's horrible. It's awful.
Oh, the timing of his mournful little howl.
Oh, caught a cat.
Yay!
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh, his eyes full of wisdom and nothing.
Yeah. I have to, he doesn't like being picked up, but he likes sitting in my lap, so he will come and go
Yes.
at me until he gets picked up, which he hates, and then he sleeps in my lap.
Life is so hard for Romeo.
Yeah. Is life hard for you?
Can't get put on a lap without being picked up because he hasn't figured out jump into lap.
No, exactly. Well, he figured it out last winter, but it seems to have forgotten. Which is fine.
He didn't retain the information.
He did not retain the information.
Oh, he's such a beautiful little aminal is the thing.
You were saying about your baby stuff?
Oh, just that Bebo, like, she likes having her belly pet. Like, they're both
What?
cats who like their belly pet, but what they want to do is roll around on the floor while you pet them on the floor.
Ooh,
And they don't understand about human knees.
No.
It is very good and cute, but the problem is then I have to straighten back up again before I, like, lose a kneecap.
You will simply come down on the floor, yes? You will join us on the floor, yes? Simply lay down.
Sometimes I punish her for this by picking her up and then laying down with her, and she doesn't like that. And it's okay to do this a little.
Ooh, I'm whittling.
She's very funny.
Can I help
You're
you?
whittling.
Did you just...
That's some high... That's like some high danger whittling.
You can walk around while you're whittling, too. Whittling.
Ah... That's good.
It is good.
Oh. And bad news, bud.
It's
It is
1 a.m.
It is 1 o'clock.
How that fucking happened?
It's 1 a.m., bud.
How that fucking
I don't
happened?
know. But when we get back, we should talk a little bit about Sam and the Vimes and Sybil.
You're right.
I think Fifth Elephant is very good for that, and also I like talking about them.
You're right. I'm just going
But
to
for
refill
now,
my water
Bugs
can
has to
very
stop
quickly.
playing the game.
I'm just going to refill my watering
Uh-huh.
can.
And then Bugs is gonna stop playing the game
Okay,
for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna take a quick break for 10 minutes. Now's a good time to get up, have a stretch, have a little walk around. Oh, that menu music, baby.
Yeah, it hits. It hits.
And if you gotta go to bed, and if you gotta go to bed, go to bed. We will be right back. BRB.
The heron eats many fish, and sometimes frogs and snakes or crawfish. The heron fishes in shallow, reedy waters on lakes or rivers. After fishing in one place for a while, he may fly on to another favorite spot. The heron eats many fish.
Billy, the amazing magpie from the plains of North America. a mathematical and musical genius. And so, on with the show. On with the show.
He's watching for fish. He's watching. The kingfisher, too, eats fish.
See you
how
around,
he
alarm
fish.
bells.
He is not at all like the heron. But he, too, is a good fisherman. He's a good fisherman. He often perches on a dead branch over a stream. He's watching for fish.
This is a damn good song, man.
If he has no luck at one watch post, he will fly to another. He's watching for fish. He's watching for fish.
How's everyone doing tonight? It is starting to get cold over here. I put the duvet on my blanket. It's very good. Romeo's scared of the duvet, however, it is warm as shit and I love it. I was playing tug of war with Romeo with his scratch pad on break. He's really into biting things. Thankfully not me anymore. But, I realized after a moment if I just grabbed his scratch pad, he would grab it and start biting it, and I could pull it away and he would latch on and keep trying to pull it towards himself, and it was very cool. He's a strong little creature. Little big creature. He's the size of a small dog. Like, not chihuahua sized, bigger than that, I would say pug-sized cat. Do you think pugs are cat-sized dogs? Maybe terrier-sized. Either way, large for a cat, small for a dog. Which is good when buying dog beds, because all I have to look up is small dog bed. You try large cat bed, you're shit out of luck, man. That shit's pricey. Small dog bed, not so bad. Not that he uses it either way, but still. This book really does straight up have Pronto book snacks in it. This is fascinating. The version my mom got, because she got ahead of me in Discworld, and she got pretty far in. And then she hit Going Postal and suddenly dropped off, which surprised me, because that's almost 30 books into a 41 book series. Kind of a strange place to stop. This is the only print that she's gotten that appears to be the original, like, American print. The pages are all yellow, the text is all tiny. It's coming off at the spine on the bottom. But it has unique prints in this for the newspaper headings and things like that. Something I was reading about, particularly with Feet of Clay, is that a lot of the font choices for Discworld and things like that don't get carried over in the American prints. So I wonder if this is a first edition only thing, or if it carried over into the secondary prints, or what. Who's to say? Romeo, what do you think? He does not think a damn thing. He has one brain cell. He does not have even one brain cell, but we love him for it. Hello!
Hello.
How goes?
Goes good. I wound up going downstairs to refill my hot water so I can have more coffee or cocoa if I want to. Maybe I got back in that tonkatsu ramen I like because they finally had it back in stock for a decent price-ish.
That
might crack
tonkatsu
one of
ramen you
those.
like is coming back in style.
That's Overwatch dialogue. You can't fool me.
Yeah, you're right.
God. We're not gonna bitch about a game we don't play and we don't
man.
like, but I cannot believe some of that writing is
Oh,
actually from the
man.
game.
Woof. Woof.
Oh. Woof. I don't know, man. I heard Hi Puffy on Mayumi writing staff looked at that and said that's a little bit much. I heard the Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse first one looked at that and went like, that seems a little bit like exaggerated. I think that's kind of like an unfair caricature of this culture. It's bad.
Yeah.
I've started my Kingdom Hearts journey, so now Dearly Beloved is immediately hitting different. It will hit different.
Good.
It will hit different. Although the funniest thing about the consequence of us playing the game this way is, like, obviously I still have, like, an attachment to Simple and Clean, but my wires got crossed, and now I associate, like, the Metal Gear Solid song with Riku's tragic, like, arc.
Sorry.
I'm not.
So
It rules.
Fucking sorry.
I get to associate a whole Bill Wirtz song with, like, an unexpected banger of the Kingdom Hearts song. Like, I have, like, the worst version of AMV brain ever. It's great. I'm like, two trucks having sex. It was really...
My lips are pursing so hard. I'm glad that you enjoy Kingdom Hearts. If I could implore you to watch the original openings every so often with the music, please.
You always make sure I see those before we do the actual show. The problem is that then I look at the show versions. The thing is, I sit there and I listen to Bill Wirtz's Dream, and I think like, I listened to Brian David Gilbert and Louis Zong's it's like my Breezy something.
Breezy Slide.
Breezy Slide. Oh my god, how could I forget Breezy Slide?
Oh,
it's good. It's good to do this to your brain. It's such a good one, and they have so many deep cuts to like city pop albums in the music video. It's nuts. I like when Brian David Gilbert makes music. I always really like what he puts out. I love his weird, like... Did you see that one, like, weird horror AMV short that was also kind of a song?
No.
The Welcome to the Neighborhood one?
No.
I'll pull it up after show.
I would love
It was
to
just
watch
like a
that.
2-minute
That's
thing.
Fascinating.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's a good time.
Okay.
Funnily enough, if you're...
You go in there.
Someday I will defeat him,
Mhm.
but specifically the version of him who explained Kingdom Hearts. Because I could do better. Except I know the point of his video wasn't actually to explain Kingdom Hearts. He was kind of making fun of over-reliance of the concept of, like, the cycle of heroes thing and stories and how it doesn't really map, especially to a large, expansive video game thing. But also... The HOA song? Yeah, that's another way you could put it. I forget the title of it at the moment. I'll figure it out later, but...
Ooh, I can pick my rosemary.
Alright. Yay! Alright, we have a little bit of time. Sybil and Vimes.
Yay.
So we talked about them before last time, but it's worth revisiting because a nice thing about Discworld is that Sybil never really just kind of like fades out of the story. And if that sounds like a low bar to celebrate, in Sherlock Holmes, Watson meets a girl who he then marries, but she never shows up again in any way or capacity at all. And at one point, Arthur Conan Doyle messes up and mentions him getting married again, even though he'd already gotten married. And there's a reason why the Watsonian perspective shippers have kind of a pretty good amount of basis to go. Watson's not actually married. That's a cover story so that they don't seem gay. Regrettably easy to. Sybil is not that kind of situation. She doesn't like. They don't get married and then she ceases to exist. Instead, it's very fun because there's someone in Sam Vimes' life who cares about him not working himself to death and quietly worries about the fact that when he gets home, he makes sure to like put all of his clothing direct in the laundry. But then she hears from the laundry girl about the blood and the mud on his clothing. And there's a bit, like, I think it's right at the beginning of Fifth Elephant, where she talks about, like, there was a work Sam, and then there's the Sam at home.
Oh.
And she knew the at home Sam, but she also heard a lot about the world that work Sam existed in, with all of those men with the very dangerous names. And it's very sweet. It's a nice continuation of, like, loving someone who kind of doesn't take care of themselves very well.
Yeah. Oh, it's so sweet.
And I've only just cracked into it, but I'm really excited to reread Fifth Elephant because like it is a story where Sybil goes like, "No, fuck staying home. You're doing something as a duke. I'm going with you, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm your duchess."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so she's like a part of the story much more the whole way through, which is kind of nice, especially because like the book before that, which I finished recently, is Jingo, which is a book I like a lot, but Sybil's being in that book, outside of some pretty cute stuff right at the end, is literally just her kind of like silently thinking about like, well, all the women in my family had men who went off to war, and they just kind of patiently waited behind for, and at least most of the time he's like here with me, and it's a little bit lonely.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Opening the wedding album and having with the tissue paper between the pages to keep it safe, and
Yeah.
just staring, and you don't even get to see what she's thinking about it, you know, when she's doing that.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm very fond of like
Can I
Pratchett
help
has a
you?
way of like.
Sorry.
Is Romeo having thoughts and opinions?
Yeah, he's on the bed. Anyway, please continue. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I really like the way Pratchett writes. He writes in, I think the term is like limited omniscient third person, but kind of the way it almost feels that it's like he usually sticks with the perspective of like one person, but people around them, sometimes you get like a little bit of their interiority or like their motive or what they're thinking, and, you know, and that's not always an observation by the person whose perspective we're following. Sometimes it is. But like it switches around to it's fun because you never get like the entirety of everyone's brain all at once.
Yeah.
And sometimes it pulls back where it's like you say, we don't get told precisely what Sybil's thinking about. We get shown what she's doing and a little bit of what she's thinking about, but mostly we learn from like observation. They have a wedding album. Sybil is very clearly who put that together or had it put together, and Sybil reads it, and Sybil puts tissue behind it, and she's thinking about, like, this dangerous life Sam lives, and then it just says, and after about, I think it's like, after 30 minutes she had to blow her nose and then get up and go and do the practical things that needed doing, like getting them packed and making sure the dragons were taken care of.
You know, I really do like how he does that. You only get shown little bits of things. In Carpe Jugulum, there's a moment where Agnes and Perdita, who are two people occupying the same system within one person, who is Agnes.
Yeah, a duo system.
figure out a mystery of the book, and one of them turns to the other and says, I know how she did it. And the other one goes, yeah, I know too. And they don't tell you. That's not your goddamn business. You figure it out.
No, that's the best. I do adore that. Like the way that like I think a lot of Pratchett's books are like, even if they're not mysteries, sometimes they're kind of still like a little bit of a mystery in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's a thing to figure out.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's just like, alright, how
it's
is this
something
stupid pun gonna pay off?
Yeah, yeah, or like, especially in the early books, but sometimes it's like, you know, what am I thinking of? Oh, the fucking Phantom of the Opera pastiche
Oh
has a
my
good,
God.
like, and here's the reveal!
Yeah. Oh, man, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Especially,
Yeah,
since
it's one I remember pretty fondly, I have to admit.
I liked the use of omniscience in that one to obfuscate who was doing it, because you got in that character's head for a bit, and
Yes.
it did not come up.
Mm-hmm. Which I enjoy a great deal.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it's funny, I mentioned, like, I've been poking at writing a little bit. Literally just writing a fan fiction idea that's been in the back of my head for months.
Yes.
Very slowly by the method
Yes.
of
Sickos,
reading my wonderful
yes.
trashy romance manhwa and manga.
Yes.
And then what I found out weirdly works is read a little bit and then write a little bit. And I don't know why that, like, fuels writing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's a direct chewing the grass kind of thing, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think it helps that I get that boost of like, yes, yes, she's comedically misunderstanding his romantic intentions because she's already so set herself up to not imagine that anything romantic could be happening. Yes. Oh, that's the goods. And then I look at the comments and someone goes, how can she not notice? And I go, are you in the right room? Are you lost? Where's your mother? Come on, we'll find the information desk at the zoo. You're reading a romance manga. Anyways. Some of us are over here enjoying comedic misapprehension of other people's motives. It's fun.
Some of us like his Girl Friday. What can I say?
It's good. Listen, it's... I just want that, but gay.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you do find that, and you should all be reading She Loves to Eat, She Loves to Cook, by the way.
Oh my god, yeah.
Or is it She Loves to Cook and She Loves to Eat?
Yes.
But pausing real quick, literally, please consider getting the official English translation of She Loves to Cook and She Loves to Eat, or read them somehow. But also, the third volume's only available via that official English translation, so...
Also,
saying. It's good.
Can I just, if I could make a plea for why you should support it? You know, it's a great manga. Buying it supports the author.
Yes.
The translator for She Loves to Cook and She Loves to Eat is the translator for My Hero Academia. And a bunch of people who are obsessed with the character in My Hero Academia is being harassed by these people. And
they're a really good translator.
They're a great
the way they
fucking
translated
translator.
stuff in I Love to Cook, I Love to Eat is really good, natural translation. It does a really good job of, like, transmitting some information that's, like, hard to get across in terms of personality and, like, how people talk. Get that money, man. Get that
particularly
money.
good
Stay off Twitter.
There's something in translation that's very hard that they're very good at, which is finding approximate slang.
Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah. You know, like, if you localize a phrase in Japanese, if you literally localized, you know, a metaphor, it would read kind of strange. And this translator is really good at finding, like, equivalent metaphors, equivalent sayings, you know, equivalent leet speak.
Yeah, and even about, like, you know, things online, like, one of the main characters, like, posts on equivalent of Twitter because she likes, like, take photos of the food she's cooking as, like, a hobbyist cook. She's, like, one of those kinds of people, not, like, a big influencer, just someone who likes to cook and is on Twitter a lot. But you also get, like, hey, these characters are talking about, like, traditional family values. I bet you those words, in the original Japanese, are pretty fucking specific.
Yeah. And so, like, the people who are into this character in My Hero Academia have somehow gotten it in their heads that he hates this character and is willfully mistranslating this character when if you know even a little Japanese, you can look at the original sentence and go, oh, these people are being silly. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you can, please
God
consider
save us
buying
all
and
from
supporting
people
it.
who, yeah. Well, and not just for that too, but like, it's a gay lesbian romance manga. Look at me. Look into my eyes.
It's
Gay.
actually gay. It's
Lesbian.
actually gay.
They say the word lesbians. There's no, well, love doesn't see gender. It's just a grown-ass woman who really likes to cook, but wishes she could cook like big, extravagant, fun proportions because that always looks like it'd be so fun and she loves to cook, but she has like very little appetite. And when she happens to be going home one day, she happens to be by her neighbor, a large, tall, broad-shouldered, high ponytail woman who dresses in casual trucker type gear.
Yeah. And literally, it has
Who's
a
carrying a whole fucking thing. Go on.
You go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, who's carrying home like a whole bucket of fried chicken.
Yeah.
And when she makes like the awkward small talk, like, haha, having a party? No, it's for me.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
Which leads to the most wonderful lead-in for a lesbian romance ever, which is her just going, I want to cook for her. I want to cook for woman. I want to cook for large woman. I am willing to risk the nightmare of what will happen if it's weird if I ask if I can make her dinner. I would like to cook. And it's very, very cute, and it has a great scene eventually of like, oh, she's like actually Googling like, woman like woman? What do?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
And like if you look up lesbian, you get recommended like lesbian porn to be perceived by straight men.
Yeah.
Or like you know, and even then it gets into in Japan there's this feeling, I would say, that having crushes from women to women, falling in love with women is something that high schoolers do, that junior high school girls do. It's something silly, and you know how girls are at that age. You know.
It's just a childish thing you do when you're young and you don't know. You're practicing eventually, and you're just close friends. It's kind of like if that confusing, almost gay relationship you had with a horse girl, and like when you were like 12 or 13. If that was like a codified societal phase that people decided was just a thing that you did.
Yeah, and it gets
It's
into
rough.
like you know, this woman who is a lesbian having to deal with like friends, family telling her like you need to grow up and find a man. It's really
And to be clear, that's not even over like her art. It's not even like her already knowing she's a lesbian. It's like she isn't interested in dating. And they have this beautiful moment where she's like kind of remembering stuff while she has a fever of like, I had these friends and it felt like we were all on the same page, and then suddenly it's different, and they're going, you should get a boyfriend so we can all go on dates together as a group and then we'll hang out. And the adults going, like, just that wonderful feeling of like, one day you're suddenly kind of left alone, and for some reason being positioned as acting like a child still, so maybe you do kind of still hang on to like the picture book with the big pancakes that you always want to try cooking one day, and how does that make you feel? But I should mention also, it's also a very sweet romance comic.
Yes, it's a really
but it's
good
so nice to
cooking
see
manga,
these
too.
moments.
I made the
And it doesn't have the dumb standard romantic drama twists.
Yeah.
I promise when they introduce a new character, they're not going, and then there's this other woman who only exists to be a No.
Yeah.
That's just your friendly neighborhood Twitter ace lesbian. She's
literally,
great. She's great.
Literally, explicitly, the book has her explain herself as an ace lesbian.
Literally.
It's amazing.
Yes. I love her very much, and I love this being a thing, and there's another character where I'm like, are you gonna turn out to be non-binary?
Right?
What's your deal?
Yeah, I'm very curious about that character.
It feels a little bit like, right? I don't know, but either way, she's very lovely, and it's very fun, because, you know, we talked about how, like, this is a comic that's a great deal about, like, cooking, and it even goes into, so, like, the romance interest character, she's really interesting, because we find out from, like, a very conservative family, and in a conservative family structure, men get served food first and more as
Mhm.
just like a matter of course. And she's tall, and she's always been tall, and so she recounts like I would just wind up hungry all the time and like sneak into the kitchen to make food for myself at night, and how meaningful it is to her to like have someone in her life who like accepts how much she needs to eat and how much she likes to eat, and that's like a fine good thing. It's so sweet.
It
It's very
is.
good.
It is. My pops, who is a
And
very big, very tall man,
yeah.
uh, loves this
Yes.
manga because he's like, no, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. You're always left hungry.
Yeah, I was thinking that was very sweet. It caught me off guard because like I have a little of that experience, but like my parent was never weird at me about like eating food. Like sometimes we were poor and we didn't have a lot of food, but I never like got in trouble for like I don't know housing like 4 cups of the brown rice with cheese that I fried in a pan, which
Dude,
I don't know if I would call that a great food, but that's what I was doing.
see, I would get in trouble for eating too much as a kid all the time. That's why I still have to like check with people in the house, like, yo, is it cool if I like kill off the
Mhm.
bread? Is it cool if I do this?
Yeah.
And it's like,
See, I get that a little bit for like the money side of food stuff.
yeah,
But I'm definitely very lucky in that my parent like did their best. And God knows we grew up in the 90s. It was rough out, y'all.
oh yeah,
I'm like turning to the side. If you didn't like I think diet stuff and thin body stuff is always rough, but the 90s was rough.
yeah, exactly.
People were out there getting like weird. What the fuck is that? Like panini press that's like angled,
Oh
so
god,
that all the
dude.
meat grease vanishes.
Dude, the fucking yeah, my nana had one of those. Somehow it makes every sandwich taste so nasty.
Oh, no, that makes sense. Also, please enjoy. We're now at the end of the night where we're kind of just talking about whatever.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened. Because I'm not going to be scattered enough to stay on topic, so.
You know what
The
was
Special
cool?
K challenge aimed at kids?
Oh
Hmm.
god. How Sybil appears, you know, taking care of the dragons in the muck
Yes.
uniform, mucking out the pens.
Yes, she's literally wearing like overalls with like very short cropped hair because you can't really have long hair when you keep a flammable animal.
Yeah. World's most butch straight woman. I love her.
I know, she's wonderful. I love that because she even does the like if she wants to dress up, she's got wigs, baby.
Mm-hmm.
She'll put on clothing for that, but that's not what she's doing day to day.
There's this
I think it's even like oh, go ahead.
There's this great bit in Carpe Jugul or no, The Fifth Elephant, where Vimes realizes watching her working into a room, because Sybil is out and out declared like she is a big woman. She is a big woman. Vimes compares her to cities. He compares her to war
Yeah, to be
breaches
clear,
knocking
like
down his walls.
like it's she is fat, but she's also just big. Like I imagine like a refrigerator kind of woman.
Yeah.
Like she's just like like just large, overall large.
And there's something that the book touches on that's like, oh yeah, I grew up with that, and Frankie, I imagine you also grew up with that. You know, since we're both AFAB.
Extremely.
The having to make yourself nice and rounded to make up for the fact that you're big.
Yeah, I would say so, and I think like a lot of like the weirdest conflicts I got as a kid is like anytime I wasn't doing that because like you know me, I have a bit of a temper and I'm very stubborn. So there even as a kid there would be times where I'd like dig my feet in about things. And it's kind of a disproportionate response that you get if you are a girl who is large because that's not the way the script is supposed to go. And you know, without even counting in like I'm also non-white in a way that's visually apparent, kind of, sort of. Fun life. Sybil doesn't deal with that quite so much, but like, yeah, it just talks about like, if you are a big girl, and by the way, she went to an all-girls school. Oh no!
Yeah.
No, Sybil, oh god!
Yeah.
Upper-class boarding school, no! Nightmare. And I just kind of love that because, you know, like, Sybil is, like, very sweet and very kind, but she knows her own mind, and she's also very, like, stable and firm. But I love Sam being able to notice, like, and she's always nice to everyone, and she keeps in up with all the ladies and all the social circles, and she was, like, unmarried until they got married, and they're
Yeah.
middle-aged. She
Yeah.
was, like, officially declared a spinster.
Yeah.
And, do you ever think about how, like, she mentions briefly that, like, she dated Lord Rust? And I love it because she goes, bit of a cold fish. And it's like, hello? Yeah?
Good for her.
Good for her, I guess. But I do think it's, like, it feels very meaningful that, like, that's acknowledged and talked about. Because, like, I love Discworld. It contains a lot of what I would call as, like... So if you look at a photo of Sir Pratchett, even when he was young, he's pretty chubby to fat through most of his life. And when you read, like, a character being described as fat, and it's made, like, a bit of a big deal about... But do you ever feel... You feel that, like, this is a joke about fatness being made by someone who's fat, kind of. Where it doesn't make it better, and you're still like, come on, man.
Count Check must speak with me.
Oh, what you got? Okay, what's he got going on?
Haha, I called Check. I've checked your account. You have a Jagex account and you have a bank pin, so you pass my checks. Enjoy your prize. It's a lamp. I get to raise a skill.
What a mysterious man.
Yeah. I get EXP, and it's EXP times 10 for whatever skill I'm putting it into, so I have to think about this.
Ah.
You know what? Farming.
Well,
Let's
you're
do
working on farming. Yeah. Yeah, you're working on farming. Why not?
Yay, I level up.
Have a little.
I can grow corn.
Oh, that little pipe track that kicked in there with it is
What's
real
wrong?
good.
What's wrong?
It's like a fucking gnome scuttles
That
up
was
to
like
play your level up music.
That was like a Rugrats background theme. It's good.
God, it sure is. On the subject of Rugrats, I have such a funny relationship with that cartoon because, like, I know it's very beloved, I know it's very well animated, I know people talk a lot about, like, its production quality. I didn't like it when I was a child. And whenever I say I didn't like it, sometimes people knee-jerk go like, but the animation, I'm like, no, I didn't like it when I was a child. Do you think I can retroactively turn to my child self and go like, actually, this was animated really well? I can't. All I can tell you is authentically, child me was like, you fuckers. This is really what you think I'm worth? I want to watch Baby Adventures?
Christ.
Okay. Alright. It's like how I feel about the Kennedy kick dance. I hated the Kennedy kick dance as a kid. I hated it every time I ever saw it, and it was such like a vehement feeling. I still remember it.
Because what was it? You always say it was like jingling keys.
Jingling keys. Literally, as a kid, it felt like an adult going like, "You like this, right? This will keep you busy for a minute. Yeah, you look at the characters kick and wobble and dance and kick and wobble." I'm sitting there like, I'm 9. I could be watching Sesame Street, sir.
Christ.
But it's a cartoon, so I'll sit here and watch it anyways. And in 20 years, I'm gonna have to listen to people talk about how actually cartoons never got better than this. They're wrong.
They're
wrong.
I don't think I've ever heard someone say that about Tiny Toons, thank God.
I have.
Really?
And Animaniacs. It's always Animaniacs. People are like, they couldn't make a cartoon like this now. And I say, yeah, probably not. I think an executive would go like, what do you mean it's a series of non-related to each other sketches, and one of them is just, what if the mobsters from Goodfellas were pigeons, and that's the whole joke, and this is a reoccurring segment. Kids love the mobsters from Goodfellas.
Hey, I loved that bit as a kid. I thought it was very funny that the pigeons were Italian. Oh, going good, Carol.
Going good. We're at the near wrapping up at the end of stream portion of our entertainment, where we just talk about whatever the goddamn fuck, and Bugs does forestry while waiting for some rosemary to grow it.
Yay.
You are tuning in for near the end of stream hours. shrooms.
And after shroom, I'm gonna grow corn, and I'm gonna get my goddamn farming level up, and I'm gonna kill that fucking bramblefoot. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. The only reason I started that quest was to get the fucking farming experience, and I need fucking farming experience to play the goddamn quest. I don't fucking...
That's how they get you. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. And just to be clear, remember, Bugs needs the farming experience so that Bugs can get into the Lumberjack Guild.
No, I already did that. I already did that. I got in. I got in. That's where the redwoods were. It's all good. We're all good. We're all good. This game does look old, doesn't it? My fletching level is up, baby! I can still not fletch fucking oak. It will happen.
Soon you will.
It will
Soon
happen.
you will.
I need to buy
Oh,
plant
God.
cure for my sick plants. My plants are sick. My plants can randomly, by the way, get
Hold on.
sick.
Your plants in this game, you can get root blight.
Look,
you can get fucking
look,
potato
look,
rot. You can
look
get
at my
fucking
sickly
mites and mold.
tomatoes. Look at my sickly tomatoes. You see this? Diseased
I don't know if
tomato
Oh
plants.
no, yeah, that doesn't look good. That doesn't. That you got to get
It's
out there
okay.
with the little spritz bottle of like water with soap in it and vinegar, and that'll get the aphids off.
It all better. This is how it works.
It all better now.
It all
I really
fucking
like the
better.
watered plant, just puddles of water kind of appearance.
That's how
By
you
the way, I
know.
think
That's how you
that's
know.
actually pretty. No, Bugs. That's actually a more realistic representation of what it looks like after you've adequately watered a garden than just the dirt is darker now. Because if the dirt's just darker now, that means all you did is you got a surface level amount of water on there. And that's not good. They're not going to get the roots down in the water. You got to do more water. More water. More than that. More than that. Are there puddles? That means that the dirt is finally no longer accepting more water. And provided that this is a high water tolerance plant that needs this kind of thing, and a lot of the ones that you need to do anything useful with are, that's what you want.
I'm starting to understand why a lot of my plants died.
Oh, yeah, no, here's the thing. It depends on plant by plant. Some plants, you don't want to water them too much. You will kill them by watering them.
Rip to my
You will wind
basil.
up with pet slug. Some plants do need water. It depends. It's wet foot tolerant, and some things.
Damn, it
Some
takes
things you can
forever
wait a
for
little
herbs
bit.
to grow. This thing that I planted a while back, like an hour back, is at state 2 out of 5. Damn! Though you do know herbs for their own skill, which is herb lore. You see this? You make potions. It's actually pretty cool. A lot of it is just cleaning leaves, and I like that. By the way, that's an imp. I have to have the hunter skill to catch
No,
him in a
that's a
jar
good
with a
time.
butterfly net. I mean, butterfly net.
I do like, by the way, that the leprechaun is just, like, always back there,
Oh, yeah.
like, hanging in case you need your tools.
Yeah, he's chilling. If you talk to him, you get some. Because my family found out that they're not Irish anymore, I can't do the voice. But boy, it's got some dialogue.
Tidy-tidy-tidy-dee, like that kind of shit going on over there.
More or less.
I'm from an Irish descent. I'm allowed.
Oh, yippee! My family's Scottish and Hungarian. Nothing. All I got is Vlad the
Irish,
Impala. That's
Scottish,
it.
a little bit Dutch, Romani, African American on Dad's side,
Damn.
Roman. Grandpa's Roman.
Oh,
That's why he's
Roman.
got a fro. He's just got kinky hair because that side of the Williamses are Roman,
I
not
see.
Italian.
I see.
You notice that's not what he's saying. For some reason, Grandpa is saying Roman.
Roman. And oh yeah, I'm a
Visibly
little
black.
Italian.
I'm going to show you a photo one day. He's just visibly black.
I'm full-blooded American. That's what I am.
You get that Marcus Park style result back where it's it just says white.
Yeah, it just says white. It says white and like mud skipper. I don't really. I don't know. It says Wonder Bread. No, fucking. Do you remember on What We Do in the Shadows where you just got that fucking thing?
Yes, Colin.
Colin, fuck.
No, it just says white. I can't possibly. Huh?
Hmm.
Look at that.
Fucking, oh god, he was so good. That actor on Adventure Time as LSP's, like, one-off boyfriend.
Yes!
Damn.
Holy shit. Yeah, so we're, like, still watching Adventure Time in the background in, like, chunks now and then. It's a good time, especially for, like, just sit back and spend, like, an hour or so, like, hanging out. Sometimes Puzz is there, sometimes Adrian's there, sometimes Snail's there. Going through it. We're officially in the really interesting era where, like, Pendleton Ward isn't the showrunner at all. He's still there and, like, a part of the creative team. But, like, Adventure Time has what I'm starting to think of as, like, little periods of time where you can kind of feel it start to get, like, a little more experimental in what it's doing than it was doing before. And then you kind of get, like, a little bit more experimental, suddenly, like, working around with what it was doing with old ideas and bringing those back and doing stuff and some story stuff, and ooh, it's been fun.
Oh, I can make out of Oak.
Did not
Sorry.
Ooh, hot damn. It's been really fun finding episodes where, like, we are well past where I don't remember episodes anymore. Like, we passed that a while ago. It's all new to me now, baby.
Yeah.
Except I do know some of these moments from, like, gift sets on Tumblr. And I have to admit, I didn't really expect that the gift set that people pass around that's like, I really like it when Jake and Princess Bubblegum kind of act like they're, like, Finn's divorced parents who don't really get along, but they're, like, still trying to raise the kid together the best they can. I was like, yeah, that is fun. I wonder what episode's that from. It's from the episode where Finn develops telekinetic powers and is building a tower to get into space to punch his bio dad who he met, who is why he lost an arm. And the whole,
He's going up there to rip off his dad's arm to get a new arm.
I was getting to that. I was getting to the fact that he was going up to space because he vaguely understands that his bio dad is in space and space is up, and he is telekinetically, like, just gathering bricks of random material and singing the entire time a song about how it's something like, baby's gonna build a tower to get into space and take his dad's arm. Just like, over and over and over.
He's doing good. He's doing good.
That's not the context I was expecting. Oh boy, it's the episode with those fun gifs of Jake and Finn's parents, Finn's adopted parents and Jake's parents. I wonder what the rest of this episode is like.
Well.
Don't worry about it. I can't believe that episode ended with, and Jake doesn't know and could never possibly find out. There's no way he could ever find out this information.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, because I was reading up a little bit on, like, trivia section for this episode, and so I was like, yeah, you notice that he rolls around in the egg, and then in the episode where he briefly lost his powers, he thought he got them by rolling around in the mud? When he was rolling around in his own yolk?
Oh.
Yeah.
Ha.
Yeah.
Why did he look like that when his powers were gone for a while? Oh wait, hold on. The witch also cursed him to look like an awful baby man. That's right. That's right. The donut witch, the donut garden witch.
Witches will do that.
Do you get anyone in the audience who's still listening at this late hour? I imagine you're starting to notice, why did Bugs and Frankie really like things that when they describe the plot, it sounds insane? Once again, please look forward to Lupin the Third.
Please, look forward to it.
I know that the slideshow is already risking being way too long, but I need some slideshows to just talk about, like, some of my favorite episodes. And just have, like, and here's a screen cap from this episode, where the bad guy... Well... What if Picasso was a Yami? But also it's kind of just straight up Picasso.
What if? What if?
What if?
Throwing aside a rock, you're fine, Munita.
It's terminal. Do your best. Lowering the gun. No, it's good if you're still here. I'm just at the point where I am trailing slightly on subject material here and there, and we should probably wrap up since it's like 1:49.
No. I still have 10 minutes to cut
Oh,
logs.
oh. Okay, but how about this? Could we take a quick break before we go to fan art, just so I can stretch? Because I realized that when we go to 2, the problem is we're skipping a break slot.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. Do you want to take it now, and I'll just like vamp or
Yeah.
something for a bit?
Yeah, I'll get up for a second. I'll be 2 minutes. Be right back in a bit. Bugs is gonna cut logs. Wait, hold on. No, hold up. Wait. What you're proposing is you don't need a break at all, in any way, to stand up for a second. Because I don't need to get up right now. I just want to get up before we, like, go to fan art. No, we're gonna take a break at 2. You are in... I can't believe you almost got me. We will both take, like, a 2-minute break that's, like, long
Hooray.
enough to, like, get up for 1 second.
Oh, my tomatoes are fucking
And then we'll go to fan
diseased.
art. I don't know what you're doing to your plants. I think you got a witch curse on you.
My fucking
Have you
tomatoes.
displeased any old women recently?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you acquire a new cow or something that could have brought on some form of evil eye?
Shoot, I did get that good armor earlier.
You did get that good armor. Do you think it is possible that due to this good armor have, someone might have cursed your crops, perhaps with a poppet?
I don't know, maybe.
That's tough. You're gonna have to drink a disgusting potion to fix your humors about it, I
No.
think.
Please no.
I'm sorry.
Please no. Please no.
Well, I mean, there's also bloodletting. I'm not sure if bugs have blood, though, so that might be a bad idea.
You know, I have blood when it's funny. Like gender.
Well, that's fair enough. I really love that one Tumblr post where someone was talking about, like, they were talking about, like, well, you know, I just have comedically, situationally appropriate gender, which is to say, like, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, but if he can't, women can't fucking do anything.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly it.
That seems appropriate. For my particular setup is, definitely a man, but you can call me sister so long as it's in a gay way.
Exactly.
But you can't call me boy. I don't sit with that. I'm not white. You can't be grabbing everyone's shoulders. Don't
Yeah.
call someone
Yeah.
who's not white
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Even if in your head you're spelling it B-O-I,
Don't do that.
word sound.
Don't do that.
It has bad connotations.
Don't do that.
Really bad connotations. Which, you know, any gender term, it's good to know your audience. But the point being, my gender is man. But if I didn't already have tits, I'd probably be doing drag. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Kind of a,
As is. I don't gotta mess around with
Nathan Lane
costume
in the
tape
birdhouse-esque
yet.
man. Birdcage.
I think that makes sense.
Mhm.
God. You know what what I keep remembering, I love the bit at the beginning where, like, she's in half in costume, and, like, part of the sabotage is, like, and he hasn't even shaved all the way yet. That's so, like, that's such a good, like, I'm throwing a snit, I need attention,
Yes.
I will make
Yes.
sure that I can't be ready for stage by not being shaved correctly. Like,
Yes.
I just love that.
It's okay. She has her calming prin.
She has. Oh, that's right. Jesus, I forgot. What are you giving her? Oh, I just take aspirin and I scratch off the front of it so that it just says Prin.
Oh, fucking Alzheimer's,
Oh,
man.
Christ.
Jesus Christ.
No, I need more, like... I think, honestly, with that movie, and even, like, Tu Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything,
God,
Love
it's
Julie
so
Namar, what I need is more goofy situation comedies just written by gay people
No,
about
exactly.
really, really gay things. I don't need it to be, like, art. I don't even need it to be, like, you know, cast perfectly.
Mhm.
I just need to say, No, you have to understand, it's a zany screwball comedy about drag queens
Mm-hmm.
that's actually not very transphobic at all.
Yeah.
And also features John Leguizamo's legs.
Yes.
Oh boy.
The Lake was almost.
Ma'am. Chichi Rodriguez.
Oh,
Good lord.
such good costuming in that movie too. Oh my god.
I could throw it all away for Chichi Rodriguez.
Yeah.
The dress at the end!
Oh my
The
god.
Liza Minnelli dress at the
No,
end!
and-
This is the most gay I ever sound.
And the
but it's
dress
my
at the
truth.
beginning with the
dress.
gloves and the
Yes.
pearls. Oh, I love that shit. I love dresses with
Ugh.
gloves.
I do too. No, the sheath dress like type of look, for me I'm always like I love like the straight up like torch lounge kind of style too. That's one of my favorites.
Oh, torchwear
So
is
good.
so good.
We talked about this like amongst ourselves recently, but I'm turning to the audience. A funny thing that I realized recently is like, you know, you have like the classical stories of like gay men and drag queens. Not always the same thing. Remember
Mhm.
that. You don't
Mhm.
gotta be gay to be a drag queen. Live your
Mhm.
goddamn truth.
Mm-hmm.
Have fun. Have fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, they always talk about like loving these like Hollywood starlets and these like
Mhm.
Faye Ray and all of these like iconic women. To me, those men are that for me.
Yes.
I think about Nathan Lane in all dressed up for the show at the beginning of the Birdcage. I think about like Tim Curry
Ugh.
as Dr. Frankenfurter
Ugh,
singing
with the
about that longing and
pearls
the
And
outfits.
the fishnets.
Oh my god, the pearls. The legs! Again,
I
more
saw
men need to be
Rocky
showing off their
Horror,
legs.
And then the first time I ever
Mhm.
got my own money, I went out and bought fishnets.
That's the way. That's what I'm talking about. But like, I think there's really something to that, especially like being trans, because like that's where you see gender non-conformingness is around queerness, especially when we were growing up. There weren't good fun media about trans people. Hell no. It was grim out, man.
Yeah. You know, I still have to watch Priscilla, Princess of the Desert. I've never seen it.
We should hit that sometime. I think I'd appreciate it more as like an adult. I know that that's more of like I think a semi-serious movie kind of vibe, but
It's good
you
to
know,
know your
it's
history.
always good to see these things. And in the words of the sage, it's of himself, live a little,
Live
see a
a
fucked up
little.
movie.
Yeah.
Blow one to the sky for our king.
Mm-hmm. Is John
The
Locke
first
dead?
true crime obsessed weird fucker. No, he's not dead. He's fine.
Oh, why'd you
someone
blow
doesn't
the
have to be
sky
dead
then?
for that. Because he's up there somewhere, looking
He's
over us,
alive.
flying.
He's not looking on us.
With a-
He's probably looking at Playgirl.
Well, listen. In a spiritual sense. I don't talk like that about dead
You
people.
scared me.
Robin Williams ain't looking down on us. He's doing stuff. He's busy.
He's busy. He's doing bits. He's
They got him
stealing
Tears of
jokes
the Kingdom up
too.
there. Robin Williams, you would have loved Tears of the Kingdom, I bet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Turning to the audience, if you don't know, he did name his child Zelda.
Yeah.
Yes, like that, explicitly. God bless him.
You know, if Robin Williams had been born in our generation, I wonder if he would have had a kid named Carcat.
Nepeta.
Nepeta. That's a good name for a kid, you know?
I think it's not bad. Whenever people are like, oh, just imagine being those kids. There's always been those kids.
Uh-huh.
I grew up with a camp counselor whose legal given name by his parents was Zip Zop.
And if you think about it,
Zip Zop.
names like John, stuff like that, you get it from the Bibble. The Bibble. Why, that's the world's first Homestuck. Really.
And also, to be slightly more serious, nobody on the playground's gonna fucking know. You think
Yeah.
any other child is gonna turn and go like, I know what your name's from? No. They'll reveal themselves to have been at the Devil Sacrament, or also have nerd parents, and it's fine.
Uh-huh.
People get named after goofy fictional stuff all the time. There's like 50-year-olds Galadriels as we speak. It's fine.
If there was
Although
a kid in my
I
class
do always
in
love that
middle
in
school
Japanese.
named
go ahead.
Sephiroth, I would have been so fucking jealous of them.
Yeah. And, like, they'd probably go by, like, Steph.
Steph.
Or, like... Yeah, Steph. It's...
Oh.
Admittedly, I say this as someone who had a name that people had trouble with.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because... white people...
Yep.
are weird. Side note, in Japanese, they actually have a term for being named after a fictional character, and I forget this precise word, but it translates to shining name.
Yes, that's and that's how we got the world's best One Piece spin-off manga.
No, it's
so
not a spin-off manga. You
good.
don't. It's not a spin-off. I got through all of one. I read romance manga. You all hear me talk about it. I could pull open my Rolodex and recreate the McElroy brothers like Jimmy Buffett litany, but me lighting myself on fire for no goddamn reason with like what I'm reading over here. I couldn't.
Why
It
was
wasn't
wrong?
good.
That guy illustrated a
You
bunch of
can't
One
do-
Piece trading cards, and I went, wow, these look interesting.
Mm-hmm. The problem is that it's kind of like, you know, a middle grade romance, but it has a gag character who's drawn and I'm pointing at you and you're thinking, oh no, is Frankie going to say that it's racist? No, it just looks really bad. It just looks really bad. It just doesn't look good.
Yeah, sometimes that'll happen.
Sometimes that happens. Sometimes something's just bad. It's 2 a.m. Bugs.
Okay, let me put compost on my plant so we can wrap up.
Okay, well, we can take a quick break, and then we'll wrap up.
Oh, yeah.
I guess what we'll do is, like, we'll do a little bit of, like, hey, if you're going to bed here, go to bed kind of thing as usual, and then we'll have a very quick break. I'm probably just gonna, like, literally hop up and down real quick, and then we'll come back, and we'll do fan art. But, hey, if you've been here with us through this so far, thank you so much. I know we're mentioning it a lot, but really, genuinely,
Thank you.
thank y'all
Thank
for
you.
sticking through with... We have to figure out alternate streaming methods.
Yeah.
And the good news is, hopefully things will get fixed soon. If nothing else, my bandwidth limit from our current thing will reset soonish. But one way or the other, I'm hoping we'll be able to get things back on the schedule, like Mother 3 and things like that. And until then, it is fun to just talk about Discworld and generally shoot the shit with y'all. So hey, thank you so much for being here so far. If you're going to bed ahead of the fan art, hey, go to bed. We'll be here later. And for now, BRB, real quick. Wee. Now I'm back. And I want to reread Monster. Also, there has been some kitty shenanigans. Just a little. This is smooth. Of course, it's Sonic Adventure. What are they cooking? It's good. Oh, there it is, Master Emerald. I hear it now. I hear it now.
A good way to level up your farming is if you get your renown to 100% in Hosidius, you're allowed to play the Tithe farming game. I'm going to be carrying buckets all fucking night. Fuck everything. Fuck everything. Fuck everything forever. I look forward to this.
Hi, Bugs.
Hi. Alright. Let's look at some fan art. Yay!
Looks like we're starting back at Sleepy Moth.
Yippee! Oh yeah, I woke up and showed that one to my pops as soon as it came in. Whoop!
Yeah!
Doodles I did while watching various stream bots with some Adventure Time drawings in there because I keep getting distracted.
No, that's fair. I'm also thinking a lot about Adventure Time. I don't know why Betty has that hat in a lot of art and caps, and nobody tell me, but it makes me scared.
I'm excited.
Makes
about
me
this.
a little bit scared.
I'm excited about this. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I'm moving.
I love whenever people have like a sketch page like this that they're just like doodling as they go on. I think this is one of my favorite formats of like fan art. Huh?
So sad, so old. No, Romeo's a baby. Romeo's only 3 years old.
Yeah, Romeo's a baby.
Romeo's a baby. He's very young. He's still a cat.
Romeo just looks like that.
He just looks like that.
He just has bald patches
What do you mean?
that give him eyebrows.
My cat's
It's not his
old.
fault.
What's wrong? My cat's not old.
Romeo was kind of born a grandpa-looking cat, yeah, but he's a sprightly
over
young
him
lad.
Curled up, sleeping in my laundry basket. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
Please continue what you were saying.
I really want to. Oh, I just want to say I really love, especially like the drawings on the right from like the trick or treat. I love the bug going, "Oh, a ghost."
That's really good.
The different,
Oh, the Reese's
the drawing of the chat like holding the tuna and the little tiny blobblewoods of the Shrek candy, and I really love that you got a screen cap of what
Yes.
Tu and Lou from Gumby look like.
Yeah, please.
It's
please.
bad.
This is great. Please
It's
remember
bad.
that Frankie is a chubby dude. He's a fat dude, but this is
Yeah,
great. I
you can
love
up the
pose
chub a
work and
little.
expressions here. Oh, the
Yeah.
bolts look so cute.
And as a reminder, I do think that sometimes what helps make me read as fatter is, I know I'm a trans dude, you don't gotta flatten my chest. It's fine. I'm big. I got
Thank
tits.
you. Thank you.
I don't mind to nothing. But thank you. And I really love, I like I said, I like a doodle page like this, and the BMO you did over here, like totally lineless, is
Oh,
really
that's
good looking.
gorgeous.
That's such a solid little BMO. It's so like well differentiated. It takes really good advantage of shading to like define the edges. That I just gotta highlight that because that's a really good. Oh, sorry. I just noticed that the door has a separate tiny door at the bottom
Oh
that
my
just says
God.
bug.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. I fucking love this piece. I showed this to my pops and he cracked up.
Yeah.
Really good. I love the lighting effects that you have going on here. The way you have the shadow in the
Yeah.
center and the way the shadow overtakes me here is great. I love to emphasize how tall he is.
Yeah,
Oh, light on
the
doorknob
perspective
is
being
so
like
nice.
slanted. And the energy you get with like the little drawings of bugs and the is really really powerful. Just such that just popping off with like
Look
an
at tennis.
atmosphere and yeah, the rendering of tennis. I was just gonna say, really good orb rendering.
Oh, and look
You
at
gotta
the
render an
wiglet.
orb sometimes.
Very tall wiglet, biglet.
Yes.
Very beautiful. I love on Betty the glasses
Ah.
highlights you have here. The palette is just gorgeous. I love how you've done that.
Yeah,
here. That's
really
so
good
cool.
Expression too. Like, I look at that and I go like, oh, what happened? What?
Oh, look
Betty's
at
gonna be fine.
that. Look at
Betty's
that
gonna
little
be
curled
good. I
ribbon right
bet.
here. The way it twists around, that looks great.
And really good, like, something I like about Adventure Time is like, even if you aren't doing the style, they have like such like clean designs.
Mhm.
These I look at and I go like, oh, that's a really like fun border take on on like the
Yeah.
characters. You know what I mean?
I love, this Pokemon looks upset. Find something to make it feel better. Rotom phone! Really good. I love the face on the fucking
well-
phone.
We'll get back to our boy daughter soon. I promise.
Yes, soon. We have the poster and everything. It's just a matter
Thank
of
you so
energy.
much. Yes.
Just fucking
And also Frankie can see a light at the end of the tunnel for not being 20 seconds
Yeah.
behind.
yeah, that's the
Watching
thing too.
footage.
Just everything on this page is a banger. You do such great character work. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure,
Yeah.
Sleepy Mom.
Thank you so much. And also, thank you for, if anyone is like watching a VOD and makes art, please share. We like VOD art. Thank you.
From Fallbees, it is my birthday.
from
Oh, happy
Fallbees.
birthday yesterday! And I'm
Happy
very excited to have a wonderful
birthday!
gift of stream. I had a gift of Basil Hawkins and appreciation Yanji too. I've been thinking about a lot of what ifs lately. Oh, this is a great Basil.
Oh,
I love
Yanji
the
can-
texture work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the
And I
splash.
really love on this Yanji, the sixes in the pupils is a
Oh,
really fun stylistic
wow.
thing to do with him.
Yeah, that's great.
And a really fun emotion going on there. I can tell
Yes.
you're rotating the
Yes.
parrot boy,
Oh,
like in the
shading is
microwave.
great. I
He
love the
attracts
shading on
that.
this. He does.
Yanji specifically.
He uses
You
the
look at
color.
him and you think you could do something. You could have something in your life, maybe.
I really like the paper texture you have going on here. It really adds a lot, and just like
Yeah.
the little bit of dusting that you got down here to kind of bring in the hay that he's made out of, or straw. The dappling on the texture back here, the splatters, really nice stuff. I'm really intrigued. This is very cool. Thank you so much.
Also, I have to say, the texture being done on the hair, it's really good, and it looks so much like a paper cutout effect.
Yes.
I actually think you should like try doing that again and like experiment with textures because your work is very like color focused. It has big sections of color with like this very good like energy to it. I think adding into that a sense of texture really takes it someplace. I think that could be something like really exciting to like fuss around with a bit more in the
Can I
future.
pop something
just
on screen
to
real
be
quick?
annoying.
Just
Sure, what you
an
got?
art thing? Okay. I want to show you guys all a trick that I figured out.
Sure.
Okay. So, let's see. Display capture? Okay, perfect. So, this is how I draw posters. Here's a funny trick that I figured out. I'm just gonna knock out a bug real quick. Whee! Hey, it's the bug. You love the bug. Wow! Yay! Yippee!
That's them.
That's them. Hands on hips. Okay. So, the trick I figured out recently that I've been having a lot of fun with is, sometimes when I import a texture into CSP via this, it comes in, and it kind of like, you know, if you do a multiply on it, you know, what you have to do is you take the layer here. I'm just going to do this, do this. You rasterize the layer, so you can do layer effects on it, of course. She's chugging a little. Hang on.
Give her a second. She's running a few things at once.
Okay. We're just going to... Okay. Yeah, saving recovery information, thanks. I really want to keep this.
The thing is, we also appreciate the autosave feature. We do from time to time. You do. It's nice to not feel the despair.
Yeah, that is true. Stop recovering! Stop saving recovery information! I don't need it this badly. I just wanted to show one cool
so
trick.
in Gumby, you see, Pokey originally comes from a book setting, which is like a farm. I guess it's like a story about a farm. And he has like a farmer who owns him, and he's like a little escaped red pony, which is a whole thing. By the way, you can't tell from just looking at stills, but Pokey, you know how horses move? What if they move the wrong way? Oh, the stream has ended. Uh-oh.
What do you mean?
Am I still on? Yeah, okay, I am.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not
I
on
tuned
Discord.
shrunk.
On Discord, not Twitch.
Sorry.
Yeah, that closes it for me. Sorry, bud. You can take a second.
It's still recovering? What do you mean?
This is the funniest. I'm so sorry, Bugs.
Nightmare. Nightmare. I wanted to do a 30-second tip. 30 whole seconds.
We could go back to art and then come back and check in on the old girl. Sorry, we'll come back to this and Bugs will finish their thought.
What? You better not have just finished.
Huh?
You better not have just fucking finished the
Did
moment
it?
I did that. You
Did
better
it?
not
It
have.
might have. Oh, it might have.
It did. Okay. Alright. Like I was saying. So sometimes when you apply a texture to a piece, sometimes it can wash things out a bit. You notice how it, like, you know, the color seems kind of dulled. You know, even if you hit it with the soft light, it's there, but it's kind of muddy looking. Something I figured out through dicking
Yeah, it adds like a gray.
If you go to expression color, that means you can start doing, you know, you can alter the color on the piece. What I've been doing for our posters is I go down, I set the luminosity to max. And now there's the texture effect without losing the saturation. So when I paint over, like, shading, it shows up much easier on the eye. It doesn't look as washed out. You get some interesting inverse effects when you're shading stuff. I don't know. It's interesting. I've been futzing with it. I tell ya.
No, I like that. It even has like kind of like a transfer paper kind of feeling to it. I dig that a lot.
Right? Okay. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to, cause you work with texture. I just wanted to go look at this. I figured this out. If that's anything you want to play with, take a look. See.
Okay, we gotta have that art stream for Luffy and Zoro soon. I think. I think the Bug Urge to talk about art while doing art. I think it's simmering. I think it's in there.
Thank you so much. From Coastworthy Jorts.
Of course.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Hell yeah.
How
I
would
love
the
these
bug
little
wear
guys.
pants? Like this or like this?
Oh, like this.
Like this.
Like this. Like this. Thank
Mhm,
you.
mhm.
This is. I love the expression words.
This
I
has so
love
much
the big
energy.
long eyes. They're so cute.
I really love this.
Oh, I kind of moved Frankie back.
You're
then.
jumping up with joy. Yippee!
Yippee! Yay!
Oh,
Yay!
yeah.
Yay!
I'm
Yay!
gone.
Yay!
I'm in the rafters.
You're not gone. You were just scooted a little off, but now you're back.
Oh, okay. Sometimes I get launched into the rafters, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I still haven't fixed that issue. I think it's a loose
But-
board.
Hooray! Is that me still up there somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
I'm like looking up at the ceiling
Hang
as
on,
if you
let me
guys can
see.
see that.
Let me
Alright,
check some
that's
of your other
good.
Frankies.
It's
Oh.
it's gonna fall like the fucking
Ooh.
Splatoon squid. What are you doing?
Some of your other Frankies
you
have
doing?
broken
I'm
and turned
pressing
into
play on-
Discord talk icons. That's fine.
Oh, that's fine. That's okay to do. Anyways, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Coastworthy. This
Thank
is a
you.
wonderful
Thank you,
piece.
thank you,
I
thank you.
love the joyful energy of Jorts. And then from Nettle Devil.
Oh, Jorts versus Cargo. Holy shit.
Now, I think you're right about this arrangement. But would it be reversed? No, hold on. Ernie would be like the zip-off bottom of the pants cargo shorts man.
And Bert would hate that.
I think. Bert would hate that. Bert hates his stupid zip-off pants.
He does.
And Ernie would need the pocket space. You're right. I think you're right in this.
The head shape, I love the texture work on the hair here. The gazes,
Yes.
very, very. You've perfected the Muppet blankness. It's beautiful.
Yeah, you got that like goofy doll look that they have, and the rock crab.
Yes, I love, and the cute creature. It's quite cute. Look at its little arms. It's really good.
It
The
does look very
jawbone.
cute in this
Oh, look at the
illustration.
fold
I
over
will
lip
say,
there. Wow.
yeah, that's really nicely like put together, and also like solid crab.
Yeah.
Drawing a crab.
Yeah.
I don't underestimate
Great.
drawing a
Oh,
crab.
Look at
Oh.
this. Look at the breakup on the
And
rump
Ernie's
here.
got his ducky in his pocket.
Oh, you're right. Oh, it's just like the big salmons on Salmon
Peeking
Run.
out.
Look at this rock.
Yeah.
Look at all the etching and breakup here. It looks perfect. Rocks are so hard to draw.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Oh, look.
You got like the little cleft
You
bits
even
and
got the
everything.
carbon of the ammonite shell. You got the
Yeah.
Look at that. That is just gorgeous. Thank you so much.
I also have to say, I really love that you like quick shaded in Bert's Argyle socks. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the good shit.
yeah,
Really good rendering on the shoes
You're
and
right,
the
you're
pockets too. Looks fucking great. I love.
yeah.
Oh,
Shoes
you
is
even
tough,
have the
man.
texture on the jorts. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nettle Devil.
Oh, Bo
and then
Red
from
Rat.
Bo Red Rat.
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's right. I am having fun. Hell yeah.
Really love that, like, this is kind of a polygonal bugs, but like in the right like OSRS like type of polygon,
Yes.
where it's like it's not just a square or a triangle, it's like a badly peeled potato.
Oh, look at this. There's a different texture on the background versus what's used on the characters up front. That's great.
Yeah.
Versus...
It's like paper versus canvas. I really like that.
Yeah, that looks really cool. What a fun effect. I love the movement of the antenna here. This bucket. This is some solid bucket rendering. The cute creature is quite cute.
Yeah,
must
that's
say.
solid bucket right there.
Quite cute creature.
And I really like how to put it? I like the limited palette here, where you've got like color in the background, color in like the speech bubbles, but the
colored
characters
line work.
all just being like kind of this blank kind of way. That looks really good to me, to be honest.
And it's really interesting too how you have the blue on the line work, but then the fill in with black. It looks really good.
Mhm.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
ow, the second picture. I know. This is my concept of the Joker that I was talking about, where he's more like a clown.
Holy
What
shit.
if I filled streets of Gotham with glue?
Fucking-
Oh, they're so
wow.
cute.
Oh,
Oh, the
chrysanthemum.
braids! Having a big flower
the
lapel. Oh, this is such a
tie.
fun idea.
Oh,
I love like a
this.
limp bolo tie, like a suit type clown kind of look. The like eye makeup, the nose being painted. I love the idea of his
This
nose
is
being painted. That would be so cute.
cool.
And this hair idea is so fun. I
Yes,
love the, like,
look at
braids,
that
but,
hair.
like, kinda otherwise really messy hair. That's a very fun, very distinctly, like, modern clown kind of a concept. Clowns these days, especially clowns that work with kids, actually try really hard to back off of the full white face kind of look. And, like, stuff like this, where there's, like, eye makeup and lip makeup, but it's not giant, and it's not, like, obfuscating the face, and like the nose isn't like a full cover or anything. It's just like very clearly painted. I love the idea of a Joker who's like, well, I don't want to traumatize the children.
I
Oh,
really
he's
like,
so cute. Thank you.
Note at the top of the hair the strokes that go into the outside. You have a stroke that follows that mostly.
Yeah.
And then you have this line breakup going on here where the highlights would be, and that looks great. The impression of a highlight without having to draw and ink it all in. That's so smart. What smart work. This is great.
Yeah, and it does a good... I really love how it, like, emphasizes the direction of the hair and, like, the actual hairline not being, like, one singular straight kind of line effect going on there. And I even like that you have, like, the shading on the eyelids.
Yeah.
First of all, I love that there's, like, visible face wrinkles. I think you're right. I think he should look like a really, like, haggard 35-year-old
Yes.
man is kind of how he should look to me. You should look at him and be like, are you a really tired 20-year-old or, like, a really fresh 40? But I love the hatching on the eyelids to indicate makeup there.
Yeah.
That I haven't really seen that, like, with eyes before, but it, like, actually really, like, defines where the lid is in space better than, like, a flat smear of color would here.
And
Really wonderful.
you can see the way, particularly on the letters here, there's a slight glow. There's an underlying version of the line work that is
Yeah.
white and blurred, and it looks great. It adds this, like, glow effect.
Wow.
That or it exported weird, which is cool.
Yeah, like,
This is dope.
Hey, either way. And the choice of, like, red ink over purple, I do like when I see, like, this
I do
kind of
too.
thing. 'Cause, like, it's something that I always like to value, and when we're doing fan art, I like to take time to praise people for, because it's, like, such an important virtue, and one that you don't get taught unless you have the right art teachers and get really lucky. Doing things that don't take as much work as, say, making a whole colored illustration, that are still livelier than a regular, like, black and white or gray. Not that there's anything wrong with these things. Finding those connections and making it be colorful in a way that's interesting to you, that's not more work. That's the good shit. That's
Yeah,
the good shit.
Exactly.
Never work to your full potential on shit, unless it's like a really personal project for your own enjoyment. I want to see a cool 70%. Sounds like a joke, but I'm really not joking.
Thank you all
Take care
so
of
much.
yourselves.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Stream over. Where are we gonna send people?
Yeah, let me figure that out. Stream over, go home.
Yeah, well, while Bugs figures that out, if you're staying up late, we'll find some place to send you, but if you're going to bed, go to bed, get some sleep. We're gonna, like, go play video games and watch Super Great Friend play Omnicron and hear him go, like, I guess that plot never mattered, actually. Okay, But, in the meantime, thank you all so much to everybody who showed up. Thank you so much if you were in the audience tonight. Thank you if you were talking in chat, lurking in chat. Thank you if you're watching the VOD later. If you watch the VODs all the way this long, post somewhere in your comment, Mist Heart, I already know you're watching this far. Post banana.
Great.
This is good. Bugs,
Great.
Bugs
Thanks,
is who
man.
gets all
I'm
of
really
the
excited to have
comments.
to deal with that when I'm looking through the comments, man. Thanks a lot.
Yay!
Alright.
It's fine. Cousin Trent loves the minions.
Do you guys
This will
want to
be
watch
so fun for him.
a bunch of a Dreamcast primer video, or do you want to watch Sumo?
Up to you. Up to you guys. First answer we see will probably decide this, because we're sending you all out. Someone say one of those two options.
Please.
Nobody decides. I'm saying sumo. We want to watch sumo.
Whoa.
Stop saying goodnight. All right, send him to sumo.
Stop being nice. God damn it. Dreamcast. All right.
Dreamcast. All right, Coffee Bagel says Dreamcast.
Great old timey computer show.
Hooray!
Hooray.
Everybody, have fun. Have a good rest of your night. Again, thank you so much, whatever way you're watching this. If you donated to the stream, thank you so much. If you subscribe, thank you so much. This is our job, and we really appreciate you. But whether you're able to give money or not, we appreciate you all being here. We wouldn't be able to do this without an audience. Thank you for coming to show. We will be back probably in like 2 or 3 days. That's our usual schedule. Join the Discord if you would like to be notified ahead of time by like 2 hours when we're going to be streaming, and to show us your cats and dogs and plushes and things. Good night, everybody. Thank you all so much. Whatever way you show us support, if you limited day. Thank you for taking clips. Thank you for telling us people about the show. Time for jar. Time for So Comfy of Jar. It's so cold out. We're gonna put the jar on top of. We got a little tiny like heating pad. We got one of those heating pads for lizards. Don't listen to them. We've got one of those the safe heating pads they make for lizard tanks, and we're putting it under the jar. So cozy. Close the microwave. Don't stop. Get away from the microwave.
Hello, Levi.
They could overstimulate it in there.
You get a secret. If you watch the last RuneScape
The secret
VOD,
double password.
If you watch the last RuneScape VOD, we rated to someone who's Japanese. And I wrote a message in Japanese. And I thought I said hello from California. What I actually said to them was, hello from Caliphobia. You have cool VTuber. I wanted to ride, so I sent over. Goodbye.